Chapter 594. Li Yi's team headed south, and there were even more cars. Last time, there were 50 cars in the Qinling Mountains. This time, there were 200 cars. The winged knights increased by 1,000, making a total of 3,000. This time, they were still going to the Qinling Mountains. They did not go through Lantian County or Wuxi County, but went straight south, past Duke Town, and then to the Ziwu Pass. The Ziwu Pass was part of the Ziwu Road from Chang'an to Shu. After the pass, they would arrive at the Qinling Mountains. This hunter was called Zhao Shi. His team had 20 people, and he ran over to report the news. Li Yi sat in the car and chatted with him. I didn't see any pandas, only footprints. Are there any footprints of other people? Li Yi asked casually. I didn't see any. The snow there is shallow, and there are many places where there is no snow. When we saw them, we chased them for more than 10 miles before I came back. It doesn't look like there were other hunters following them. Otherwise, they would have run back to Li Dongzhu. When Li Yi asked about other people's footprints, Zhao Shi frowned. He seemed to be worried that if there were other hunters, how would they split the money? Okay, 1 big and 3 small ones are good. The small ones are cuter. Li Yi said with a smile. The winged knights were still scouting the area, coming back and forth to report. At night, the team arrived at the Ziwu Pass. They set up camp and did not continue. The kerosene lamps were lit, and the winged knights took out 2 big boxes. One contained a basket, and the other contained a hot air balloon. They blew the hot air balloon up with a gas torch, lifted it into the air, and tied a rope below. The winged knights wore night vision goggles and split into 4 teams of 100 people to climb the mountain from both sides of the Ziwu Pass. The Khitans felt that something was wrong, and Bacharka ran over. Li Dongzhu, why are we still searching the mountain? Bacharka remembered that they had left directly last time. There are many people, and it's perfect for training. If we keep running around, the winged knights will do their own work, and the training will be delayed. Li Yi gave a reasonable reason. That's right. The winged knights are the private army of His Majesty of the Tang dynasty. They must practice more, Bacharka agreed. The winged knights still need to learn mathematics, and I'll teach you in the future. If you don't learn it well, you'll be at a disadvantage in battle. Li Yi looked like he was willing to teach them everything. Bacharka nodded his head repeatedly. He believed her. Bean sprouts were pretty good now. In the past, he didn't know about this and only cared about eating. Li Yi, Zhao Shi, and Bacharka chatted. Li Yi did most of the talking while the other 2 listened. Li Yi could talk about anything, including the story of Ziwu Pass. During the period of the 3 kingdoms, it was said to be Wei Yan, kill. So boom. The sudden battle cries were accompanied by fireworks that rose into the sky. The valley of Ziwu Pass echoed with these sounds. Whoosh! Boom! Another firework bloomed in a different location. Ziwu Pass is a place with many mountains and roads leading south. There are ambushes on both sides of the road and in the mountains. No matter how many soldiers you have, you won't be able to set up an ambush. Li Yi listened to the shouts and explained to the 2 of them how the terrain affected the battle. The 2 of them knew without him saying anything. Now, Bacharka and Zhao Shi were frightened. Enemies? Will something happen to our people? Bacharka asked worriedly. Zhao Shi nodded. His face was pale. He wanted to explain. He ran back and said there were pandas. Then the team set off and met the enemy at Ziwu Pass. If it were him, he would definitely suspect that the messenger deliberately lured the army here. It's okay. It has nothing to do with you. Your hunters are all in Zhuangzi, and they have a guarantor. Li Yi saw Zhao Shi's uneasiness and comforted him. Li Dongzhu, how did you know there would be an ambush? Zhao Shi breathed a sigh of relief. He was puzzled. I don't know where the ambush is. I'm just being careful. It's impossible to raise 3 pandas at the same time. A female panda can only raise 1 child. Under normal circumstances, she can give birth to 2. 3 is too rare. If she gives birth to 2, she'll have to abandon 1, let alone raise all 3. It's most likely that someone set this up. I want the pandas, but I want to take care of the people. Li Yi explained the habits of pandas. He made his judgment from this aspect. Even if his judgment was wrong, the team wouldn't lose anything by messing around. As Li Yi was speaking, his voice stopped. After waiting for half an hour, the Winged Knights returned to the place where the battle took place. The new Winged Knights team continued to search the mountain. The 2 teams returned with 22 and 24 corpses, as well as 4 injured people. A total of 50 people. It seemed that a team of 25 people was lying in ambush on the mountain. 3 of the 4 injured people were tied up. One of them had an arrow in his chest and was vomiting blood. Li Yi went over to take a look and shook his head. Give him a quick death. Can't save him. A Winged Knight came over to drag the person away. I'll save him and put him in the car. Whether he can survive or not depends on his fate. He doesn't have an assistant. I'll check his blood type first. You guys get ready for blood transfusion. Li Yi didn't want to save him earlier, but since the Winged Knight said so, he decided to give it a try. He first anesthetized him, then checked his blood type. He came out and shouted, "Those with blood type B, come here." The Winged Knights knew what blood type they were, so they came forward with blood type B. Li Yi drew blood one by one. Each person took 200 milliliters. He didn't want any more. He collected 2,000 milliliters of blood and went in to treat the patient. The patient was still bleeding, but the arrow in his chest was not removed. Li Yi started to work alone. The Winged Knights took the empty blood bag and drew blood. They cooperated with each other and the blood bag was automatically drawn out by negative pressure. At dawn, Li Yi finished the surgery after nearly 9 hours. The patient was still anesthetized. All the equipment in the ambulance was put on him. Li Dongzhu, how is it? Guazi was waiting outside. When he saw the door open, he quickly asked. Li looked tired. 2 fractures in the sternum. There's a penetrating wound in the right lung. There's a tear. He's still alive. How long he can live depends on fate. Li Yi removed the arrow and treated the wound. Next was the infection. He opened the chest himself. There was no one to retract it. He used a frame to replace an assistant. The operative view was not good. There was a lot of blood. It was more than 7,000 milliliters. I hope he can survive. Dongzhu, we need to draw blood again. We have 10,000 milliliters of each blood type. Put it in your car. If anyone is injured, we don't need to draw blood at the last minute. Guazi prayed for the captive. He felt that he could survive with that injury. His brothers were with Li Yi. They could survive with the same injury. Okay, but the equipment in the ambulance can only be stored for about 10 days. When we return to Zhuangzi, it can be stored for 3 months. Remember to replenish it. The villagers in Zhuangzi occasionally donate blood, so we don't lack it. You guys go ahead. I'll rest for a while. This person is in the ambulance. We'll talk about it when the ambulance can't move anymore. Li Yi said this and went back into the ambulance to find a place to sleep. At noon, the team set off again. They were not fast. The Winged Knights wanted to wait for the heavily injured captive to survive. This proved that Li Yi's medical skills could treat the same injury. The remaining 3 captives had already been handed over. They were from Tubo. They came with Tubo's new competitor, Isinba. However, they separated before entering the city and found a place to hide. A total of 80 people were mobilized this time. They thought that the traces of the giant panda were the most perfect plan. Chapter 595. Good idea. Impressive. As expected of the elites who followed the contestants to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi expressed his heartfelt admiration after learning about the other party's plan from the captives. The captives were afraid after seeing that their companions who were shot in the chest could still be treated and might even survive. That was why they told him the situation. They were afraid of being tortured. They would save their companions when they were about to die. Then, they would continue to torture them. Under normal circumstances, if they were tortured and endured, they would die after a certain extent. Like being whipped or branded with iron, if they were injured, they would fall ill and die. They just had to grit their teeth and endure until their consciousness became blurry. If a miracle doctor suddenly appeared and said that he could treat an arrow in the chest, how long would they have to endure before they died? They might as well say it. Anyway, there was no evidence and it would not implicate the Tubo envoys. What Li Yi admired about them was that they had found pandas and copied the footprints of various pandas and made them into wood. In order to make it more attractive, they copied the footprints of 3 small pandas and 1 large panda. The wooden mold of these footprints was worn on the feet like shoes. It was messy like wearing high heels. The hunters were anxious to make money. They put all their attention on the number and route. It was impossible for them to study whether the footprints were fake or not. Imitation studies and psychology were all used. The key was that they were good at finding opportunities. They were also good at finding pandas. The 50 of them did not participate. They are preparing to ambush at the exit. It will take 3 days at normal speed to reach the location of the trap they set. There is a tall stone mountain there. They will ambush us, mainly to kill you. If they fail, we will retreat quickly for your safety. When we reach the Ziwu Pass, it will be the most relaxing time. Guazi told him the enemy's follow-up plan. The 50 Tubo people did not attack Li Yi's team when they entered. It's cold. Throw the bodies into the hole and bury them. When you come back, bring them with you. Consider it your contribution. Li Yi did not have any superfluous thoughts about being schemed against. He was not afraid either. Looking down from the top of the mountain and up and down the mountain, the Yulin flying cavalry was specially trained to find hidden enemies. The group moved forward, entered the Ziwu Pass, and walked along the Ziwu Road. After walking to a certain point, he prepared to take the small path up the mountain. It was impossible to walk all the way to the end of this canyon road. The end was 660 li. If any army wanted to pass through here and the enemy knew in advance, they could only wait for death. Guazi sent his light armored subordinates to chase after the hunters. Once they caught up with the hunters, they would bring the hunters back. In addition to the team that brought back the hunters, there was also a team that went to capture 30 people. Li Dongzhu, since it's an ambush, there won't be any pandas. Do you still want to go? Bacharka was more worried that Li Yi would be in danger. He still wanted to learn from Li Yi. There's a panda. Capture those 30 people and ask them if they know where the panda is. He had to be quick. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to celebrate the new year when he returned. The villagers are still waiting for me to set off the fireworks, as well as the fireworks from the imperial city. Li Yi had just experienced an ambush and a big rescue, but his mentality was still so good. I remember that there are still people who care about me, old Bai. They said that after the new year, they would start paying taxes on kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Li Yi thought of Baigu, the Minister of Revenue. He knew that Baigu was anxious. Any responsible official in the position of the Minister of Revenue would be anxious. If they were not anxious, it meant that they were not qualified. The team was sent out, and the others waited. Li Yi took care of the patient. The patient woke up and had his own consciousness. Under the watch of the winged knights, the 3 captives went in to talk to their comrades. The main thing was that they had told them everything, and they even talked about how badly injured their comrade who was lying there unable to speak was. Let me tell you this. In the whole world, except for me, no one can bring you back from the gates of hell. Your lungs are punctured, and there are lacerations. Just the blood you lost was 7,000 milliliters. It was the winged knights who gave you the treatment. If you want to die, you can move as hard as you want. I promise I won't stop you. I don't have that intention. Antibiotics are very useful. You don't have any signs of infection. Your lung function has not fully recovered, and there are drainage tubes. It's very uncomfortable. You can't speak and you can't eat. You're on a ventilator. Li sat next to the patient and chatted with him. This was the first major live surgery he performed after coming to the Tang dynasty. The patient blinked and did not struggle. It seemed that he wanted to live. The information had already been told by his comrade, and he was still saved. Obviously, he would not kill him just to save him. Guazi sat not far from Li Yi and carefully observed the captives. Li Dongzhu, if the Tang dynasty had 1,000 miracle doctors like you, how many fewer soldiers would die? He knew that if the same injury happened to anyone else, they could only wait for death. If the arrow was pulled out, the person would be finished. If the arrow was not pulled out, the person would vomit blood and be unable to breathe. He would still die. Li Yi only tried, and he was actually saved. Seeing that the other party could not make a sound, he knew how serious the injury was. My level is too low. When there are so many doctors who can treat this kind of injury, the weapons are different. I'll still die. Li Yi thought of guns and cannons. An arrow could be pulled out, but if he was shot, it would depend on the bullet. If he used a sniper bullet, he would be shot in the chest and have a big hole in the back. How could he save him? Bang, bang. At this time, the captive hit the side with his hand with a painful expression. Do you need to pee? If so, blink as hard as you can. Li Yi asked. His patient blinked hard and blushed at the same time. You're almost done with the general anesthesia. I'll clean you up. Now, it's the fluid injection. Get a tube and connect it to you. Li Yi got up to operate. The patient was not wearing any clothes and was only covered with a piece of cloth. Hurry up. You're a man. Can't you pee? Li Yi looked down on the other party. Then, it was done. He cleaned up and washed his hands. Guazi kept watching and asked, Li Dongzhu, how do you know that he's not in pain? He's in pain all the time. There's no anesthetic, but there's an intravenous injection of analgesics with antibiotics. He won't react to the pain, right? Li Yi asked the patient with a smile. The patient blinked hard, meaning that he was very strong. He was indeed in pain. The analgesics only relieved part of it. How could it not hurt when his chest was open? Li Dongzhu, when will he recover? Guazi felt that lying there was suffering. Do you mean that he can eat by himself or fully recover? Full recovery, 3 months. He can eat for half a month to a month, depending on the recovery. At that time, he can get up, but it's painful. At 2 months, he can do normal light activities, but he can't do physical work. When Li Yi said this, he was not sure. Some people recovered quickly, but some people just couldn't. He turned and said to the patient, be strong. If you want to recover quickly, you have to be more optimistic. You've died once. This life is mine. You have relatives in Tubo. It doesn't matter. We have to trade in the future. If your family needs something, you can help me. I'll find someone to send it to you. The patient blinked hard, meaning that he really did not want to die, especially after suffering so much. He wanted to live even more. When he vomited mouthful after mouthful of blood, he already thought that he was going to die. Then, he heard that Li Yi said that he would give him a quick death. He accepted his fate. Then, he heard that he was saved, but he was still alive. Chapter 596. Quick, quick, maintain your breathing rate. Dongzhu is waiting to go back for the new year. We're going to the Li family Zhuangzi for the new year. It'll be lively. A team of 300 people was moving quickly. Their clothes were a mix of yellow, green, and white. Their cloaks were pure white to match the environment of the Qinling Mountains. The leader was Fan Fan. He had just returned from the southwest and rested for a few days, but he insisted on rushing out for a mission. At this moment, he was holding a tranquilizer gun in his hand. He had never used it before, but he had heard Lee explain how to use it. It was the same principle as a crossbow, except that it was more accurate within 20 steps. At 30 steps, it would fly randomly, and at 40 steps, it would not be able to hit anything. It would not work in strong winds either. He knew how to aim because he had practiced with a scope on a crossbow. If it hits a person, they'll fall within 20 breaths. If it hits a panda, you'll have to shoot it 3 or 4 times in a row. Be careful to avoid it. Fan mumbled. This was a secret manual for using a tranquilizer gun. They had to find the other 19 hunters and send a few people to bring them back. Then, they would find 30 Tubo people and try to capture them alive. They would ask for the location of the panda and then move it back. The winged knights displayed their fighting strength as the Emperor's private army. They ran very quickly. Some people accidentally tripped over something in the snow while running. They fell forward and flipped over with their hands on the ground. They ran at a high speed with small strides, like ninjas. It was good for adjusting their balance and allowing them to react quickly. The sky gradually darkened. 6 of the 300 people were wearing night vision goggles. They stretched out their scabbards and grabbed one scabbard after another. They slowed down but did not stop. The sun slowly rose. A group of people who were packing up appeared in front of them. Lu Guan, Fan shouted. The group of people stopped and turned around one after another. They saw a group of people who were wearing similar clothes to them. They ran fast and nimbly. Crossbows, swords, and tactical backpacks. After a few breaths, the group arrived. Some strolled slowly, while others took out things from their backpacks and ate in the snow. The 19 people estimated the distance and time. The leader, Lu Guan, looked at the group and nodded. I'm Lu Guan, Winged Knights. That's right, we finally caught up to you guys. You really exhausted us. We were just afraid that you guys would encounter enemies. There were 30 of them. Fan began to pant. While running, he kept adjusting his breathing. When he stopped, he realized that his whole body was covered in sweat. How are you guys so fast? A hunter calculated the time and found it unbelievable. 1 day and 1 night. Brothers, eat something warm, don't eat the snow. Fan found a place to place his cloak on the ground and sat down. He then called for everyone to cook. Some of the winged knights stood up and spread out, using binoculars to observe their surroundings. Others took out the matching kettles and filled them with snow and dried meat floss, dried vegetables in vegetable packets, and compressed biscuits in large shells. He found a stable place to put down a small shell. Then, he took out a small bottle and poured gasoline into the shell. Light the fire and put the kettle on to roast. This was a 4-piece set of tactical water bottles that Li had made for them. While waiting for the mess in the large shells to boil, the people in charge of cooking took over from those on guard duty. Those on guard duty ate first. There's a trap ahead. We can't leave. You guys stay here. Some of our brothers will recover and bring you back. You don't have to participate in the next battle. Fan said to Lu Guan, who had been watching everyone rest and hadn't said anything. We're hunters. We can fight. Lu Guan shook his head. They were just as strong in the jungle. They didn't think highly of the survival ability of the Tang dynasty's ordinary soldiers. Of course, they didn't look down on the soldiers of the House of Subjugation. Those soldiers had to fight with their lives on the line. We're moving fast. Fan's expression was serious. If we don't have to deal with the dangers of running for a long time, we're also moving fast. Lu Guan's gaze was firm. Then let's go together. Don't drag us down. Fan waited for the food to cool down. You guys can still catch up. A hunter with a curly beard next to them was surprised. That's nothing. We're the first batch of winged knights. At night, each of us grabbed a scabbard and took turns to move forward. We've already slept for a while. Another winged knight laughed out loud. At night, they grabbed the scabbard and moved slowly. Sometimes, they relied on inertia to move forward and relaxed their minds. Compared to the intensity when Lee took them to play, this was a happy moment. The happiest days were always yesterday. Those who hadn't experienced it would never understand the lethality of "I'll take you to play." It was just 24 hours. It wasn't like the intensity was high at night. Had anyone tried 72 hours of continuous high-intensity training? Together, they could rest for 4 hours. By the time the soup cooled down, some of them had already fallen asleep. It wasn't that they had to sleep. Many ordinary people wouldn't feel sleepy even if they were in a state of excitement for 36 hours, let alone the winged knights. They seized every moment they could to rest and let their bodies adjust. The hunters didn't say anything and took out the meat of the animals they had hunted along the way. They had smoked it last night. They cut it into small strips and put it in a big shell. They had dealt with wild animals all year round. They could feel the aura of wild animals from the winged knights. It was a mysterious feeling. Then, they went to take over the winged knights who were on guard duty and took their binoculars. They only had 2 binoculars, which wasn't enough. The winged knights were relieved. The hunters knew how to search for their targets. When it was time to eat, the winged knights ate very slowly. Some closed their eyes and ate in small bites, chewing very carefully. They ate and rested, chewing as much as possible to digest and absorb the food faster. The hunters helped to observe the situation, occasionally glancing at the winged knights. When the winged knights finished eating and resumed their journey, the hunters found that this group was unbelievably strong. They estimated the time and knew that the other party wasn't lying. They had been on the road for a day and a night. Now that they rested, they looked normal. They didn't want to lose and ran as fast as they could. Yes, they ran. When the sun was in the middle of the sky, they still ran and didn't stop to eat. Only some of them took a bite, stuffed a handful of snow into their mouths, and chewed as they ran. The hunters gritted their teeth and persevered. It was simply unbearable. Just after 1 o'clock, a winged knights reported, "Found target, resting." "Hide!" Fan ordered. Puff! The winged knights fell to the ground at almost the same time. They propped themselves up with their hands and stopped moving. The hunters squatted down, panting. "Stay alert. Rest, don't boil water." Fan ordered again. A few winged knights crawled forward to a key location and laid down to observe the situation. The others ate meat floss and snow. After a few bites, they wrapped their heads in cloaks and huddled together to sleep. Half an hour later, the people on the other side moved. The winged knights followed closely, keeping a distance. The sky slowly darkened. The people gathered together to light a fire. At the same time, someone was on guard. "Looks like they're not going to leave at night. They're going to attack in the middle of the night. Retreat." Fan was relieved. The group moved back, found an angle where the other party couldn't see, and began to cook with gasoline. The hunters were so tired that they didn't want to move. Who would rush like this in the mountains? It was killing them. Chapter 597. In the middle of the night, the hunters were too tired. With the protection of the winged knights, they fell into a deep sleep. Fan looked at the situation through the night vision device. There were 4 people on night watch. He made a gesture and the 200 winged knights surrounded them. When the distance was about right, he lay down and moved slowly. 4 people were guarding a fire, mainly to guard against wild animals. There was light in front of them, so they couldn't see clearly. Fan slowly crawled over. When he was about 20 steps away, he aimed and fired. Pfft! The tranquilizer bullet flew out, but it was slightly off course. It didn't hit the man's buttocks, but his waist. Ah! The man who was hit by the needle let out a muffled groan. He thought that he had been bitten by the bullet and tried to grab it with his hand. Ah! He groaned again. It was painful. That was the needle. When he touched it, He grabbed it and pulled it out. He felt a chill at the place where he was hit, then numbness. Duola, what's wrong? The other 3 people noticed the situation and one of them asked. It's a small snake. It bit me. The man who was hit by the bullet held the thing in front of his eyes. He didn't recognize it. Ah! The second person was hit. He was hit in the front and it pierced his shoulder. He looked at it and pulled it out. When the third person was hit in the stomach, the 4 people finally understood that it wasn't a snake, but a blow dart. Enemy, enemy! One person shouted, and the others followed suit. Then the 4th person was hit. The Tubo people who were wrapped in leather woke up one by one. Enemy, blow dart, poison, I'm numb, I. The first person, Duola, fell down before he could finish his sentence. The others panicked and went to get their weapons. Fan Fan was depressed. This thing was useless. When it hit someone, they didn't fall down immediately. They still had time to react. He continued to shoot. He had a lot of bullets. He changed to a new one, lay down, and fired again. In the middle of the night, about 30 meters away, he lay down. The other party had a fire and couldn't see him. He knew that the thing came from his direction. The Tubo people looked for cover and stayed alert. No one rushed over. Fan Fan was happy. He fired one shot after another. Occasionally, he would miss and try again. When the 17th person fell, the Tubo people panicked. They couldn't see the enemy, so even if they tried to hide, they could still get hit. The group of people casually picked up burning sticks from the bonfire and ran. Fan Fan took a long detour to avoid the bonfire. He chased after them himself, not allowing the other brothers to attack. After running for a while, the fire in the man's hand went out. In the darkness they crouched down, alert. Fan Fan found a good position, aimed at Yike, fired, hit, and changed places. Now, he realized that it was very useful. The sound of this gun was very soft, much softer than the sound of a bowstring. Even better was the night vision goggles, which had been proven on the Southwest battlefield. However, they always needed a power source to charge them. The most suitable time to use it is on a cloudy day. It's pitch black and only I can see. Fan Fan thought as he fired at another person. He's right next to us. The person who was hit shouted. Don't make any noise. He can find us by listening to our voices, another shouted. I was hit. I was hit too. Come out, do you dare to come out? What the hell are you? Lee, I know you. It's you, isn't it? There were fewer and fewer people who could make any noise. In the dark night, the fear was magnified. When the last person was hit by a tranquilizer bullet and crazily waved his knife around, it was all over. There were more ropes around the people by the bonfire. Fan Fan had shot the tranquilizer bullets. Even if they were hit, they were still found in the surroundings. Battalion Commander Fan, Li Dongzhu has good stuff. It's best to catch him alive. If he's hit, he'll just think that he's poisoned and won't think that he can recover. That way, he won't commit suicide. After a winged knight tied the person up, he was very happy with the light of the bonfire. It's a pity that Dongzhu's stuff is too precious. I just missed 5 shots. I'm not familiar with it. Fan Fan was also happy. He collected the shells and tranquilizer bullets and put them in a bag. The other winged knights got up and lit the bonfire. There was no need to hide anymore. The hunters also woke up. They squinted their eyes and saw the situation. They rubbed their eyes. Damn, what happened? The enemy was caught? Are you winged knights ghosts? There must be killing in a battle, right? Is it popular to catch people alive in the Tang dynasty? The Tubo people woke up after the effects of the tranquilizer wore off. They were also very confused. Weren't they dead? Speak, where are the pandas? Fan Fan kicked a captive. What pandas? The captive had not completely recovered. You found the pandas that were made with the footprints. The 3 small ones are different, so there must be 3 big ones. There are 6 of them in total. Speak. Don't tell me you killed them. If that's the case, there's no need for you to live. Fan put the pandas first. What a cute thing. We didn't kill them. We were afraid that something would happen, so we made them according to the footprints. One of the Tubo people was timid. Obviously, he was the one who made the footprints. If you can't bring the 6 pandas back before the new year, I will celebrate the new year with you all. Fan said coldly. We can find them. I guarantee that we can find them. The pandas move around in a certain area. They won't go far. Another person who was in charge of tracking the pandas said. He promised. On the 27th of December, Lee, who missed the new year, waited for Fan in the valley. 8 pandas, 4 big and 4 small, were carried out by the captives in wooden cages. During the search, they found 2 more pandas. They were also mothers with their children. Fan used the tranquilizer gun to deal with the pandas. The children were all big and could not be bitten to death by their mothers. The winged knights also helped to carry the pandas. They came back together as fast as possible. The big and small pandas were locked in the same cage. It was very heavy. Line up. Lee shouted. The 300 winged knights quickly lined up. Attention. Lee shouted again. The 300 people stood at attention. Everyone, report your numbers. Lee ordered. 1, 2, 3. The winged knights reported. Fan ran out and approached Lee. Reporting, the winged knights have returned from a mission. The expected 300 people are here. Very good, no one is missing. Dismissed. Lee breathed a sigh of relief. The 19 hunters watched from the side with smiles on their faces. They were happy from the bottom of their hearts. They were happy that the Tang dynasty had strong soldiers like the winged knights. Even if the winged knights did not have horses, they were still winged mounts. On the way, they ran as scouts and shuttled back and forth. The 300 people were as if they were made of iron. They were the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty, the emperor's private army. Put them in the car and hurry back. There are still 3 days left until the new year. There is no New Year's Eve this year. Lee urged. There was still a patient in the car. The giant panda's cage was loaded into the car, and the team rushed back. On the morning of the 29th of December, the whole team returned to the Li family Zhuangzi. The villagers who did not have work ran out to welcome Dongzhu back. Dongzhu was there for the new year. Li Longji had already received the news in advance that the winged knights had rushed back to report. 80 Tubo people wanted to ambush Li, but 46 of them were killed and 34 were captured alive. Do you think my winged knights are dead? Do you think you can ambush them whenever you want? A giant panda with 3 children, idiot. Li Longji scolded, feeling a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. Chapter 598. Yao Chong and the other 2 were also there. They were going to celebrate the new year with them tonight. They thought that they could have a peaceful new year, but Li Yi ran out and sent someone to send a message to the palace. The palace also made some preparations as to why the giant panda would bring the 3 children with it. Shouldn't Xiao Yi feel honored? The Tubo, the Turks, and the Khitans all want to kill him. I'm too embarrassed to ask him for taxes during the new year. Bai Gu was also there. He was convinced. The Tang dynasty was facing the most threat, but they could actually send someone to kill one person alone. Every time they were killed, Li Yi's timid appearance would send a large group of people to protect him. The key was that he could kill people himself. His combat skills were not bad, and his reactions were quick. His body looked like a scholar's, but in fact, they had seen him when he was bathing in Zhuangzi. Those were called muscles, and the lines were beautiful. In other words, he would take the martial arts exam next year. Even if he could not compare to Guozi, he could still get an A grade. He trained himself every day. Killing was about the intention to kill. It was like fighting. When you attacked, you wanted to kill. When you fought, you were naturally powerful. Many people did not dare to kill, but Li Yi dared. Moreover, he killed so naturally. Such an existence pretended to be a scholar all day long, as if he could not stand the wind. When he heard that a giant panda was bringing 3 little pandas, he actually pretended to catch the giant panda. This person was so insidious. He beat them at their own game. Or, don't collect taxes for now. I'm afraid he'll scheme against me. Bai Gu thought a lot, but Yao Chong was very happy. Li Yi can protect himself. It's a blessing for the Tang dynasty. In history, many people were alienated and assassinated because they could not scheme against themselves. Yao Chong affirmed. He wanted to suppress Li Yi, but he would not allow others to hurt Li Yi. Zhang Shua added, Your Majesty, you must not fall into the enemy's trap. I'll be alienated. My winged knights were made by him, and they were the first batch that he personally trained. If Brother Yi can fly around, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill people? Are you trying to sow discord and kill me? If he wanted to, he would have succeeded long ago. Who could stop him? He only used something that could fly and a gun that could shoot that far. Doesn't he have any more powerful weapons? Li Longji scoffed at the idea of sowing discord. What's sowing discord? Saying that Li Yi wanted to kill the emperor and usurp power? He can do it now. Is there a need for you to tell him that? Your Majesty, I've asked Li Yi's captives to do some work in the coming years. I won't pay them any wages, just like cleaning up the mud in the river now. Wei Zhigu raised his hand to speak. He had been suffering from shoulder pain recently. According to Li Yi's method, if he wanted to climb the wall and move his arms more, he would be fine. What kind of self-limiting disease was this? It was not a big problem. When he was free, he would swing his arm back and forth, hoping to recover faster. Why don't you pay? Don't think that he is easy to bully just because he saved your life. When Bai Gu heard about money, he spoke up for Li Yi. If you don't collect taxes from him, won't he have more money? Wei Zhigu retorted. I am the Minister of Revenue. If I don't want to make money, how can I have the face to sit in this position? Bai Gu said righteously. I am the Minister of Works. I want to do projects. I have no money. Wei Zhigu said righteously. Both of you want to take advantage of Li Yi. This minister is not. This minister is only thinking about how Li Yi will deal with the Khitans so that the imperial court can cooperate. Yao Chong found his reason. He wanted to control the situation and make Li Yi his subordinate. Li Longji was not willing to listen to their nonsense. He looked at Zhang Shua and said, Minister Zhang seems to have something to say. Ah! Zhang Shua was stunned. I didn't want to say anything. Ah, yes, Your Majesty, if you say I have something to say, then I have something to say. Your Majesty, what I want to say is. Li Yi hasn't been researching anything new recently. Let him create something. Even if he sells it, the Ministry of Revenue can pay more taxes. Zhang Shua really couldn't think of anything to say, so he just said something random. Bai Gu nodded. Yes, Doji was the best. Although he was young, he thought things through thoroughly. Li Longji was not happy. What do you mean by creating something new? Why don't you research something new? His gaze moved. Lu Huaishan understood that if he continued to look, he would be looking at himself. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Lu Huaishan did not raise his hand. He did not have scapulohumeral periarthritis. Minister Lu, please speak. Li Longji liked this kind of harmonious atmosphere between the monarch and his minister. Your Majesty, after the new year, the imperial examinations will be held in February. The current situation is not clear. You can ask Dr. Li, he was willing to help Lu Huaishan. Li family Zhuangzi still had a second batch of 220 students to take the examinations. Li Yi could not participate. The other imperial examinations were recitation. If it was poetry, he could not help others. It depended on talent. Only the current affairs could be led by Li Yi. He would do whatever he wanted. Why would the imperial court not cooperate? For example, Li Yi had prepared for last year's locust plague for a whole year. Minister Liu, you really work hard for the country. Li Longji was satisfied. That's right. I have to help Brother Yi. In Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi did not know what the imperial court was saying to him. He was feeding the panda. The panda switched back and forth between the two children. Its eyes were blinded and its body was numb. In fact, it already knew. It was just switching back and forth between the two children. So be it. It could be raised. Why did it always play tricks? When it saw Li Yi, it sat down beside the cage. It did not know who bandaged it. The knot was not tied beautifully. It had been moved so much that it was untied. Li Yi quickly opened the medicine box and took out the gauze. He reapplied it and tied a beautiful knot. During the whole process, the panda did not attack. When it needed to lift its leg, Li Yi lifted it and the panda lifted itself. It's almost done. Just a little more. After the new year, I can bathe you after 3 days of changing the medicine. We can put the baby aside first. Tonight, I will change the baby for you. It's the new year, what do you want to eat? Li Yi communicated with the giant panda and handed it a big goose egg with honey on it. It was said that eggs with honey were poisonous. In fact, it was like eating seafood with oranges. It was not poisonous at all. It required a lot of food and a lot of food to cause problems. The panda looked at the newly bandaged knot and reached out to hold the goose egg. It smelled it, took a bite, ate it, and started to lick its 2 paws. It wanted to stick its head out of the cage and look at Li Yi. Li Yi hesitated, frowning as he pondered. Okay, I will put it in the panda garden. When we change the baby, I will need to wear heavy armor and there will be other people with shields. If you attack me, I will use a lot of anesthetics to numb you. I will not play with you anymore. Li Yi decided to put the panda in the garden. It had more space to move. It just needed more people to protect it, including shields, poles, and nets. If it was a large omnivore or carnivore, he would not do it. The panda did not know how to kill a person in one go. It just did not know how to go for the throat. If it was a wild Siberian tiger, it would die immediately. What was there to talk about? Pandas usually bite randomly, mainly the limbs. The premise was that it could not see its own child. You have the smell of its child on you. The panda did not understand. It stretched out its paw. Li Yi touched the outside of its paw and quickly reached in to touch its head. The panda did not move. It kept looking at Li Yi. Chapter 599. Have you heard? Li Dongzhu was assassinated and seriously injured. How is that possible? The winged knights are the bodyguards. How can they injure Li Dongzhu? Heartbroken. I heard that Li Dongzhu is very sad. He is so sad that he can't eat. Why is he sad? If he can't eat, he will starve to death. Because the assassins are so stupid. They are so stupid that Li Dongzhu is sad. He thinks that others are looking down on him. Yes, yes. I'm sad too. When Li Yi returned to Zhuangzi, the news was released. When the people in Chang'an were preparing for their New Year's Eve dinner, they found new entertainment. In the Honglu Temple, the Tubo people had found out that the 80 assassins were not under their command. They only found out that the assassins were killed and captured after the incident. The leader of the envoys, Bo Qiao, was very worried. After the assassination of Li Yi was still alive. He thought about the consequences of the Tujue's assassination. He found a lot of wooden boards and placed them in his room, one layer after another. He hoped that they could protect his life from Li Yi's attack. However, he felt that Li Yi would threaten them and then take advantage of them. Li Yi and Zhuangzi did not have time to care about the Tubo envoys. He was giving orders. Slow down. Lift it steadily. Put it down. Okay, put it aside first. 5 cages containing pandas were placed above the panda park. Through the gaps in the cages, the pandas could see the other pandas living below. It was the new year. The pandas were bathing in a small pool filled with soap water. The pandas ran into the pool to make bubbles. Their eyes were not uncomfortable anymore. After making bubbles, the pandas ran into the big pool to wash. The pandas who were taking care of the children rubbed them in all kinds of ways. The children ran around. The pandas in the cages looked at the children. The older ones who were caught later turned to look at their children. The ones with twins looked at their own children. Obviously, they were not tempted. Even if the pandas found water to bathe in the wild, they would not bathe their babies. When it was about time, the 5 cages were pushed into their respective gardens on flatbed carts. As soon as the cage was opened, the big panda immediately rushed out with the child. First, he ran around to confirm his territory. Then, he looked at the soapy water in the small pool and scooped it up to lick it. When he realized that it didn't taste good, he went back to the big pond and lowered his head to drink. Li put on the protective equipment and brought the incubator over under the protection of a group of people. The panda looked at him. Li got some honey and put it in a small bowl for the panda. The panda took it and started licking it. Li took a deep breath and reached out to take the little guy out. He turned around and quickly exchanged it with the other one in the incubator and handed it over. The giant panda looked at it, took it over, and continued to feed it. At the same time, it picked up the bamboo shoots and began to chew on them. He didn't do anything offensive. Everything seemed so natural. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Li Yi smiled. He could try it a few more times in the future. Once they got used to it, the giant panda wouldn't attack them. However, in the future, they would be separated by the cage. If they attacked, they just had to dodge. Li Dongzhu, will the pandas be scared when Zhuangzi sets off fireworks during the new year? Guozi didn't interfere. He watched from the side and was worried about the pandas. Horses were scared when they heard the sound of firecrackers. Dogs, cats, and other livestock were also scared. Li Yi smiled and shook his head. When they hear the sound of firecrackers, they will look up at the sky to see if there is thunder or rain. They won't be scared. Speaking of this, Li Yi felt that it was very interesting. The giant panda was a materialist. Once there was a big movement, it would think that it was a thunderstorm. Other animals were also scared of thunder. Therefore, when someone killed the giant panda with a gun, the giant panda didn't know how to run. Xinyan and the others from Nankou started singing and dancing on the stage. Everyone was immersed in the festive atmosphere of the new year. The students from Zhuangzi went on stage one after another to show their talents. Even at the place where the migrant workers were, there were some girls from Nankou who were not as good as them. Yu Jiang was also in the crowd. He couldn't enter the area of Zhuangzi and frowned. He didn't understand what Li Yi was trying to do. The Khitan envoy requested for the opening of economic and cultural exchanges between the Khitan Empire and the Li family Zhuangzi. The imperial court of the Tang dynasty agreed and even specially exchanged documents. Then what was Li Yi's purpose? Did he really want to have friendly relations with the Khitan Empire and help them develop? Yu Jiang didn't believe it himself. He was using this agreement to sow discord between the Khitan Empire and the Turks. After both sides came into contact and explained, he believed that they would be able to see through the schemes of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi, what are you thinking? Yu Jiang didn't have any singing and dancing in his eyes. There was only scheming. Li Yi, who was suspected by Yu Jiang, was thinking about the new year. After a busy year, many things were planned, and Zhuangzi was on the right track. Next year's matters could be dealt with next year. He gave out red packets and ate hot pot. The whole of Zhuangzi looked festive. In the palace, Li Longji invited the officials to a banquet to keep watch. Tomorrow, they would be busy for another day. Everyone was on holiday. Now that many officials were on holiday, they were not qualified to attend the banquet. Empress Wang carried her child. Under the protection of a large group of guards, she waited for the concubines, talents, and other people who were inferior to her to come and greet her. The adults brought their children over and bowed to Empress Wang. Li Tsong and Li Ying, who were also 12 years old, knelt down and kowtowed. Li Tsong was the oldest. He was now called Li Siji, and Li Ying was called Li Siqian. Empress Wang gave each of them a red packet of 100 taels in exchange coupons. She looked at Li Siji's face. There was a cut on Li Siji's left cheekbone. The cut had already healed, but the dent was still there. It was this scar that made many people reject his position as the crown prince. Otherwise, Empress Wang would have made Li Siji the crown prince since she did not have any children. Li Siji felt uncomfortable being stared at. He wanted to use his sleeve to cover the scar on his face but did not dare to. Siji, I'll find someone to ask if the cut on your face can be removed. Now that Empress Wang had her own son, she had a better impression of others. As the eldest son of the Tang dynasty, Li Siji's scar did affect his image. She thought of Li Yi. Empress, is it divine Dr. Li Yi? Li Siji also thought of Li Yi. In the entire Tang dynasty, it seemed that only Li Yi's medical skills could give people some confidence. But no one was allowed to get close. Some people even wondered if they should secretly spread the news. But as soon as they mentioned it to the people in the palace, they entered Yeding Palace the next day and many people died. His imperial father did not care about your identity. As long as you dared to touch it, he would completely deal with you. Yes. Empress Wang nodded. Li Siji's face lit up. He knelt down again and kowtowed, "This child thanks Empress. You may rise." Empress Wang nodded. For a moment, the people who came to Empress Wang's side were all moved. Today, the woman had received a small cosmetic box. In the future, if he fell sick, could he be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi through Empress Wang for treatment? Bai Gu, who was eating outside, was also thinking. He muttered a sentence from time to time. If someone listened closely, they would hear that he was saying, "In 3 hours, it will be the new year. In 4 hours, it will be the new year." He wished he had a watch. He used his hand to move the needle and it would be midnight. Brothers and sisters who are reading this book outside the website, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Chidian and give me a recommendation vote. The farmer bowed. Chapter 600. 2 fireworks in Chang'an, parting for a year. Last year, the stars shone brightly, and life's wishes were boundless. In the middle of the night, the fireworks exploded in the sky. People in Chang'an ran out and looked up. In addition to the fireworks in the imperial city, they also looked up at the Li family Zhuangzi. Some big fireworks flew high and exploded in the sky. Even the west side of Chang'an could see them. Older people looked at the laughing children and felt that they were a year older. The children looked forward to growing up and wondered when they could be like other people. Drink. Bai Gu was energetic. He only ate a few mouthfuls of food and didn't touch the wine much. When it was midnight, he picked up his cup and looked at everyone. It was the new year. After drinking the wine, he continued to mutter, 1 kerosene lamp for 100 grams, 80 grams for 1. 10 kerosene lamps for 4,000 milliliters, 1 gram for each sale. 1 thermos bottle for 200 grams, 160 grams for 1. I wish the Li family Zhuangzi a prosperous new year. Bai Gu sincerely hoped that Li Yi would make more money. He had never felt so strongly before. Wei Zhigu looked at Bai Gu and shook his head helplessly. It was difficult to be the Minister of Revenue. Fortunately, he wasn't the one now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be much better off than Bai Gu. At dawn, Li Longji held a court meeting. All the envoys from other countries participated. Li Yi wasn't interested in the court meeting. He went to see the patient. The patient from Tubo was in good condition. There was no infection in the wound. He just lay there and looked bored. Other people helped to take care of his urine. There was no big problem. His stomach was completely empty. The patient was still very surprised that he could survive. He, who had died once, cherished the chance to live very much. Don't worry. According to the situation, you can try to make a sound in a few days, but it will still hurt. Among the drugs Li gave him, there was still a painkiller. The dosage couldn't be large, or it would be addictive. The patient blinked with curiosity in his eyes. You want to ask me why I saved you, right? Li guessed. The patient blinked hard. You should have heard it at that time. I wanted to give you a quick death. Your injuries were too severe, and I didn't want to pay a high price. In the end, you still died. Li began to talk about his thoughts at that moment. However, the winged knights want to save him. They want to see how much damage I can heal. I saved you because I wanted to see my medical skills. The patient's eyes were fixed on the canopy, and he could not calm down. His life and death depended on what the winged knights thought. Thank the winged knights. Don't think too much. Since you're alive, think about the future. I paid a huge price to save you. You have to make it up to me. Li smiled, patted the patient's arm, and got up to leave. Dongzhu, there are a lot of people outside. They want to buy kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Songda happily came over in his new clothes. Sell it and advertise it. From tomorrow onwards, kerosene lamps will be sold for 120 grams and thermos bottles will be sold for 240 grams. Li knew why there were so many people buying kerosene lamps and thermos bottles today. Many people hope to use good things in the new year, and they bought these things for the new year. This was especially true for those who learned how to grow vegetables in greenhouses. They had earned money this year and wanted to buy more. After the new year, taxes began to be collected on vegetables in greenhouses. Dongzhu, did the price increase because of taxes? When other merchants pay taxes, will the price of the goods increase and pass the losses to the buyers? Songda considered the problem from a different perspective than before. When the price of some goods increases because of taxes, other goods will increase after a period of time. Li seemed to have planned for this. He continued, there are two ways to solve it. One is administrative intervention to limit the price, and the other is for the market to adjust itself to achieve balance. If everyone increases, how can it be adjusted? Money will be worthless. Songda found the problem. More money will be worthless. The total amount of money will not change, and there will be inflation in the short term. Later, because people can't afford it and have no money, their purchasing power will decrease. They can only sell things at a lower price. This is called deflation. If merchants would rather let things rot than sell them at a lower price, the result will be an economic crisis. Seeing that Songda was willing to learn, Li explained patiently. Songda forgot to sell kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. He found a place to sit down, took out a notebook and pen from his pocket, and jotted down the key points. Li Chengqi came over at this time. He listened to Li Yi's explanation and looked at Songda's notes. He was not in a hurry to talk. He sat there and listened. The real economic crisis is not absolute supply exceeding demand, but the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few people. Our Tang dynasty is based on agriculture. When grain is abundant and the price of grain decreases, it can only mean one thing. Li paused. What's the problem? Li Chengqi asked naturally. Foreign trade is not good enough, and industrial development is flawed. When there is too much grain, we can raise more livestock and poultry. Adjusting the industrial structure and rationally allocating resources is an ability that the upper class of a country must have. It must be discovered early, prevented early, and implemented early. The Tang dynasty is doing a good job now. It regulates the ratio of planting and breeding in each person's field. Li briefly explained the solution to the problem of grain prices hurting the farmers. Grain prices are too expensive, and it hurts the people, Li Qingqi said from a different perspective. Therefore, there must be financial subsidies. This is the purpose of collecting taxes. In the process of adjustment, we can use subsidies to get through the adjustment period. Li Yi began to talk about the problem of grain prices hurting the farmers. He told the two that when grain prices are cheap, the country will subsidize the farmers. The price of grain does not change, and other people's food will still be cheap. In this process, we can use grain to breed and brew wine in large quantities. When the grain supply decreases, the subsidies will be removed to maintain the balance. This is the meaning of the existence of the imperial court. The leader is chosen from the earliest people, and the purpose is to let the leader live a good life. Now, we are not choosing a leader, but a change of dynasty. Whoever is in that position will shoulder the mission of leading the people to live a good life. Li Yi did not say that a complete market economy did not exist in the world. Every country needs administrative intervention. Otherwise, why would they choose you to be the leader? That's all for today. Let's go and sell some things. Li looked at Songde. Yes, they are still waiting. Songde kept his notebook and ran away. Brother Yi, let me ask you. You have an agreement with the Khitans. What's the next step? Li Qingqi came with a question. In the new year, when everyone starts to work, they must come up with policies. What was not clear was Li Yi's economic and cultural exchange with the Khitans. This was definitely not Li Yi's matter. It involved the Tang dynasty and the Khitans. Should they make peace or fight, the officials had to know in their hearts. The next step is trade. From here, go a little north. Go through the grassland. After going through the grassland, you will reach the Khitans. The road is easy, and you can pull a sleigh. Li pointed to the north. He wanted to take the route from Inner Mongolia to Liaoning and go around Shaanxi. The winter road in Shaanxi was not easy to travel, and at the same time, it would not achieve his goal. Who will lead the team? Li Qingqi hesitated. Go around the grassland? That was now the territory of the Turkic Khaganate and not the Chanyu Protectorate. It was outside the Great Wall, and it was dangerous. I will go. Li pointed to himself. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please go back to the starting point to subscribe. Chapter 601. No, no. Brother Yi, it's too dangerous there. Besides, you can't leave Chang'an. Li Qingqi's hair stood on end. He didn't expect Li Yi to go out personally. What a joke. Sending Brother Yi out was a waste of talent. Brother Yi should stay in Zhuangzi. Then, if anyone has any questions about national policy, they can ask Brother Yi. Have you ever seen a prime minister go out instead of court? I'm not going, but others can't. Economic war is not easy. Li Yi insisted. I know. It's written in Guanzi that Guanzhong used economic war to defeat other countries time and time again. He found someone to learn from. Li Qingqi took out the book Guanzi, which wrote about Guanzhong's economic war against Lu, Hengshan, and Chu. When he attacked Chu, he said that he used money to buy silk cloth. Then, the people of Lu stopped farming and planted mulberry trees, silkworms, and woven silk cloth. Then, Qi continued to buy silk cloth. In the end, when Lu ran out of food, Qi cheated Lu. When they attacked Hengshan, which didn't exist in the spring and autumn period, it was said that Guanzhong knew that Hengshan's weapons were good and bought them at a high price. All of Mount Heng Nation's soldiers were forging weapons, and there was no one to farm. They couldn't eat, and the state of Qi had once again cheated Mount Heng Nation. They said that they bought deer from Chu at a high price and sold large amounts of food to Chu at a low price. Chu reared deer and didn't grow food. When Chu ran out of food, Qi cheated Chu. Li Yi knew these stories. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother, that's just a story. It's fake. Where did Qi get so much money to support a country's main industry? Which country made money and kept it? Instead of spending it, they raised deer, forged weapons, and weaved silk cloth. I said that they bought wormwood at a high price, but the people of the capital government stopped farming and focused on wormwood. The currency of the spring and autumn period was a mess. It was made of bronze. Where did she get the money? Li Yi told Li Qingqi not to listen to stories. The stories were just a train of thought. The real situation didn't exist. Now, people still used eggs and bamboo baskets to exchange for things. Silk cloth was also used as money. Copper coins weren't enough. When people made money, they had to spend it. How could they keep it? How long would it take to grow mulberry trees and silkworms? How many silkworms were produced in a year? During this process, the state of Qi had been providing food, and then suddenly ran out of food. In other words, the state of Qi had so much money that it allowed the state of Lu to destroy their fields and plant mulberries on a large scale and to breed silkworms. At the same time, the state of Qi could also sell grain to the state of Lu at a low price, supporting the daily food and drink of the people of the state of Lu. Since your kingdom of Qi is so awesome, why don't you just go ahead and do it? Just think about it, if the kingdom of Qi were to do that, how many times more productive would it be compared to other countries? Behind productivity was production technology. When production technology was used, it would drive military technology. Ah! Can't I? Li Qingqi felt that he would be able to understand economic warfare after watching Tube. Economic warfare is driven by simple transactions, but it's not simple transactions. There had to be a process where both sides gained and lost from the trade. The overall profit was a lot, and it was called a trade surplus. It meant that one was taking advantage of others. If the overall profit was low, it would be called a trade deficit and others would take advantage of it. In a trade deficit, a large amount of resources will be lost, and the strength of the country will weaken. This is usually accompanied by the depreciation of the external currency, but the internal currency will inflate. Li Yi explained the trade relationship between countries to his elder brother. The loss of resources is a trade deficit. Li Qingqi summarized. No, if it's just exporting goods and not enough to buy other people's goods, it will be a trade surplus on the account. If I tell them that there are good iron ore and coal mines in that place, they will mine them in large quantities. When they sell to the Tang dynasty, it will be a trade surplus. The food they buy from the Tang dynasty is enough to eat, and the people can still live a good life. When Li Yi was talking, he thought of a small island country. The people who sold bird poop were actually phosphate mines. There was a time when the people were very rich. The people on the island used to be skinny, but since they became rich, they all became fat. Later, when they were almost sold and had no money, they were not used to living a good life. I can't tell you, Brother E. You must not tell me. Do you know where else there are mines? It's best if it's somewhere near Chang and in the Tang dynasty. Tell me. Li Qingqi knew that coal was good, not to mention iron ore. How can he tell the enemy? So I have to go to Khitan and solve the problem in Bohai. Li changed the topic. No. Li Qingqi continued to shake his head. Let's not talk about safety first. How long will it take to go there? The last time he went to Luoyang, Chang, and felt that there was no backbone. Fortunately, the situation this year was more serious because of the locust plague last year. As for the tax collection, Bai Gu was thinking about the money, but he could not come up with a perfect way to do it. If there was a loophole somewhere, the Ministry of Revenue would think of a way to make up for it. If they thought of a wrong way again, it would delay things. Brother E stayed in Zhuangzi. He could ask him anything. Then we can only let their people follow us. First, send some things to the border and smuggle some to exchange for money. Li Yi temporarily dismissed the idea of going out and prepared to carry out another plan. Anyway, any plan would work. The effect was different, so he could change it. Brother, tell the Khitan envoy that the 390 members of the Economic and Cultural Exchange Team in Li family Zhuangzi, as well as their relatives, will be taken out from the people of the Tang dynasty who were captured by them. Now I want the team members to come back and perfect the follow-up plan. Li Yi told Li Qingqi another thing. Back then, they had agreed that the safety of the team members must be guaranteed. At the same time, they could withdraw at any time. Now, the team members of the Tang dynasty were the people of the Tang dynasty who were captured by them. There were 390 people. Their relatives were there to play, so they had to be brought back. There were 390 captives here. In exchange, the captives could also be transferred to the team members of the Khitan team and brought back with their relatives. Ah! Li Qingqi was confused. Team members can be like this? It was impossible for the other party to agree. The people who were captured were the private property of the people in each place. Brother Yi, I'm afraid this exchange of captives is not appropriate. Li Qingqi shook his head. Why is it not appropriate? Li Yi was puzzled. The number of captives is different. With their families, there are more captives. Li Qingqi said with a look that said, you don't even know this. I've taught 390 people skills. What did the Khitans teach us, the Tang dynasty people? 390 people can grow bean sprouts. Did the Khitans teach the people of the Tang dynasty how to grow bean sprouts? Li Yi's sophistry made others feel that he was right. They won't agree. Li Qingqi judged others from his own perspective. If it were him, he would not do it. I don't expect them to agree. Let's contact them first. We'll discuss the number of captives later. There's also the follow-up plan. Li Yi also understood that others would be fools if they felt uncomfortable. You said that 390 people in exchange for 390 households, and they would exchange with you. He said, if we go and come back, it will be April or May. I've already arranged everything. If I go there myself, it'll be easy. No, let's do it according to the difficult plan. Li Qingqi firmly stopped him again. Chapter 602. The price is going to increase. The prices of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles will increase by 20% tomorrow. Hurry up and buy it. If you buy it today, you can resell it tomorrow for 110 yuan. It's still a huge profit. I'll buy one for my brother in Fuping County. He can't make it today. When Songda announced the price adjustment for tomorrow, many people who wanted to buy one set immediately requested to buy 3 sets. The news spread quickly. Those who did not plan to buy it did not hesitate to buy it when they heard that the price had increased by 20%. Some businessmen even bought 10 sets at once. One set represented 1 kerosene lamp and 1 thermos bottle. In the imperial city, a banquet was held in the palace at noon. Everyone ate and drank before leaving. Those who left today were on annual leave. Those who wanted to visit relatives went to visit relatives, and those who wanted to build connections. There were only 2 months left until the imperial examinations. This was the last chance. Those who did not have a place quickly went to attend. Those like Li Bai, whose household registration was not in the country, had to attend the imperial examinations. Those who wanted to get promoted through another channel would take advantage of the imperial examinations to select talents. Go and take a look at those who are willing to join the Li family Zhuangzi. They can write a children's song with snow as the theme. Li Yi decided to give those who did not have the right household registration and other aspects a chance. Write a children's song to test their talents. If they felt that they were good enough, they would be exempted from the imperial examinations. Take other people's paths. Those people were troublesome and might not be useful. Even if you found the connections of the Ministry of Revenue, are you sure that he would arrange an official position for you? He could only recommend people to the higher ranks. It was good that he was here. He could think of a way. Li Yi felt that he should be selected for the imperial examinations. There might be some talented people who could not take the imperial examinations directly. He had a deep impression of Zhang Yuan during the Song dynasty. His name was not originally Zhang Yuan. He later changed his name to get closer to Li Yuanhao. There was another person who said that his surname was Hu and changed his name to Wu Hao. Wasn't that Yuan Hao? Zhang Yuan took the imperial examinations, but he was removed from the imperial examinations. He was unhappy and did not have any thoughts of loyalty to the emperor. He went to join Li Yuanhao. After that, he contributed to the Battle of Hao Shui Chuan and defeated Han Qi. After the Battle of Song, he lost many soldiers and generals. Zhang Yuan used his own achievements to give Zhao Zhen and the other officials a tight slap in the face. Li Yi felt that there were such people in both the Song dynasty and the Tang dynasty, especially those from the Tang dynasty who went to Tubo to give advice to others. He wanted to choose the good ones. As for those who were not capable, they could go wherever they wanted. Of course, he didn't care about literary talent, unless the other party was willing to specialize in literary work. That was the arrangement. Songda was selling kerosene lamps and thermos bottles while Deputy Manager Sun Xian was in charge of spreading the news. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi on the east bank of Ba River was willing to recommend outstanding talents. Dong Zhu was the Guanglu Daifu and the accompanying army deputy captain. At the same time, he attached the questions given by Li Yi and asked them to answer according to the questions. Li Dongzhu from the Li family Zhuangzi wants to recommend someone. Will you go? On the road next to Heavenly World, several students had just received the news. No. He only has money, hot air balloons and gunpowder. He doesn't have any real power. For example, we can look for Prime Minister Liu. Prime Minister Liu has a lot of people in Chang'an. We can use their connections to see if Prime Minister Liu likes us. Yes, it's better to look for someone with real power. The group of students walked away while talking. Yao Chong and the others who were about to go in for dinner looked at Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan was looking at the students. He had seen their faces just now, but now he had to remember their figures. Hurry up and go upstairs. Li Yi has raised the price. Bai Gu urged. He was the one who invited them. They had dinner at Heavenly World and talked about the price increase of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. When they arrived at the private room, Zhang Yuan looked outside and shook his head. Li Yi finally showed his kindness. I wonder how many people will be indebted to him. There should be someone who will guide the people who think highly of him to submit an invitation to Li family Zhuangzi. Wei Zhigu said. He was referring to those people who knew about Li Yi's situation. If someone sent an invitation to them, they would need to use their connections. Since Li Yi wanted them, they should give it a try. As long as Li Yi said yes, there would be no problems. They would be able to meet the emperor. They would not be afraid in front of the emperor. They would become officials. Regardless of which channel it went through, it would eventually reach His Majesty. The person who could influence the emperor the most was Li Yi. He sold a lot of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles today. How can we check the accounts? Bai Gu did not want to talk about other people's business. He knew that money was coming. He had heard that some people would buy 10 bottles at once. One bottle would cost 80 liang, and 10 bottles would cost 800 liang. Li family Zhuangzi should be able to sell a few thousand bottles today, right? If they were lucky, the Ministry of Revenue would have an extra 200,000 to 300,000 liang. The problem now was the exact number. What if Li Yi did not admit that he had sold so many bottles? What if she found that he had falsified the accounts? Wait. When it's time to go to work, Li Yi should hand in the accounts. Yao Chong was calm. He was just surprised by Li Yi's selling methods. When he said that the price would be increased tomorrow, the number of bottles sold today increased sharply. Those who were in a situation where they could buy or not bought. I'm afraid that those who did not buy today will scold Li Yi. Some of them are not in Chang'an and are in other counties. They will not be able to come here in time. When Bai Gu was thinking about earning tax money, he thought that Li Yi was too anxious. He thought that Li Yi sold so many bottles for him and gave the Ministry of Revenue a good start. However, his methods were not good enough and forced others to spend money on the day. The assassination of the Tubo people did not succeed. I think that Li Yi will not let that happen. He will definitely make up for it. Zhang Shua did not care if Li Yi was scolded or not. He was wondering if Li Yi still wanted more horses. The Tubo people might not give them to him. Lu Huaishan took a sip of warm water and said, "The Tubo people sent people to compete. The leader's leg was broken by his own people." Li Yi did not agree to it. There should be a result after the new year. There are many things surrounding Li Yi every day. The Khitan envoys exchanged documents. What will Li Yi do with this? Yao Chong pulled on the string of the bell, indicating that the waiter could serve the dishes. He was guessing what Li Yi would do next. He had never seen such an erratic way of doing things. Especially when it came to external strategies. He was not used to it. Let's see how the Turks react. Will the Turks attack the Khitans? The Turks have an endless civil war. Zhang Shua thought that it was a ploy to sow discord. Otherwise, if economic and cultural exchanges could not be used, how could they really communicate? The road was so long. What could the other party sell and what did they need? The vegetables are here. There are a lot of vegetables in the greenhouses this year. The vegetables sold today will have to be taxed. Baigu had already sent people to check on the daily quantity of vegetables in the greenhouses. Today, there were people guarding the two markets. At the same time, he sent people to guard the greenhouses. In the future, the greenhouses would have to record the daily shipments. When the market prices were out, they would collect 1/10 of the taxes based on the recorded quantities of each type of vegetable. Before the new year, he hoped that people would buy less vegetables. After the new year, he hoped that the vegetables in the greenhouses would grow better and better so that more people would buy them. The Tubo people who were mentioned went to attend the court meeting. They were all listless. They returned to the Honglu temple and sat there worrying. Things had happened. When the festive atmosphere of the new year gradually disappeared, they did not know what Li Yi would do. Chapter 603. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. On the second day of the first lunar month, many people were greeting each other at the head of the Ba River Bridge. The people who set up the stalls were gone. They probably spent the new year at home or went to sell elsewhere. There were many people at the head of the bridge. They came here to drink soup. Some people went to visit relatives from Chang and in horse carriages or ox carts. Most of the carriages were rented by the Li family Zhuangzi. Most of the carriages had 2 wheels so that it was convenient to carry goods. Those with 4 wheels could only run on the official road of the capital office. It was strenuous to run on the small roads and it was easy to overturn. There were also people who went to Chang and from Lantian County or further east. They had fewer carriages. Some people walked through the night and only arrived at the head of the Ba River Bridge now. They all ran to the head of the bridge to drink the free soup, especially those who walked here by themselves. They were tired, cold, and thirsty. Those who went out of Chang and took this road purely for luck. It was unknown who spread the rumor that one would have good luck if he drank the free soup of the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi disguised himself and also stayed at the head of the bridge. He was waiting for someone to write a children's song and send it to him. In the end, after waiting for 2 hours and copying a medical book of 3,000 words, he didn't see a single student who sent the children's song. I'm just a secondary class, second-rank official. Why am I so unwelcomed? I'm giving you a chance. Can't you seize it and cherish it? Li Yi stopped writing and rubbed his wrist. He was depressed. Li Dongzhu, why don't you continue to receive patients? Guo who was in charge of protecting Li Yi, suggested. No, I'm too busy. I was busy before. I almost delayed one of them. Li Yi shook his head. Previously, he received 5 patients a day. When he went out, the imperial physicians of the Imperial Medical Department came and went to save them. They almost died. From then on, he stopped. He couldn't let the patients die in Zhuangzi. Some of the families of the students in Zhuangzi were old and passed away, but they weren't too sad. They thought that the elders had a good life in their last days. It was their birthday. Normally, if someone in Zhuangzi fell sick, they wouldn't die. Moreover, with good hygiene, a good life, and a good mood, it was not easy to fall sick. Li Dongzhu organized a skating competition. Guozi helped him think of something again. Big Brother has specially set up an ice rink somewhere else. He doesn't even come over. It's very difficult for outsiders to enter Zhuangzi now. Li Yi was still depressed. He felt that Zhuangzi was a big cage. If the villagers had a bit of status, they would definitely have someone to protect them when they went out, let alone when they went out. If the people outside had any problems, they could settle it on the other side of the bridge. Ice skating required a venue. Zhuangzi was out of the question. There were too many people, and it would take a lot of effort to check. Therefore, they built an ice rink in another place and organized activities. If you want to travel to the Zhang family village, you can't wait to check your 8 generations of ancestors. In the end, even more rich people went there. Most of them brought their children over and left the children in the Zhang family's village to take care of them for a day. The parents were concerned about their children's safety. They left their children at Zhang family village and went off to discuss matters on their own, or whether it was a man or woman. Steward Song, look, my house is far away and I can't not spend the new year at home. I rushed to the place to buy kerosene lamps. How did it become 120 kerosene lamps? Songda was selling luxury goods. Some people were complaining and expressing their dissatisfaction. What they meant was that they came from far away, and it should still be 100 kerosene. Dongzhu said that 120 kerosene is not expensive. We still have to pay taxes, and we can't earn much. Songda explained to the other party. How can Li Dongzhu be like this? He has increased the price. I'm not buying any more. 120 kerosene. How many years is that enough to buy candles? Li Dongzhu has changed. Everyone, wait for him to lower the price. He saw that there were many people buying, so he raised the price. He's a bully. Several people were talking, and those who wanted to buy hesitated. Guozi looked and frowned. Li Dongzhu, someone is up to no good. It's okay. Li wrote some words on a piece of paper and handed it to Guozi, asking him to help him deliver it to Songda. Songda took the paper and looked at it. He spat twice and stuck the top part of the paper to the edge of the table. The weather was cold, and it quickly froze. I'll buy it. 120 kerosene lamps and 240 kerosene bottles. 1 for each. I'll buy 2 of each. Here's the money. 20. 20 of the same. They're all ready. You want to buy copper coins and silk? I don't have that many coupons. In an instant, the voices of opposition disappeared, and everyone began to buy. Because it was written on the paper, after the 15th of the first month, the price of kerosene lamps will be raised to 150 kerosene bottles and 300 kerosene bottles. With this sentence, everyone had the desire to buy. They felt that as long as they waited for another 10 days, they could sell the kerosene lamps for 140 kerosene bottles and make 20 kerosene bottles. Li Dongzhu, do you keep raising the price like this? Guozi said with a bitter face. While he admired Li Yi's methods, he was also worried. If it was too expensive, there would be fewer people who could afford it. Only a small portion of people would buy it. In February, my price will drop to 80 kerosene bottles and 160 kerosene bottles. Li Yi smiled and shook his head. Then the people who bought before will hate you. Guozi felt that if he were in his shoes, he would have the heart to kill someone. No, the people who bought before will feel that their luck is good. When others want to buy from them, they won't sell. Li Yi was still smiling and shaking his head. Why? Guozi felt that Li Yi was sick because he couldn't find people who would come to pay him a visit. Because there are serial numbers at the bottom of the glass of the kettle and kerosene lamps. When Zhuangzi comes out with new things, only people with these serial numbers can buy them. Others have money and won't sell. No matter how much money they have, it has to be the people who buy it now who bring their things over and record the serial number. Li Yi threw out another sales method, just like when he bought a car. After owning the car for a few years, one would be qualified to buy a new car of the same brand. Not only would the old car not depreciate, but it would also appreciate. Guazi, he finally understood why Li Dongzhu always donated money. He donated tens of thousands of kerosene bottles, hundreds of thousands of kerosene bottles. It was really too easy for Li Dongzhu to make money. When he had no money, he just thought about it and casually threw out something, and a lot of money came in. Li Dongzhu, you should be the Minister of Revenue. Guazi said from the bottom of his heart. I'm not going. I'm too tired and have too many things to worry about. I think old Bai is now thinking about how to get money from me. In the past, he was a cheerful old man. Ever since he became the Minister of Revenue, he looked at everyone as if they owed him money. The Li family Zhuangzi cooperated with the people of the counties to build the greenhouses. The Minister of Revenue's people didn't even celebrate the new year and ran over to count the number of goods. Ha ha ha. Li Yi said as he laughed. Ha ha ha. Guazi also laughed. Only by following Li Yi can he hear someone ridiculing the Minister of Revenue. It's still impossible to collect taxes from all sides. The people groomed by the Ministry of Revenue have to go down to the localities and teach them how to operate. The local big families have connections with the local government, and the local government might not collect taxes. The follow-up restrictions have to be implemented. Some officials can't be promoted. The amount of taxes collected has nothing to do with them. They have to be given a chance to be promoted. Li Yi turned his head and talked about the problem of human nature. Policies are ultimately implemented by people. When interests are affected, it depends on who can gain more benefits. Otherwise, there are policies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. Chapter 604. As soon as Li Yi said "Old Bai," a carriage came over, followed by 4 guards on horseback. The carriage stopped, and 2 servants got out, followed by Bai Gu. Bai Gu was wearing casual clothes, holding a whole wheat bun in his hand. He went straight to the place that provided free soup and said loudly as he walked, "I'm poor, I don't have money to make soup. Drink a bowl for free, thank you Li Dongzhu." Li Yi, Bai Gu didn't see him, so he said it on purpose, and then let someone pass it to his ears. "Old Bai, I have free wheat rice, mixed with bran, do you want to eat?" Li Yi couldn't help but ask. Ha! Bai Gu was shocked and turned to look at Li Yi. It took him a while to recognize him. He scooped the soup and brought it over. "Xiao Yi, how did you become like this?" Bai Gu looked at Li Yi. Li Yi's mouth was covered with a beard. Being the real me for once. Li Yi reached out to adjust the beard. Bai Gu didn't understand the relationship between the beard and the real Li Yi. He lowered his head and looked at the soup. "Today's soup is good, there's pickled cabbage in it." He took a sip and found that the taste was really good. "I made too much pickled cabbage stewed with bones." Everyone found that if they ate it all, there would be leftovers, so they just ate a little and added water to the rest for others to drink. Li Yi explained why there was pickled cabbage in the soup, then sighed. "The villagers can't even compare to others when it comes to eating." Guazi agreed. "They eat too much meat. The people of the Tang dynasty should have time to raise more chickens." The Ministry of Revenue plans to add a new department dedicated to collecting taxes. It will be separated from rent collection and transfer, all the way to the county. Bai Gu didn't study the Li family Zhuangzi's life. Others couldn't learn how good it was. He said that he wanted to set up a tax department under the Ministry of Revenue. From the Ministry of Revenue to the various prefectures and counties, they came to ask Li Yi. If it didn't work, they would think of another way. The Ministry of Revenue is directly in charge. It has a lot of power and independence, but does it count if it's linked to the achievements of local officials? Without the benefits of the local government, it would be difficult to collect taxes. Now, not all of the taxes collected were handed over to the imperial court. A portion of the taxes would be collected by the local governments, the counties, and the prefectures. The more taxes they collected, the more money they could spend. At the same time, it proved that the officials were capable. The imperial court was directly under the jurisdiction of the national tax, not the local tax. How could the local tax be linked to the achievements of the officials? The Ministry of Revenue is training personnel to be proficient in the use of triple coupons, as well as the use of red and blue pencils and carbon paper. Baigu asked Li Yi about the arrangements for these people. Send them to the state capital and transfer people from the state capital and the counties below to learn from the staff of the Ministry of Revenue. The people of the Ministry of Revenue will be responsible for auditing the accounts and teaching other people how to keep accounts. Li Yi gave the people currently studying in the Ministry of Revenue an independent position and did not participate in the specific process of collecting taxes. Baigu nodded slightly and looked at the people fighting to buy kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. We still have to wait for a year. Why are they in a hurry to buy when the prices have increased? Because the prices will increase in a few days. Guozi answered from the side. His position was special. He was a sixth-rank official, but he did not need to give face to any officials other than the emperor. The other officials usually did not interact with the winged knights, much less with Guozi. Keep increasing. In the end, there will be fewer people who can buy them. Baigu asked the same question as Guozi. Guozi answered, wait for a while. He told them about the right to buy Li Yi's new set of good products. When he looked at Baigu, he shook his head slightly. What he meant was, you didn't expect this, did you? Baigu, Xiao Yi, why don't you be the Minister of Revenue? Baigu said the same thing as Guozi. Old Bai, you can still appoint the Minister of Revenue now. If you resign, it will be up to the Emperor to decide who will be the Minister of Revenue. Li Yi observed Baigu's expression. He was looking to see if Baigu was sick. According to the information, Baigu was going to fall sick and die this year. The specific time was not mentioned. In any case, it was this year. Baigu felt uncomfortable being stared at and changed the topic. The promotion of local officials cannot be calculated by taxes alone. Otherwise, I am afraid that taxes will be imposed. Speaking of this, he was familiar with this. In the past, he had always written to stop the officials who were directly appointed by the emperor to the secretariat. After that, they were removed and appointed again. It was not until Li Longji killed a bunch of people, including Princess Anil, that most of the officials who were previously appointed were dealt with again. There were also exiled officials who were promoted outside of the 9th rank. In the past, if one was good enough, he could directly promote them to the lower 9th rank. His suggestion was that exiled officials also had 9 ranks. Similarly, they would be tested 1 rank at a time. Otherwise, exiled officials would become a formality. Now, he was talking to Li Yi about the evaluation of local officials' achievements. Whoever collected more taxes would be promoted. Did the evaluation of other aspects still need to be done? Then, there would be cases where goods that could only be sold for 50 CUN would be said to be worth 100 CUN when taxes were levied. The merchants would be at a disadvantage. Li Yi gave Baigu a thumbs up. This depends on the population of a place and the amount of taxes paid. The more prosperous a place is, the more taxes it has to pay. If there are no special circumstances, if the taxes of a lower county and an upper county are more than one, there must be a problem somewhere. Either the lower county collects more taxes, or the upper county collects less taxes. Li Yi gave a way to measure. The lower county had fewer people, and the upper county had more people. The business of a place with a small population would not be as good as a county with a large population. If the business was prosperous, the population would be higher. Every year, the amount of taxes paid by each county would be recorded. When the tax was promoted, according to the size of the county and the proportion of the population, there would be a general ratio. This is a good idea. Baigu thought it would work and he was relieved. As expected, he should have come and looked for Li Yi. If there was something, he could ask in person. How troublesome would it be to write a letter? After finishing a bowl of soup, he asked Li Yi for a basket of vegetables. He left the steamed bun for Li Yi and left happily. Li Yi looked at the steamed bun. Can this still be eaten? You played with it like a toy. Yes. Guazi gave an affirmative answer. Not to mention whether Bai Gu's hands were dirty or not, even if it fell on the ground, it could still be eaten. Throw it into the soup pot. Boil it for a while and it will kill the bacteria. Li Yi said. As expected, he threw the steamed bun into the soup pot. Immediately, someone stood at the side and waited for the steamed bun to soften. This was a steamed bun. Don't move. It's mine. I saw it first. My house is far away. I can walk to Chang'an. I'm hungry. The person guarding the soup pot stopped the others from taking the spoon. No one will snatch your steamed bun. I will scoop the soup. You watch. When will the Li family Zhuangzi's food be controlled by others? The person holding the spoon pulled the person away. Sure enough, he only scooped the soup and did not even take the pickled cabbage. Bai Gu entered the city. He thought for a while and went to look for Yao Chong. He wanted to ask Yao Chong how to control the price of an item if the price kept increasing. Yao Chong was receiving people. There was a long queue at the door. Many people were not here to meet Yao Chong. They were here to meet Yao Chong's family. They were not qualified to meet Yao Chong. But if they met his family and even the housekeeper, they would be able to establish a relationship with him. Bai Gu alighted from the car and went straight in. He muttered, "There is also a queue at my house." These people are always thinking about other things in order to secure their positions. They should learn from Li Yi. As long as they are capable, they don't need to worry about their positions. That's right. Li Yi cannot be a powerful official. Chapter 605. Bai Gu left Yao Chong's residence and went home to deal with the people lining up at his house. Yao Chong didn't see any guests, so he started to think in his study. Bai Gu told him about the follow-up to the price increase of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles, but this wasn't the main point. The balance between tax collection and political achievements of officials involved the entire imperial court. The Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue had to work together to avoid the situation of local officials forcing merchants. At the Ba River Bridge next to Li family Zhuangzi, there was a long line of people buying kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Most of them were merchants, who wanted to buy them and ship them elsewhere to sell. Generally, merchants who were in a hurry to do this had shops elsewhere. If the goods were broken, they would bring the broken pieces to the shops. When they came to Chang'an to sell or buy goods, they would bring them to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for new ones. Of course, they didn't need to pay the shipping fee to preserve the reputation of the shops. The people who bought kerosene lamps and thermos bottles carefully wrapped them in fine cloth and fur to avoid breaking them. The two things that Zhuangzi brought were covered in hay, which didn't look meticulous at all. At noon, Li Yi was eating with the people of the Yuqianyo Guard at the bridgehead. The people of the Qianyo Guard carried plates and served dishes. They ate quickly outside and were afraid that the food would get cold. During the new year, among the dishes provided by the manor to the 16 guards who had been rotated here, there were more green vegetables. Usually, there was more meat to ensure that the 16 guards were willing to come on duty. When the 16 guards were on duty in their own places, they didn't eat good food. The salary they received was wheat, millet, yellow rice, and sorghum rice. If they wanted to buy something else, they could buy it with rice. They didn't have to use copper coins or silk. When the Qianyo Guard was on duty, they ate in the palace, but it didn't mean that they ate well. Recently, Li Longji had become rich, so he took out some money to let Empress Wang subsidize the harem. The money was mainly the profits from Li Chengqi and Li Yi's partnership. Li Yi didn't want it and threw it all in to continue investing. Li Chengqi had to give some money to his brothers, and Li Longji got the most. The 6 Li village grew cotton and greenhouses. Apart from using a portion, they sold the rest. The quality of the food in the palace was slightly improved, but it still couldn't compare to the Li family's Zhuangzi. The 16 guards were now rotating every 10 days. If the left and right 1,000 bull guards didn't want to change, the other guards wouldn't. Zuiyu Qian Wei took a look and realized that it only happened once every 160 days. Thus, they took action. Wei's team had a special duty at the bridgehead of Ba Bridge. The other guards were not allowed to have it, but the 1,000 bull guards could arrange for their brothers to eat as much good food as possible. Happy New Year, Li Dongzhu. Yu Jiang came over and greeted Li Yi with a smile. Li Yi returned the greeting, Brother Yu, Happy New Year. Then he added, Brother Yu, why don't we eat together? That's fine too. In that case, many thanks to Li Dongzhu. Yu Jiang didn't refuse. He went to get a tray and casually scooped out a few dishes before bringing them over. It seems that this year's New Year is not bad. Yu Jiang sat down and began to find a topic to talk about. In other words, in the east of Taihang Mountains, the locusts will come out again. Last year, some places were late, and the locust's eggs had already entered the soil. Deep plowing and soaking in water are good for dealing with the eggs, but ordinary people can't do anything about it. They can only wait for the locusts to come out. It's best to deal with them when they're young, but once they mature and form a large group, they can only be killed with smoke and fire. They can't be eaten. When Li talked about locusts, some of the locusts were still young when he brought the chickens and ducks there. At the same time, they didn't cover the sky and earth. The timing he chose was right at the crucial point. If the locusts came out again this year, the chicken, duck, and pig farmers would be happy. Yu Jiang listened carefully and remembered that this was knowledge. It would be easier for him to deal with the locusts in the future. He didn't know that it was impossible for locusts to appear in the northeast now. There were many trees, birds, and animals. The locusts could find food on their own. If there was enough food, they could be eaten by the birds. Li Dongzhu, I have a method to cure the chitons. It's about locusts. Yu Jiang followed Li Yi's words. What's the method? Li Yi was curious. Catch a large number of locusts and send them outside the area occupied by the chitons. After they are released, the locusts will form groups and eat the chitons' food. Yu Jiang gestured as he spoke. It seemed that he didn't have a good impression of the chitons. No, if the chitons don't have food, they will die. I'm currently in contact with the chitons and want to have friendly relations. The chitons have a hard life. If it wasn't for the Turks invading too much, the chitons would be better off with the Tang dynasty. I can understand their situation and am willing to help them. This way, there won't be any war and everyone can live a good life. Li Yi waved his hand and had a compassionate look on his face. Yu Jiang was stunned. He didn't know if Li Yi was speaking the truth or not. Li Dongzhu, you captured 390 of them. How are you going to deal with them? Send them back. They are soldiers. Yu Jiang asked casually. It's a misunderstanding. I'm not capturing them, I'm teaching them. I'm teaching them all kinds of things in life, especially farming. They can leave at any time. When the weather gets warmer, bring a batch of goods and they will follow back. Then, we'll trade them with the chitons and send them back. At the same time, we'll take back the captured people of the Tang dynasty. Don't go to war. War will kill people. After Li Yi finished speaking, he lowered his head and ate furiously. If he didn't eat, the food would turn cold. Yu Jiang had a lot of questions, but when he saw Li Yi's current state, he didn't say anything and continued eating. By the time Li Yi finished eating, Yu Jiang had just finished eating. After the new year, Brother Yu, don't forget to help manage the market at Quoto. If you're familiar with it, I'll find a way to arrange an official position for Brother Yu. Li put down his chopsticks and went to get a bowl of soup. He told Yu Jiang about the future arrangements. Yu Jiang quickly agreed. Okay, I've seen it before. Not bad, I can manage it well after the new year. After dealing with this matter, he changed the topic. Li Dongzhu said that he wants to trade with the chitons. The weather is warm now. What do the chitons have to trade? There's a lot of platycodon. There's also prickly old buds. The prickly old buds are the best. They're tastier than Chinese tune sprouts. Li emphasized the prickly old buds. This was a specialty of the Northeast. It was very rare in other places. What does it look like? After Li Dongzhu mentioned it, I'm hungry again, Yu Jiang said with a smile. Let me draw a picture for you. You'll know when you see it. As Li spoke, he opened the box beside him and took out a pen and paper. He used a pencil and sketched. Not long after, the picture of the prickly old buds was drawn. After thinking about it, he took out a red and blue pencil and colored the picture. Brother Yu, look, this is it. It's delicious. If you bring it to Chang'an, I'm willing to buy it for 100 renminbi per catty. Li showed the picture to Yu Jiang. As he spoke, he started to draw again. Other than these, there's also a carrot. It's also not bad. It looks like ginseng and platycodon, but it's neither. Let me draw it for you. Not long after, he drew another picture of a carrot. This one had nothing to do with carrots. It was just like how the chili plants in the Northeast had nothing to do with chili plants. They were called clematis in the Northeast. Some of them were as spicy as chili plants. Yu Jiang took the picture and looked at it again. Li Yi drew another picture of a clematis in the Northeast. Brother Yu, you might not know this, but this is my favorite. It's spicy and makes my whole body feel comfortable. It's a pity that you can't find it anywhere else. The third picture was good. Li Yi said to Yu Jiang regretfully. These are all valuable. Yu Jiang was thinking of selling them for money. He had seen all the things drawn on the picture before. He didn't expect that someone would be willing to spend money to buy them. Others don't know. If I buy them, I can sell them for a higher price. Unfortunately, that place is occupied by the chitons. The chitons themselves don't know, and I can't go there. Li Yi revealed a distressed expression. He no longer had the excitement he had when he was drawing the picture. Chapter 606. Li Yi was only feeling regretful, but Yu Jiang felt his heart ache. Money, so much money. It was just sitting there and no one wanted it. Bohai Si doesn't understand either. They occupy the largest area. Li Dongzhu, do we dry these things in the chitons? Yu Jiang wanted to send a message back. Dried bellflower and carrots will do. Old sprouts and this mountain pepper seedling won't do. It's also called clematis. Li shook his head and pointed at the two pictures. We can't transport the green ones. Yu Jiang frowned. There's a way. Canned food in porcelain bottles. We don't need porcelain bottles. Porcelain bottles are expensive. First, blanch them with boiling water. After blanching them, soak them in cold water and marinate them with salt. Although it's not as good as fresh ones, the taste can still be preserved after soaking them in water. Li casually gave a storage method. It sounded simple. However, the key was that they needed clay pots. The chitons didn't lack salt. They had salt lakes, but they lacked iron, ceramics, and tea leaves. Is there any other way? Yu Jiang was disappointed when he heard about clay pots. Of course there is. The salted vegetables in my zhuangzi can be woven into rattan baskets and lined with oil paper. They won't leak. Li gave another method. Oil paper. Yu Jiang realized that they needed something. The chitons didn't even have oil paper. Actually, I know that the chitons don't have good conditions. That's why I'm thinking of bringing what they have to me. We'll send what they don't have to them. This is called mutual exchange. If we have something that the chitons don't have, we'll give the chitons something that isn't valuable. No one will lose out, and everyone will develop harmoniously. Don't you think this makes sense? As Li Yi spoke, he drew a picture of a zhuangzi container containing shrimp oil side dishes. After thinking for a while, He wrote down the sentence famous 900 miles beyond the Great Wall, the taste suppresses the 13th floor of Jiangnan, and labeled the container as assorted side dishes. Yu Jiang sat there and took a deep breath. He then got up to serve the soup. After returning, he smiled and said, "If Li Dongzhu can really get in touch with the Khitans, when the things are shipped back, I'll also try them. Let's hope so. I'm just afraid that the Khitans won't be able to figure it out. With the two regions sealed off, it's not easy to even drink tea. The Bohai Sea does occasionally transport some tea back." After Li Yi finished speaking, he drank the soup, cupped his fists, and turned back to Zhuangzi. Qing Song came over, put the things into the box, and dragged it away. Yu Jiang sat there and looked at the 4 pictures, especially the picture of a small vegetable jar. "I can use this to pack the goods and sell them at a high price in the Tang dynasty. No, I have to send a message back. I have to agree to some economic and cultural exchange." He mumbled and kept the 4 pieces of paper. He crossed the bridge and returned to his home. Guazi found a place to write a letter and sent it to the palace. He knew that Yu Jiang was an elite spy of the Khitans. However, when he met Li Yi, his identity was exposed at their first meeting. Li Yi actually knew where coal essence and amber were produced. The Southwest didn't have them at all. In the palace, Li Longji accompanied Li Dan to eat spicy hot pot. Li Yi gave extra light to the small peppers in the greenhouse. When the peppers ripened, he would harvest them. He kept the peppers and made them into chili paste and chili powder. He didn't sell them and only gave some to Li Longji and the others. Knowing that Li Yi didn't need to use his life to exchange for food, Li Longji ate happily. During the new year, all the sacrificial ceremonies had been held and there was no court assembly. The family ate and drank. The other concubines, Zhaoi, and talented people didn't come. Empress Wang was there. She carried her son and ate by herself. The little boy saw that others were eating happily and reached out his little hand. "Ah, ah." Empress Wang picked up a carrot stick and dipped it in the clear soup. She pretended that it was ready to eat and fed it to her son. The little boy grabbed the carrot stick and slowly bit it. He felt that it was ready. "If I let you eat this spicy food, you'll cry endlessly," Empress Wang said with a smile. She gave the baby some spicy sauce a few days ago and he cried. "Sanlang, I heard that the prices of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles have increased again. Li Yi is helping the Ministry of Revenue make money." Li Dan had been a little uncomfortable recently. The weather was cold, mainly because of the low atmospheric pressure. He wanted to go to the Drunken Immortal residence to soak in the hot spring, but he wanted to bring Li Yi with him. Li Longji put 5 bunches of mushrooms in it. He wants to establish the Li family Zhuangzi brand in Baishui. If things are cheap, how can it reflect the good of Zhuangzi's products? For this year's imperial examination, we should ask Xiao Yi more about the current affairs. Noble consort Lu helped to speak up. Usually, she didn't have the power to interfere. Today, she specifically spoke up for Li Yi. "Yes, we should ask." Li Longji understood that there were 220 students in Zhuangzi who had to pass the imperial examination. There wouldn't be a problem if the current affairs were revealed. If the questions were written from memory, it wouldn't be a pity to eliminate them if they didn't pass. A young eunuch slipped in and found Gao Lisher. He handed over a letter and quietly slipped away. Gao Lisher glanced at the letter and handed it to Li Longji. Li Longji glanced at it and read it carefully. After reading it, he handed it to Li Dan. "Brother Yi has made a move. The Khitan spies he kept finally came in handy." Li Dan read it and handed it to noble consort Lu. At the same time, he said, "Zhuangzi wants to sell oil paper. He can make a lot of money." Noble consort Lu read it and handed it to Empress Wang. She said, "It's hard for that child. What kind of people does he have to deal with all day? I heard that Yao Chong and Bai Gu are very rude to him." Li Longji smiled and nodded. He knew what was going on with Yao Chong and Bai Gu. Yao Chong was naturally unhappy that his power was taken away. Bai Gu wanted to make more money for the Tang dynasty by being the Minister of Revenue. In the past, the Minister of Revenue could only rob the East Wall to pay the West Wall. Now that there was a way to make extra money, he had to keep an eye on it. If he didn't become the Minister of Revenue, he would treat Li Yi differently. Uncle wants to give the Khitans some benefits first. As long as the Khitans can benefit from the business, they will inevitably change their strategy towards the Tang dynasty. When they have money, they can't buy iron and food. Instead, they will buy luxury goods for the tribal leaders. The money will come back again. It looks like both sides are benefiting, but in fact, the production of luxury goods will take less time, and the digging and processing of wild vegetables will take more time. Empress Wang analyzed from another perspective. Once the situation was opened, the relationship between the Tang dynasty, the Khitans, and the Turks would change. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't lose out. The luxury goods he sold were not available to others, so the price was high, but he didn't have the money to make the materials. The luxury goods that the Li family Zhuangzi made in 2 hours were sold to the Khitans. It would take 100 Khitans a day to make them. If they exchanged like this for a long time, it would affect the Khitans' work in other areas. It might seem like a small amount, but they might not be able to exchange for anything in the future. For example, let the Khitans pick pine nuts, hazelnuts, or wild walnuts, and let them grow soybeans. Li Longji nodded. When they are short of food, Brother Yi will exchange for them. Why would you give them food if they are short of food? Noble consort Lu couldn't understand. She thought that if the Khitans were short of food, they could starve to death. That way, the Khitans will be completely relieved and know what they are short of. The Li family Zhuangzi will give them everything. Once they get used to it, they will be controlled. Empress Wang had a strategic mindset. The first time the Khitans were short of food, they didn't exchange for food, and some people starved to death. The Khitans understood that they wouldn't be able to use the same trick against them in the future. Chapter 607. In Baifu Palace, Empress Wang thought that the enemy was short of food. This was the best strategy. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Guizi asked Li Yi the same question. Li Dongzhu, if the Khitans lack food after the exchange, are you willing to sell food to them? Guizi thought about the Khitans' living habits and winter environment. Every winter, some of the Turks, Khitans, Tubo, and Bohai Si would freeze and starve to death. The Khitans don't lack food. I will give them in advance so that they won't notice the lack of food. Once they are short of food, they will definitely be vigilant. Counting on the enemy to be a fool only shows that you are a fool. Li Yi's way of doing things was different. He gave directly and sent the key items over on a daily basis. You will also give them to Kahanzu. The Kahanzu that Guizi mentioned was Bohai Si, the regime established by De Zhuorong. The main ethnic group in the regime was the Sumoy Mo. The current state was called the Jin state. They were accumulating strength and making friends with the Tang dynasty on the surface. Give them. They all need trade. Without trade, I can't get in touch with them. Our Tang dynasty can't transfer troops to attack them now. The northeast has many mountains and dense forests. 100,000 soldiers will have to be withdrawn in winter. Otherwise, the logistical pressure will be too great. They can still continue to run north. How long do we have to chase them? Li Yi's request was very simple. The first step was to get in touch with them. While De Zhuorong was still alive, he had to speed up the layout. They didn't have a good navy at the moment. In history, when De Zhuorong died and his son ascended the throne, his strength would be strong. He had a navy that attacked the Tang dynasty on land and water. At the same time, he also contacted the Japanese Empire to deal with the Tang dynasty. Of course, in the end, they were destroyed by the Khitans. The weak Khitans became strong. After the Tang dynasty ended and entered the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, the Song dynasty came out and the Liao dynasty was established. Guizi didn't know about history. He only felt that he was unfamiliar with this kind of war. Yes, he felt that Li Yi was waging a war, a different kind of war. He thought for a moment and said, "How long will it take to end?" End? Do you mean to kill them all or occupy them? Kill them all and wait for the Tang dynasty's navy to have more money and ships. Let's wait for 5 years. If we occupy and integrate them, we need to colonize and move the people from other parts of the Tang dynasty there. Li Yi didn't know how long it would take. Things had just started, and he wasn't a god. If the commoners go over, won't they rob them? Guazi felt that the other races were all barbaric. If I'm stronger than him, he won't snatch it from me. Wait for me to finish making the gun. The iron we have now is not bad. I'll make a good furnace and blow air into it to make steel. Li Yi also had plans for war weapons. If the steel of the flintlock gun was not good, the barrel would explode. If he didn't want it to explode, he could only increase its thickness. It was dead heavy, and he still had to carry gunpowder and bullets. Other than the advantage of shorter training time compared to archery, there were no other advantages. Li Dongzhu, is the gun you're talking about the same as the one you're using? Guazi knew how powerful a sniper rifle was. In theory, yes, but it's not that powerful. Wait a little longer. I need to improve the smelting and processing techniques. Li Yi knew that Guazi wanted to have a good gun, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it. In short, I just want to protect you. I don't know anything else. Guazi temporarily gave up the idea of learning all of Li Yi's skills. He was very willing to learn. Now, he could calculate and draw, and he could do them well. However, he realized that Li Yi knew a lot of things. Before he could understand one, a new one appeared. Before he could learn the technique, strategic arrangements suddenly appeared. If he didn't stay by Li Yi's side, he wouldn't know how ignorant he was. Yu Jiang finally sent someone to deliver the letter in the middle of winter, and the New Year holiday was over. The next time it was lively would be on the 15th day of the first lunar month, and there would be lanterns then. Bai Gu went to work. He actually went to work every day, took a look, and then went home. Today was the 8th day of the first lunar month, and it was a 7-day holiday. Many people still hadn't recovered from the holiday atmosphere, and they were lazy when they went to work. Did Li family Zhuangzi give the money? Is there a ledger? Bai Gu had just entered the office when he found someone to ask about Li family Zhuangzi's taxes. It was delivered yesterday evening. According to the ledger, a total of 695,000 taels of goods were sold in the past 7 days. As for the tax, it's now 556,000 taels. Li family Zhuangzi gave us exchange coupons with a value of 10 taels each. There's a total of 55,600 coupons, and they're all locked in boxes. It's very heavy. The assistant minister on duty last night reported the situation to Bai Gu. Li family Zhuangzi's coupons were very heavy. There were 55,600 coupons, which was more than 100 kilograms. Good, good. What about the tax for the greenhouse? Bai Gu smiled when he heard that Li family Zhuangzi had sent the money over. All of a sudden, there was an extra 556,000 taels. The Ministry of Revenue had a good time this year. Li family Zhuangzi would continue to sell in the future. As for the ledger, there was no need to look at it. With more than 500,000 taels, how could Li falsify the ledger even if he wanted to? Xiao Yi is still the best. If there's anything in the future, I will definitely help him. Even if I have to ask Her Majesty, Bai Gu muttered that he wanted to help Li Yi settle some things. As he spoke, he mentioned Her Majesty. He wanted to say that even if Her Majesty wanted to deal with Li Yi, he would also help. Suddenly, he realized that Li Yi didn't need to ask him for help. How could Her Majesty deal with Li Yi? He felt uncomfortable. The assistant minister pretended that he didn't hear the latter part of the sentence and directly answered the first part, the greenhouse that Li family Zhuangzi cooperated with 20 counties and the greenhouse that others built privately. From the first day of the first month to last night, the total amount of vegetables sold was 233,100 taels. The tax amount is 233,100 taels. Currently, it hasn't been collected yet. The ledger needs to be checked. However, the greenhouse owners have already agreed to pay the tax. They'll get a 10% discount. More than 260,000 taels in 7 days. Is it from the capital government? It's not Chang and City, but it's not a lot. Bai Gu saw that he had collected more than 200,000 taels. Compared to the Li family Zhuangzi, he felt that it was not enough. Minister Bai, not everyone can afford to eat vegetables in winter. The assistant minister reminded him. That's still not enough. I remember that the prices of vegetables these days are very expensive. Bai Gu had sent someone to ask about the prices of vegetables. Did you forget what was written in the newspaper? To preserve vegetables, such as cucumbers, cowpeas, eggplants, etc., wrap them in newspaper. The assistant minister reminded Bai Gu again. Bai Gu remembered that the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper did mention how to preserve vegetables in winter. Wrap the vegetables in newspaper and put them in a place that was not frozen but was very cold. This way, some vegetables could be stored for half a month. Therefore, the poor people prepared to have a meal during the new year. This was how they did it. They even taught people to buy cowpeas and other vegetables in advance and then blanch them or fry them. They would wrap them in oil paper and put them outside to freeze. When it was time to eat, the melted vegetables would taste slightly different from fresh ones. Of course, the people believed what was written in the newspaper. This was how they did it. When it was a few days before the new year, they would not buy the vegetables anymore. They would just eat the vegetables from the previous year. Sigh. Forget it. We can't expect to earn money from the people. Why does Xiao Yi have so many ideas? Bai Gu mumbled again. He realized that he could not complain about Li Yi's methods. Was it easy for the people to eat vegetables in winter? Chapter 608. Minister Bai, the tax collected by the Ministry of Revenue in 7 days is 182 million yuan, the assistant minister kindly reminded him again. This was more than 800,000 yuan. Last year's rent and transfer were converted into money, so it was 9.2 million yuan. The greenhouse vegetables could still be sold for many days. Even if the price dropped later, it would not be a problem to collect hundreds of thousands of yuan in tax. The Li family Zhuangzi's kerosene lamps and thermos bottles were still sold, and there was still money. We should collect business tax. Yes, Xiao Yi is good. She took the initiative to pay business tax and even suggested the idea of collecting tax. Even if the tax is 1 in 30, how many taxable transactions are there in the Tang dynasty every day? Other places. As Bai Gu spoke, he became unhappy when he talked about other things. This was Chang and City. There were many rich people in Yangzhou, Hangzhou, Suzhou, Zhou, Luoyang, and other places. Other places did not have so much money, and it was impossible for people to spend more than 100 yuan on vegetables in 7 days. In fact, the people in Chang and City spent more, but they bought it before the new year and wrapped it in newspapers or oil paper to store it. Minister Bai, we should quickly promote the collection of tax in the entire Tang dynasty. The assistant minister was even happier. No, we must promote it steadily. Don't be impatient. We can't bring harm to the merchants. As long as the merchants pay taxes normally, the Tang dynasty will have a lot of money. Bai Gu suddenly calmed down. He was scared. Money needed to go through the hands of local officials. The imperial court said to collect taxes, but the local officials had a name. What would they do? Yao Chong waved his hand and asked the assistant minister to leave. He sat down and began to write a memorial. He wanted His Majesty to strictly control the local officials and come up with a new plan. 10% tax, 20% tax, 30% tax, as long as the merchants paid the normal taxes, the Great Tang would have enough money. If the merchants were harmed because of this, would there be any eggs left after the hen was killed? Li family Zhuangzi. Brother Yi, I brought you 200 kilograms of pepper. You can eat it without worry. It's too expensive. You even feed the horse. When Li Qingqi got the pepper, the first person he thought of was Li Yi, so he sent it to him. Jiangnan East Road? Li Yi asked. It's from the southwest. We can plant it there, but not anywhere else. Li Qingqi pointed in the southwest direction. Big brother, there's a problem. This pepper is most suitable for growing in Guizhou and Rongzhou under Jiangnan East Circuit, Lingnan Circuit, and Qianzhong Circuit. Especially the Thunder Prefecture. Pepper grows like crazy there. Millions of pounds of pepper can be harvested in just 1 year. Li Yi named the most suitable place to plant pepper. Now, it was actually being planted in the southwest where there was a conflict with the southwest barbarians. Of course, it was expensive. As for Lei Zhou, which was also Hainan, at that time, he produced more than 40 million kilograms of dried pepper a year. That lousy Thunder Prefecture. Li Qingqi's eyes widened. In the Thunder Prefecture, if an official was exiled there, he would be killed. It wasn't as good as places like Yuezhou, where people had a way to survive. How many millions of caddies of pepper could be produced in a year? Li Qingqi was sweating. He was completely frightened. Pepper was very expensive. Only the Li family Zhuangzi cared about the horses and would occasionally give them a handful. If there were millions of caddies of pepper, then it wouldn't be expensive. It wouldn't make more money, unless there were restrictions on the sale. Big brother, send people to plant pepper. Otherwise, why should others sell it to us and make a lot of money? Li Yi thought of the surplus of pepper in other places, which was disadvantageous to the Tang dynasty. Yes, send people. Who should we send? You have to make it clear that it's not an exile. You have to give them medicine and floral water. There are a lot of mosquitoes there. Li Qingqi began to filter the list in his mind. He wanted the people he trusted the most and told them that he was going to plant pepper. Li thought for a while and said, "Why don't I go there? In less than a year, I can take care of the local villagers and ask them to help plant pepper." That won't do. Brother Yi, you must stay in the manor. I have someone in mind. Li Qingqi refused without hesitation. He knew that no matter where he sent Brother Yi, the local area would be under Brother Yi's control. But he couldn't send Brother Yi to Chang'an. Brother Yi was the most useful person. Moreover, Brother Yi's medical skills were the most important. If anyone fell sick and couldn't be cured, they could directly ask Brother Yi for help. It's a matter of saving lives. If Brother Yi goes out and everyone falls sick, what will happen if they die? In that case, big brother, you can arrange it. There are 2 ways to plant pepper. One is to grow seedlings and the other is cuttings. Cuttings grow faster than seedlings. Seedlings grow faster by using seeds. If you want to cuttings, you need to find pepper trees and take branches from them. I will write down the 2 methods for you, including what kind of land to plant, how to fertilize it, and how to take care of it during the growing period. In other places, it can be harvested in 4 years. In Liizhou, it can be harvested in 3 years. Li Yi said and took a pen. He wanted to write down and draw some pictures so that people could see the pictures more clearly. 3 years is enough. It's not much. Pearl culture still needs many years. Li Qingqi actually hoped that he could plant pepper this year. Fortunately, he didn't lose his mind and knew that it was impossible. He looked at Li Yi writing and drawing and sat quietly beside him drinking tea. He didn't think that Brother Yi didn't know how to plant pepper and was just blindly writing and drawing. He was thinking about how to arrange people. In 3 years, he wanted the most loyal people to go there. After 3 years, when the harvest began, should this person be transferred back or continue to stay there? If he was transferred back, he would be treated very well. Otherwise, he would be thrown away. Just like pearl culture used shellfish. After putting in the shellfish, the pearls would be produced. The stewards had agreed that after the pearls were produced, they could come back immediately if they wanted to. If they didn't, they could stay for a while. It turned out that there were so many places suitable for planting pepper, especially in Liuzhou. The local mountain people were troublesome. Why wasn't there another person like Brother Yi? Li Qingqi was worried. If he sent someone else, it would be too slow and not good enough. Big brother, you have to trust some people. If you tell them the specific problems in advance, they will have countermeasures. There are many smart and capable people. Li Yi seemed to have seen through his brother's dilemma. He was efficient in the past because he was rich. If he spent money, the mountain people would feel his friendship. Others might spend less money and achieve better results. Looking at the officials fighting for power in the imperial court now, none of them were given for free. Because those who couldn't do it had been eliminated long ago. They were not even qualified to enter the imperial court. Some people helped Li Longji to seize the throne. They were given an official position, but they were thrown away in the end. Some people felt lost. When the power they obtained was gone, they couldn't recover. Some people were capable enough. They still worked in the local area and then returned to the imperial court. This was the emperor's plan, to wash away the sand with great waves. Brother Yi, write another method about local governance. I will let someone learn it. Li Qingqi didn't know that Li Yi's thoughts were wandering. He wanted someone to do it. I will write a few methods for people to refer to. They don't need to follow the instructions completely. They can be used flexibly. Li Yi agreed. After all, the profits from pepper were obvious. Even if the annual production was 2.5 million caddies, it was still a good price in the Tang dynasty. If it was half the price, more people would buy and eat it. If it was 1/10 of the current price, people who were willing to buy it would pay at least 20 times. A pair of shoes that cost 1,000 yuan might only be bought by 10,000 people. A pair of shoes that cost 100 yuan would definitely not be bought by 100,000 people. It might be bought by 1 million people. Chapter 609. I'm not sick. Get out. Who would come here to treat people during the new year? I'm not sick. Ha ha ha. In the Ministry of Revenue, the imperial physicians who rushed over from the imperial medical department were chased out by Gu. Minister Bai, since you're not sick, why don't you allow us to examine you? The imperial physicians still wanted to examine you. They heard that Minister Bai was laughing for no reason. They were afraid that he had lost his mind. They only arrived when His Majesty sent someone to the imperial medical department. Sure enough, Minister Bai was behaving inappropriately and could not stop laughing. Come in. I heard that the imperial medical department does not have enough money. See if this money is enough. Gu led the imperial physicians into the room. The big box brought by the Li family Zhuangzi was placed here. He opened one of the boxes and revealed the money inside. I'll give you 100,000 taels. Ah! Give us money. 100,000 taels. The imperial physicians stared at the money in a daze. Are you happy? Gu asked. The leading imperial physician nodded. Yes. Do you want to laugh? Gu asked again. Yes, ha ha ha. The imperial physicians laughed, and the others laughed as well. 100,000 taels. See, you all know how to laugh when you see money. I will naturally laugh when I see money. However, I can't give you the money. Go back. Gu closed the box again. Ah! The imperial physicians were dumbfounded. How could this be? Gu asked them to leave. The imperial physicians left in a daze. They knew what illness Gu and Minister Bai was suffering from. It was similar to their own illness. However, Minister Bai's illness was happiness, while theirs was sadness. 7 days after the new year, the Ministry of Revenue received nearly 820,000 taels. The tax is really useful. The Ministry of Revenue received a lot of money. The news that Gu was not sick had spread throughout the imperial city. In the political affairs hall, Yao Chong suppressed his excitement and finished his work. He looked for Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua to have tea in the hall. He was lamenting the wealth from the tax. More than 800,000 taels could be used to do many things. Lu Huaishan was calmer. Currently, the Li family Zhuangzi is exporting a lot of goods. In the future, the taxes they pay will definitely decrease. Zhang Shua held a different view. Chang'an's other aspects of business and taxation are no worse than the Li family Zhuangzi. The 22 counties of the capital government must not be obstructed in collecting the business tax this year. Yao Chong was ready to charge. This was real money. The Li family Zhuangzi couldn't expect more in the future. There were still 2 months to harvest in the greenhouse, and some vegetables could be sold until 3 months later. The business tax for shops and large transactions was the foundation of tax collection. It was like a continuous stream of water. When collecting taxes, they faced pressure from many people who had connections in the imperial court. They were officials whose families had business dealings, and officials who were recommended by large clans. They were prepared to kill. At the very least, they had to banish those who jumped out, such as Li Zhou. We can't banish any more officials to Li Zhou. We need to send trusted people there. Li Chengqi was talking to Li Longji. He had received Li Yi's notes on pepper planting and how to deal with the local aborigines. Li Zhou, which could grow large amounts of pepper, was no longer a good place to be banished. If he threw bad officials there, they would take advantage of him or cause trouble. Li Longji flipped through the notes on governance. There was nothing interesting about pepper planting. Li Longji knew that Li Zhou was in chaos. There was a period of time when Chen Wenyu, a local official, was appointed as the provincial governor. Chen Wenyu was originally from Li Zhou, which was called He Province. In the 5th year of Xingguan's reign, he was sent to be the provincial governor for 8 years. Because he was a local, the local people accepted him more than foreign officials. He promoted the integration of the local people with the Han people. In fact, he introduced a series of city building models. The local powers were persuaded by him and built the city. As a result, many people moved to live in the city. He stayed there and wasn't transferred back. In the end, when everything was almost done, he passed away. After he died, the local people called him the God of Thunder. If other officials were to go there, it wouldn't be easy. A high-ranking official exiled by the imperial court couldn't be sent to Li Zhou to be the provincial governor. It was already very serious to send him to the south of the Yangtze River. Only a small official was sent to Li Zhou to be some county magistrate. After he went there, the real officials were all Li Zhou natives. If things went wrong, the county magistrate might die there. If he was killed, he could just say that he died of illness. Li Zhou wasn't as prosperous as it was during Li Yi's time. The main thing is to manage Cheongzhou well. Only by managing Li Zhou well can we steadily encourage the people to plant pepper there. Cheongzhou and the other provinces have many mountains and dense forests. The climate is hot. Li Longji read out what Li Yi had written. The Tang dynasty didn't manage Cheongzhou at all and left it to the locals. As long as the locals didn't rebel and no one rebelled, everything would be fine. Li Yi's idea was to develop Li Zhou. From Li Zhou to Cheongzhou and the other provinces, which was Hainan Island. What the locals didn't need were seeds and food. Just plant something there and it would grow like crazy. There were more mountain people in Li Zhou than in Cheongzhou. The situation there was like a primitive forest. What they needed the most were tools for farming and hunting. Hunting was directly related to food. At the same time, it was a method to deal with wild beasts. There were no tall buildings. There were beaches, but there were no yachts or seaside villas. Brother E said to bring a large amount of malaria medicine and distribute it to the people. Whoever has malaria should quickly take the medicine. Also, send ships to deliver a large amount of ceramics, bows and arrows. We don't have to worry about the locals rebelling with good weapons. Buy cattle and horses from other places to help the locals with their farming. The people living in the forests and mountains will learn how to farm and continue to build cities. This way, they will have protection against wild beasts. Li Chengqi wrote down everything Li Yi wrote. Now, arrange for people to transport things out of the Yellow River when it's passable. This included the cement produced by the Li family Zhuangzi. The fleet would sail along the shore to Liizhou. First, vigorously develop Liizhou and plant seedlings in Liizhou. At the same time, attract the people of Qiongzhou and other provinces to Liizhou to learn. Li Longji nodded. This is our own business. Spend money first and gradually develop. Li Longji didn't plan to hand over the pepper planting matter to the imperial court. The imperial court already had enough tax revenue. Governing the southernmost region must be reasonable. The key was money. Who would be willing to throw money in if they couldn't get any benefits? After thinking for a while, Li Longji said, "It's difficult to travel by land. We should develop water transportation." As Brother Yi said, a suitable place for pepper planting is rice that can be cooked 3 times and vegetables can be grown all year round. Navy. I want to build a navy like the Winged Knights, invincible and invincible. He strengthened his confidence. This was also what Li Yi wanted to promote. The navy could bring wealth to the Tang dynasty. At the same time, it could also contribute to the stability of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi was also thinking about ships. After he went to see the patient with the lung injury, he sat in the study and pondered. Which kind of ship should I choose? What kind of balance should the inland river ships find between big and small ships? How should I deal with the coordination between sailboats and paddle boats? Li Yi thought. He drew a picture of a ship on a piece of paper. At the same time, he looked up information and pondered which type or types to release. Actually, steam ships are the best. Steam, alas. It involves the entire industrial system. First, we need to create steam power. Then, we can think about putting it on ships. Li Yi muttered and drew another type of ship. Chapter 610. After 3 days, Li Yi finally finished his drawing. He brought a stack of drawings to the workshop and handed them to everyone. Let's work together and produce results as soon as possible. Let's start with a smaller one that can sail on the Ba River. When you have finished, the river will be developed and Zhuangzi will use it to transport goods. Li Yi was relieved after giving his instructions. He thought for a while and muttered, "Tubo is so shameless. If I don't do anything, don't they know how to apologize? Where is Songde?" Li Yi asked someone. The person shook his head. Li Yi turned and entered the monitoring room. "Where did Songde go?" "I saw the path Steward Song took just now. He should have gone to the kiln at the back." The person in charge of monitoring answered. Li Yi went to the kiln and found Songde. He gave him some instructions and Songde smiled and nodded. Just after noon, a 2-wheeled carriage from the Li family Zhuangzi arrived outside the Honglu Temple in the imperial city. The people who followed them carried a box from the carriage and placed it in front of the Honglu Temple. They then drove the carriage away quickly. There was a burning incense on the box. The passers-by looked at it curiously and smelled it. It was an incense used to drive away mosquitoes in summer. The people from the Honglu Temple came out to take a look. Not long after, the officials left one after another. No one touched the box. The other people also came out to take a look. When they saw the burning incense, an inexplicable sense of fear appeared. They each found an excuse to leave. The leader of the Tubo envoys, Bo Xia, was depressed. The box was not for anyone else and no one could touch it. But what was in the box? Quick, run. There should be gunpowder inside. The gunpowder used in firecrackers. When the incense burns to the back, there will be a loud explosion. God knows how big the explosion will be. Isinba, who was sent by the Tubo to compete, guessed. How can it explode if it is extinguished? A Tubo envoy wanted to take action. Don't touch it. It belongs to the Li family Zhuangzi. It is not the box we are waiting for. If we touch it, the Li family Zhuangzi will have an excuse to cause trouble. Isinba quickly stopped them. If anyone wanted to touch it, it should be the officials from the Honglu temple. How should we deal with it? Li Yi is coming for us. Retreat. Let's head out first and find a place. Quick. Bo Xia urged. Since they were going out at the last moment, he didn't care anymore. When the commoners noticed the situation, they all moved away. He waited and waited until the incense was extinguished. There was no movement at all. The Li family Zhuangzi's men appeared again. They circled the box a few times, shook their heads, lifted the box into the car, and left. The people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies all returned. The danger had passed and there was no explosion. Something must have gone wrong. Tubo's people also headed back. Just as they arrived outside the Honglu temple, a villager ran over with a bag in his hand, mumbling, "Let's fight, let's fight." Poof! He threw the bag at the feet of Tubo and the others. The villager suddenly sped up, as if he was trying to hide from something. "Quick, run!" Isinba shouted loudly. Whoosh! The surrounding Tubo people ran in all directions. Take me with you," said Isenbul, struggling with his crutch, and falling to the ground with a plop. He struggled to get up, and crawled some distance away. The villager who had thrown the bag ran back. He was just as suspicious as before. He circled the bag twice before picking it up and leaving. "It's fake, it's fake. It's all fake. Li Yi is just trying to scare us." Isinba lay there, thinking it through. Since that's the case, let's not bother about him in the future. The Tubo man who had returned panted heavily. No, he might do something real. The key is... Isinba thought of something else. Before he could finish speaking, the Tubo man came over. "You Tubo people have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Don't implicate us. Compensate us. Hurry up and compensate us. You've been scaring us to death. The assassination didn't succeed, and you want to pretend it didn't happen? What are you thinking? We even lost a horse last time. You should move out. Don't stay with us in the Honglu temple. We're always on tenterhooks because of you." The other foreign envoys started to criticize the Tubo envoys. Bo Qiao finally understood. He gritted his teeth, despicable. He knew that Li Yi was trying to scare all the envoys in the Honglu temple and use them to force his Tubo to compensate. There was no need for evidence for an assassination. The key was that the Li family Zhuangzi's men could torture people in the Honglu temple, but he couldn't go to the Li family Zhuangzi himself. The only thing he could be thankful for was that Li Yi didn't intend to kill anyone yet. The group returned to their own courtyard. For the time being, they couldn't hear the complaints of the other envoys. "Why don't we challenge Li Yi?" Isinba said helplessly. He wanted to wait until his leg was better. What if he doesn't agree? Bo Qiao was worried. "We'll use their men as bargaining chips. As long as he agrees to the challenge and wins, we'll release some of their men." Isinba had already made a plan. He had discussed it before coming out. He wanted to force the imperial court of the Tang dynasty to put pressure on Li Yi. Tubo would always find opportunities to rob the people of the Tang dynasty. After robbing them of their money, they would bring them back to work. The people who were robbed were not all Han Chinese. Some of them were local people of various ethnic groups. However, they were all people of the Tang dynasty. If they were robbed, they would be Tubo's slaves. If the Tang dynasty fought with Tubo and won, they would capture the other party's prisoners and exchange them with Tubo. The current problem was that Tubo captured more people than the Tang dynasty. Okay. Bo Qiao immediately wrote a letter of credence. He could only represent himself. He didn't belong to the prime minister. After handing it to the officials of the Honglu temple, Tubo's men waited. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Longji and Empress Wang brought the child over in the evening. They examined the child's body first. He didn't have any health problems and was very active. They hugged him, but he didn't agree. He struggled to get off the ground and crawled around. "Brother Yi, Tubo's envoy wrote a letter. He wants to compete with you in the name of the 200 people of the Tang dynasty who were robbed. Li Longji told Li Yi about the letter of credence he received today. Last time, Tubo formed an alliance and betrayed them. They didn't even bring the people. Why should I believe them? Li Yi curled his lips. Tubo had no credibility. This was an excuse to refuse. Li Longji lowered his head slightly. He thought and said, the officials in the imperial court have many supporters. Let them compete. If they lose, they will be beheaded. If Tubo wants to compete with me, it should be technology. Li Yi could guess that the 20,000 caddies of alcohol were almost used up. He lit the hot air balloon again and again. As long as the people of Tubo were not stupid, they would definitely understand that the key technology was missing. One was the technology of how to lift the hot air balloon. The other was the technology of alcohol distillation. Otherwise, they would know how to burn it. Is there any other way? Li Longji didn't say anything out of anger. The robbed people had a chance to come back, but the imperial court didn't agree. They were in a passive position. Let them send 200 people over as hostages. The Tang dynasty has more credibility than them. When the news is sent back, their people will come over. I have also made arrangements here. It's cold now. I have a Sherwin method, but it's not suitable for operation. Li Yi gave a method. He also knew that once the news of Tubo spread, the hat of righteousness would be put on his head. Tubo used an overt scheme. He could only use it against them. Okay. Li Longji was willing to cooperate. Third brother, tell them to put the matter of the people aside. How much money do they have? I will use money to gamble with them. Li Yi was thinking about the money brought by Tubo. If the other party paid, he would also pay. If his technology was not good, he would use it to gamble with the people. Chapter 6:11. This is simply forcing us to do something we can't do. On the 12th of January, there were still 3 days to the Lantern Festival. In the Honglu Temple, Isinba, Buizhu, and the others were working hard. There was a glass half filled with water in front of them. Li Yi gave them a question and sent them a glass quilt and half-filled glass of water. He demanded that the Tubo people could only use these two things to create a rainbow. Otherwise, they would have to compensate him with 2,500 horses, not one less. The Tubo people started to try. They tried to change the angle of the sun, but they couldn't create a rainbow. Try dripping a few drops of oil in it. A Tubo person suggested. We can only use the glass and half-filled glass of water. We can't use anything else. How can this be possible? Isinba was depressed. The competition hadn't started yet, but Li Yi had casually thrown things and questions at them, and they couldn't do anything about it. I don't think it's a psychological attack. He is doing this on purpose to tell us that the competition questions are more difficult than this and to make us back off. Another Tubo envoy guessed. 2,500 horses is the compensation for the failed assassination attempt on the Turkic Khaganate. Does this mean that as long as I have 2,500 horses, I can assassinate him once, and if I fail, I will have to compensate him with horses, 2,500 horses that haven't been castrated? Where can we find them? He even asked us to send 200 people over as hostages. He just doesn't want to compete. Can we see a rainbow with half-filled glass of water? He even said that we can compete with him with money before the hostages arrive. He will pay for it. We can't take out our questions casually. Why don't we think of some questions specifically for exchanging techniques? He will only compensate us with money. The Tubo people were vexed and said that they could see a rainbow with half-filled glass of water but couldn't see it. More importantly, they knew that Li Yi was angry and had started to make a move. With the Tujue and other foreigners' actions, it seemed reasonable for them to ask for horses. Ask him if we can change to other animals. If it's okay, we will take out money to buy them in Chang'an. Isinba decided to compromise for the sake of the overall plan and his life. He hated those people who acted on their own initiative. Why didn't they all die? 34 of them were captured alive. The people of the Tang dynasty, especially the people of Chang'an, were waiting for this year's lanterns. The people in the 20 counties who had participated in the greenhouse planting cooperation had money. They formed a small team in their respective counties and came to Chang'an to watch the fun. They chose to settle down in the Zhang clan's village. Cars arrived one after another. The poor people who were originally wearing new clothes had joyful and timid expressions on their faces. In the past, they didn't dare to come to Chang'an because they didn't have enough money. Although some counties were less than 100 miles away from Chang'an, they didn't dare to come here. As soon as they arrived at the Zhang family's village and found a good place, they took out 2 memorial tablets from their luggage. One was for Emperor Li Longji, and the other was for Li Yi. He placed the memorial tablets on the table and lit 2 sticks of incense. Seeing the incense stick rise, they felt that they had completed the most important task. The people in the Zhang family's village felt very warm because they also burned incense for Li Yi and His Majesty every day. I won't go to Chang'an this year. The guards are too busy. Li Yi was arranging things for the festival in Zhuangzi. He didn't dare to go to Chang'an. Like last year, he took the children there. If someone took a risk and killed them, it would be useless. Since he couldn't go to the city, he took out the water curtain device that he had used once before. No matter how gorgeous the lantern seen in Chang'an was, it couldn't be compared with the water curtain device. The masters of Xinyan came here 2 days ago to rehearse in Zhuangzi. Other masters of Nankou wanted to perform in the imperial city, but they knew that the performance in Li family Zhuangzi was more important. Seeing that the arrangement was almost done, Li found 220 students who were also rehearsing. I'll give you a question. Don't spread it outside. For example, what will be tested in the imperial examination this year? If you don't test poetry, you'll test Fu. Now that the year is good, everyone is happy. So practice Fu. Don't be the same as everyone else. Li said the name of a Fu. The 2 words, Fu, in Fu meant a good harvest year. To write a Fu with Fu as the topic, there was a requirement in the rhyme. The rhyme of Fu must be a good harvest year. First, write the rhyme of the word country, followed by the word good harvest year. He didn't know if it was right or wrong. Anyway, according to the information, the first person in 716 was called Fan Chongkai. During the imperial examination, Fan Chongkai answered the question, Fu. Later, when Li Longji built the Tower of Petal and Sepal in the 8th year of Kaiyuan, Fan Chongkai also wrote a Fu for the Tower of Petal and Sepal. He said how good and how powerful it was. It was the best Fu in the world. It was as awesome as Zhang Ruoxu's Fu. However, Li didn't find any information. He didn't think there would be another Tower of Petal and Sepal. The Tower of Petal and Sepal was built by Li Longji at the corner of Xingqing Palace to see his brothers. From upstairs, one could see the 5th prince's mansion. Unsurprisingly, this year's imperial examination was Fu. The current situation was different. Think about the business tax collection, the economic and cultural exchange between Li family Zhuangzi and Khitan, the development of the navy, and the military reform to promote advanced weapons. Just casually learn about Tubo. It's useless. You took the exam last year. You can't take it every year. Li said a few more words and turned to find something to do. The student's eyes lit up. It's coming. It's coming. Last year, Li Dongzhu gave the 42 seniors special treatment. This year, there were 2 months before the imperial examination. He gave the questions. After the 15th day of the lunar month, they quickly practiced. It was a pity that Li Dongzhu didn't give the questions that required memorization. It would be great if he gave the questions. All of a sudden, the 220 students became mysterious. They looked like bad guys who wanted to steal their questions. In the political affairs hall of the imperial city, Yao Chong also took a glass cup. He borrowed it from Li Longji. He filled half the cup with water and found a place with sunlight to adjust the angle. Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan watched from the side and gave ideas. Does it have to be shaken? I remember that sometimes when there was water in the basin and the light shone on the roof, there would be a rainbow. Zhang Shua recalled the things in his life. He thought about it again and didn't have any impression. Yao Chong listened to him and shook the glass cup. There was no rainbow. Li Yi said it was a rainbow. It might work if we put another glass in the glass cup. But he said we can only use these two things and nothing else. Lu Huaishan thought of the lenses of reading glasses. He also had one. If others needed to buy it, he would get it for free. Take a big glass cup and put this in. Is it against the rules? Yao Chong thought of adding other things. If it could be put on the windowsill, why couldn't it be put in other things? Li Yi wouldn't have thought of something you can think of. I guarantee it won't work. Zhang Shua shook his head and put his hand in front of the glass cup. Pick up the glass cup. It's diagonal. The bottom of the glass cup is tilted backwards. Lu Huaishan went forward to help. The water had been spilled, but there was still no rainbow. Such a good question should be kept as a last resort. Why did you throw it out so casually? Yao Chong still didn't give up. He believed that if he gave the item to Li Yi would immediately let them see a rainbow. Such a difficult question, why not keep it? Because he can come up with more difficult questions. Others take a long time to think of a question, but he just did it casually. Zhang Shua sighed. Chapter 6:12. What song are they practicing? On the 14th day of the first lunar month, Li Qingqi came over for lunch. He heard the song practiced by the southern folk, but he had no impression of it. Rosy clouds chasing the moon. They'll perform a song tomorrow night. Li served the spicy mutton giblets he made. Tubo asked if they could use other cows and horses to replace the 2,500 military horses. Li Qingqi brought new news. They can't give us military horses. Change it to 5,000 cows and horses that are over 1 year old and under 3 years old. They can't have any problems. Li never thought that Tubo would give them military horses. After all, they were enemies. Tubo wanted technology, not to support the enemy. He wanted to dig out as much as he could. It was useless to kill Tubo's envoys. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. They said that they want you to demonstrate how to make a rainbow appear in a glass and half a glass of water. Otherwise, they won't approve of your question. Li Qingqi also wanted to know, but he resisted the urge to ask. When they buy all the cows and horses, I'll demonstrate it to them. It's actually quite simple, Li Yi said with a smile. The provincial governors of Danzhou, Qiongzhou, Yazhou, Huananzhou, and Zhenzhou are still local people. Li Qingqi was talking about serious matters. Tubo was a small matter. The Tang dynasty in Hainan Island had 5 provinces. They used local people as provincial governors. They couldn't collect rent, only tribute. Although the local people were poor, the tribute was not bad. There were gold, silver, pearls, tortoiseshell, Kuan cloth, colorful rattan, and Zhan Tangxiang. Zhan Tangxiang was medicine. Every year, they would collect some and send it to Li Longji. The imperial court of the Tang dynasty couldn't control the local people at all. The population was small, and they lived in remote areas. Although it was called a county, it was actually a village. When officials were sent from other places, the officials refused. The officials could actually refuse the appointment. After they collected the tribute, they sent people to cross the Qiongzhou Strait and send it to Laizhou by boat. If anyone wanted to make trouble, the Tang dynasty would send troops to suppress them. There were only a few people in total, so they were defeated in one fight. After the fight, the local people promised not to make trouble and return to their original state. If they really couldn't do it, they would all run to the mountains. Most people couldn't adapt to the tropical climate. Use our official position to establish our authority. By giving things, take the old newspapers and teach the locals how to read. Li Yi refused to let the locals govern the locals, and the imperial court could never interfere. When they were given something, the locals cheered and divided it among themselves. Then, it was still the appointed locals who were supported. It's troublesome to deal with the local officials. They were dissatisfied with being stripped of their official positions, so they're stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Li Chengqi was troubled by this. Let them enter Chang'an and reward them. The imperial court can't send one person to be the provincial governor of a province. They have to send a team. Li Yi was very familiar with dealing with the old forces. He transferred them out, gave them higher positions, and could even enter Chang'an to meet His Majesty. Each province would send a team to take over all the positions. Was the handover of government affairs troublesome in the past? Li Chengqi had another question. There's no need to hand it over. Bring a lot of things with you. How much money could they have in the past? Just treat it as nothing and start over. Li shook his head with a smile. The locals were poor. How many things could be accumulated in a county that were worth 100 grams? I can give you 10,000 grams, but I don't want 100 grams. Li Chengqi also laughed. I always forget about the local situation. I'm afraid that after planting pepper, someone will invade and incite the local people. Choose the local people to form an army. Tell them that they are His Majesty's private army. Send the toilet water in batches, including the medicine to treat malaria. There are poisonous snakes in the local area. Unfortunately, I can't go there to extract the serum. Send the poisonous snakes back and make the serum. The preservation time is short. Use realgar and garlic. There are actually snake repellents in the local area. At this point, Li Yi stopped hesitating. After eating 2 mouthfuls of food, he said, there's a rich iron mine there. The local people don't know about it. Otherwise, we can directly mine it. The simple smelting method can be used for weapons. Li Chengqi, there's also a lot of copper. There's a good copper mine with a high copper content. Li Yi added. Li Chengqi took a deep breath. Li Yi was hesitating just now, but now he looked worried. Brother Yi, it's too far away. You can't dig there. Otherwise, if other people know about it, they will find a way to fight. Li Chengqi still had some political wisdom. Yes. Then forget it. I won't tell you. Li Yi expressed his understanding. Hainan was the southernmost, far away from Chang'an. There were already 2 iron mines there, which were enough for the Tang dynasty to use. Copper could now be used to print money, but its status was lower. Li Chengqi left with a belly full of worries. Before he left, he went to see the students to see what they were learning. There are copper and iron mines there. The content is very high. Li Chengqi found Li Longji and told him about the mines there. Don't mine, don't tell. Li Longji thought that other people would fight for it. The students of Zhuangzi High School are practicing the poetry and current affairs. In terms of business tax, navy, economic and cultural exchange with chitin, and military research. Li Chengqi changed the topic. It's good to have a good harvest. Li Longji smiled. This year's topic was set. He knew that the 220 students were not good at literature. No matter how hard they worked, they were not as talented as others. The most precious thing for them was to learn new knowledge from Li Yi, such as physics, chemistry, biology, special arithmetic, and economic knowledge. The Tang dynasty needed this kind of officials. They just needed to make do with their essays. I'm just afraid that they didn't memorize it well. If they didn't even get AB grade, they can only be officials of the 9 sects. Li Chengqi was worried. He was afraid that the students would not do well in the most basic subjects. No. In the Li family Zhuangzi, the conditions are good. If they can't memorize, their other talents will be mediocre. Li Longji insisted that they must memorize what should be memorized. Li Chengqi had no choice. He sent someone to tell Li Yi's answer to Tubo's envoy. 5,000 cows and horses. That's a lot of money. Fortunately, there is no spring plowing now. Many people can't afford to raise cows and horses, so they sell them. Lying on the bed, Isinba analyzed the price of the cows and horses. Butchao was worried. I'm afraid that Li Yi will announce it. When we wait for the horses, the price will be too high. He won't. Isinba said firmly, if we only buy 5,000 cows and horses, the seller will raise the price. Those who are bought will be happy, but those who are not bought will lower the price. If they lower the price, they won't be satisfied. If they don't lower the price, they won't be able to sell them. They hate Li Yi. Li Yi will lose more than he gains. Since Li Yi is afraid, why don't we help him spread the news? Butchao found an opportunity to trick Li Yi. If we spread the news, we will have to pay several times more. We can't afford it. If we buy the cows and horses Li Yi wants, we will have to spend tens of thousands of dollars. Isinba looked at his leg. He was very dissatisfied with Butchao. He was so timid. He was afraid of Li Yi's revenge, so he broke his own man's leg. Butchao acted as if he didn't know. He smiled. Li Yi gave us a reason to change the compensation to a competition. It will be easier to explain when we go back. I don't believe that he can make a rainbow with a glass and half a glass of water. Isinba had tried many times but failed. He didn't think that Li Yi could do it. If he can't, can we still give him the cows and horses? Butchao didn't want to give them. This was because the assassination had nothing to do with him. He didn't give the order and didn't know anything about it. Let's see what he has to say. Isinba decided to throw the problem to Li Yi. Chapter 6:13. On the 15th night of the first lunar month, the cooperative vegetable farmers living in the Zhang family village rushed to the city with their families. The Zhang family village considerately gave each of them a lantern. They swayed the lanterns in different colors. I want to go to Uncle's place to watch the water curtain show. Empress Wang held her son and didn't want to attend the Imperial City Festival. I can go to Brother Yi's place anytime. Li Longji had the same idea as Empress Wang, but he couldn't leave. He had to find a reason to keep his wife. Yes, in a few days, go to Li family Zhuangzi to watch the water curtain. Empress Wang glanced at her son. The little guy was tired and sleeping. He would wake up naturally in the middle of the night, feed him, change his diaper, and watch the fireworks. Li Chengqi was also in Baifu Palace, along with several other brothers. Li Longji planned to let his father go to the Imperial City Gate Tower. He was no longer afraid that someone would compete with him. Others couldn't use his father and brothers, but was the winged knights just a decoration? Retired Emperor Li Dan was in a good mood. He could finally reach a real consensus with his son and didn't have to worry about him in the future. The other four kings looked at their eldest brother Li Chengqi with gratitude. They knew that Li Chengqi went to the imperial plantation that day and met Li Yi. From then on, Li Longji would no longer think about usurping the throne. Li Yi was like a god. He kept taking things out. He even helped the empress. It seemed that Li Yi's purpose was very clear, which was to support the stability of the imperial family. After the birth of the imperial son, Li Yi began to change his approach. He changed from making small inventions to promoting the policies of the imperial court. Not only did he start to collect business taxes in some areas, but he also supported the war and now dealt with foreign affairs. They felt that the young man was omnipotent. As long as he wanted to, he could do it. The three prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall, the Minister of Works, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Appointments, the Imperial Physician Office, and the Minister of Rights were all around him. Oh, there was also the Agriculture Temple and the Honglu Temple. It seemed that except for the Ministry of Justice, no other department could get rid of Li Yi's influence. As long as he moved, the imperial court would follow and the envoys would be on tenterhooks. He single-handedly stirred up the winds and clouds of change. Many commoners of the capital government erected a longevity memorial tablet for him in their homes. The result was that these kings would be safe and would not be killed. Good person Li Yi, who had helped other families get along, stood in front of the mixer and put on his headphones. The projector was ready, and the 3 water screens were arranged in front of the Li family Zhuangzi, the migrant workers' settlement area, and outside the Baishui Bridge. The water screen was so big that it could be used as a big screen. In front of the water screen in Zhuangzi, there was a stage. Xian Yan and the others were singing and dancing there. There was also a microphone. The carbon dioxide fogging equipment was only available on the stage, including all kinds of lights. The gate of Chang'an was open and would not be closed tonight. Whoever had the ability to lead an army and fight their way in, the throne would be given to him. The 16 guards had undergone additional training, and their battle prowess had increased. The winged knights ran back and forth. The imperial city and the Li family Zhuangzi's hot air balloons rose into the sky. The Li family Zhuangzi's sky monkey, divine flame crow, fire dragon out of water, and other weapons were placed in suitable positions. Li Longji had decided that from today onwards, the gate would not be closed unless there was a special situation. There were enough troops and weapons. When he returned to Xingqing Palace at night, the gate would be open. At the gate, he and the Li family Zhuangzi had arranged for people to go out. He could go out whenever he wanted, and he could come back from the Li family Zhuangzi in the middle of the night. It was safe. The Li family Zhuangzi was there, and they could form a triangle with Xingqing Palace. If someone wanted to attack Xingqing Palace, the Li family Zhuangzi would immediately send out troops. The distance between the 2 places was short, and the barracks could be continuous. If there were any enemy troops coming from other places, they would quickly go out and go to the Li family Zhuangzi. The gate was open, and the commoners were at a loss. They heard that the Li family Zhuangzi had a special performance that could be seen from far away. They also wanted to see the lanterns in the imperial city. The commoners who lived near the east gate made a choice and went to the Li family Zhuangzi. Because the Li family Zhuangzi had a big banquet, there were many tables outside, and the food would be sent up. In the imperial city, people had to pay for their own food. At the same time, there were many people, and it was so crowded that they couldn't find their own table. The commoners came over, found a good place, sat down, and took their own food. It was all barbecued meat skewers and warm wine. The captives were also there. There were nearly 12,000 captives, and they were allowed to eat barbecued meat skewers and drink a bowl of yellow wine. It was agreed that if there was a problem today, a team would shoot and kill on the spot. Everything was gradually arranged. The lights were turned on, and with a bang, the water curtain rose. Under the illumination of the lights, the water curtain's color changed. Even the children who went with Li Yi showed a surprised expression again. Li Yi nodded to the band. The band's Rainbow Clouds Chasing the Moon prelude sounded, and Li Yi worked on the sound mixer. The sound systems were almost synchronized. The scene on the stage was projected on the water curtain, and the lights were shot out. The camera position was adjusted, and the new beat director was in a hurry. A male and female host appeared, each with a microphone. Welcome everyone to the Li family Zhuangzi's performance on the 15th day of the first lunar month. The female host smiled sweetly. Yes, it is the night of the Shangyuan festival. It is my honor to be able to enjoy the performance with everyone. The male host also smiled. The surrounding people didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were frightened. Such a big person was showing his face on the stage. The song we are listening to now is Rainbow Clouds Chasing the Moon, composed by Li Dongzhu. The female host said. That's right, so today's first performance is Rainbow Clouds Chasing the Moon. The male host followed. After the two announced the performance, they walked back. Boom! Carbon dioxide spewed out, and the stage was filled with smoke. Walla walla, someone among the southwestern barbarian captives shouted. After shouting, this person directly knelt down and touched the ground with his forehead. The surrounding people followed suit and knelt down. When the dance of Rainbow Clouds Chasing the Moon started, all the southwestern barbarian captives knelt down. Even some of the commoners trembled and knelt down with them. After kneeling for a while, the commoners felt uncomfortable, so they got up and sat back down to continue watching the performance. The southwestern barbarian captives knelt there and raised their heads to watch the performance, not daring to get up. They felt that this was the power of the gods, and it wasn't something they could face directly. The 390 Chitons sat obediently with their eyes wide open, and their expressions were a little flustered. They weren't familiar with the water curtain projection, and they weren't affected by it. Everything they saw in front of them was something they didn't think could be done by humans. The dance on the stage continued, and everyone tried their best to express their emotions through the dance. Their movements were graceful, their stillness was tranquil, and their steps were like lotuses. The camera panned to the band, and the girls in the band were equally beautiful. Whichever instrument the main melody was on, the camera would focus on that position. When the camera panned to the band from afar, the band played in unison. The audience was mesmerized by the performance, and they didn't feel the cold of the night. They also forgot that they were near the Li family Zhuangzi. It was as if they were in a celestial palace, forgetting to eat or drink. Even when the performance of rainbow clouds chasing the moon ended, they were still in a daze. Clap, clap, clap. Li Yi had no choice but to lead the applause. When the farmer saw Dongzhu clapping, he said, "Let's clap together." The others understood and followed suit. Amidst the applause, the male and female hosts went on stage again. Chapter 6:14. The program wasn't over yet. There were crosstalks, skits, pantomimes, poetry recitals, solo musical instruments, small ensembles, and other dances. The children of the Li family Zhuangzi even performed a large-scale children's stage play. The captives were woken up by someone. If they continued to kneel, they would fall sick. The ground was cold. In the middle of the night, fireworks bloomed. Some people couldn't take it anymore. They were so tired that they lay on the table and were sent to their barracks to rest by the Qianyo guards. At dawn, the program ended. The Li family Zhuangzi delivered hot soup, steamed buns, and side dishes. Buckets of hot water were brought over. Everyone went to the toilet, washed up, and ate. The audience from other places were each given a towel and a toothbrush. After eating, everyone went back home. They were energetic again. When they went back together, they talked about which program was better. Those who did not go to watch the Li family's Zhuangzi's show were even more exaggerated about that scene. There was no court meeting today. Li Longji held a small one. The main topic was the arrangement of officials in Laizhou, Chongzhou, Jinzhou, and other places. In such a distant place, there was no competition for official positions. Li Longji could decide who would be the official. Yao Chong listened to each name and found that they were all very capable people. Their official positions weren't high, but they were very efficient. He was a little reluctant. He couldn't guess Li Longji's intentions. In the past, he could observe people's expressions. He was similar to Gao Lisher. He could roughly guess what Li Longji was thinking. Recently, he was becoming more and more confused. What did he mean by throwing good officials to the south? I heard that last night, the Li family Zhuangzi went out of the water curtain skyflower. I don't know how he did it, but he put people's figures on the water. He could go as far as he wanted and as close as he wanted. Zhang Shua told the two of them on the way back to the government hall. Yao Chong coughed. It's a small trick. It's not helpful to the big picture. What this old man saw was the Li family's farmstead supporting the meat skewers of more than 30,000 people. Lu Huaishan folded his hands in his sleeves. That's right. This morning, he made a lot of steamed buns. For more than 30,000 people, the Li family Zhuangzi provided meat skewers and charcoal during the day. That night, some people finished making the buns and mixed the stuffing. Wrap it up and steam it before dawn, and the soup would be easy. It's much better than the mutton soup that Xie Shui provided for the 16 guards. There's no need to eat skewers and steamed buns when fighting on the front lines. Eh? Zhang Shuo reacted. That's right. The Li family Zhuangzi's logistics were even better. How was this a performance on the 15th day of the first lunar month? It was clearly showing off. Who was he doing this for? If serving the mutton soup once wasn't enough, he had to perform again. How did you make steamed buns so fast? Wei Zhigu caught up from behind. He was now the Minister of Works and was willing to pursue skills. Did he figure out something new again? Was it for sale? Collect taxes. Bai Go appeared from the other side. Bai Gu was in good spirits and did not look sick at all. Since last night, your Ministry of Revenue has collected more than 1,260,000 yuan in taxes in the first 15 days of the new year. It's time for you to allocate funds to my Ministry of Works. When Wei Zhigu saw Bai Gu, he asked for money. Bai Gu dodged to the side. It's just that the new year is special. After the new year, we won't have that kind of money. As he spoke, he looked warily at Yao Chong. Yao Chong was also the Minister of War. What would the Ministry of War do if they needed money? Why are you looking at me? I don't want to fight. I only want to be on guard. Yao Chong explained his strategy. Don't you need money to be on guard? Bai Gu muttered. Have you figured out the method of releasing water into a glass to create a rainbow? Lu Huaishan tried to smooth things over. Today, the Kitans invited Li Yi to perform. The Kitans bought 2,900 horses and 2,100 cows. They spent a lot of money. The Li family Zhuangzi can't afford to raise them. Bai Gu didn't want to provoke Yao Chong, so he changed the topic. He can't afford to raise the cows and horses he got from Yu Huida's caravan. He gave them all away. Others only need to provide food. Zhang Shuo helped. The topic completely changed. It was about what to do with the Li family Zhuangzi's livestock. Wei Zhigu found that it had nothing to do with the Ministry of Works, so he said, Li Yi is deliberately helping the common people. He even wants to release the newly arrived cows and horses. Minister Yao, Minister Lu, Minister Zhang, Minister Wei, Minister Bai, Li Yi is here. He's outside the imperial city. Prepare to receive the cows and horses. A small yellow door ran over to find Yao Chong. When he saw the group, he shouted. Go go go, let's go take a look. Yao Chong had been thinking about how to create a rainbow. He had finally reached the crucial moment. Under the protection of the guards, they arrived at Vermilion Bird Avenue outside the imperial city. Many common people were watching. The cows and horses were divided into two groups. They were lined up very far from Vermilion Bird Avenue. Many of the common people were waiting for Li Yi to win and rent the livestock. Li Yi sat on the shaft of the ambulance under the protection of the winged knights and Zhuangzi. He held a glass cup in his hand. The glass cup was half filled with water. This cup was the one he had sent over, so the water had naturally been changed. The foreign envoys stood there waiting. They wanted to see how Li Yi would operate it. Li Yi placed the cup on the opposite side of the shaft and took out a violin. Shall I play a song for everyone? Li Yi asked with a smile. Li Yi, Rainbow. Isinba, who had been carried over, was not in the mood to listen to music. I know Rainbow. Today's sun is good. I'll play a serenade for you. Li Yi raised his head to look at the sun. The song he played had nothing to do with the sun. But Xiao sneered, Li Dong Zhu. If you can't do it, then the cows and horses won't be given to you. I'll just play a few songs. Li Yi insisted on playing. As he spoke, he played one song after another. He felt like he could not stop. His fingers were a little stiff. It was cold outside. After more than an hour, everyone was getting impatient. Li put down the violin and put his hands in front of his mouth. He felt that it was not warm enough. He unbuttoned his down jacket and stuffed it into his arms. After a while, he picked up the glass cup. The water inside had frozen. He put his hands on it to warm it up. After a while, he put his hands in his arms to warm them up. After a while, the ice in the glass melted. When he shook the glass, the ice moved with it. He turned the glass upside down and took out the ice. He looked at it under the sun and processed the ice at the edge of the glass. He changed the angle of the glass and put it in. He stretched his hand out horizontally. The glass with the ice was facing the sun. Different colors appeared on his hand. Look, is it okay? If it's okay, I'll put it down. It's too cold. He continued to adjust the angle and told everyone. The people who came closer to watch were speechless. Yao Chong looked at it, closed his eyes, and opened them again. Cut the ice to make a circle. Hold it up to the sun and use it as a shadow to create fire. Today, I'll use ice to create a rainbow. It's simple. He knew that a rainbow could be created by adjusting the angle of the ice. But why didn't he think of it? He only thought about the water and the glass cup. Buju and Isinba looked at each other with bitter faces. It was indeed simple. Why didn't they think of it? They admitted it. There was no other way. Then I'll take the cows and horses. Li Yi was full of smiles. Li Dongzhu, our other competition. Buju hurriedly brought up the important matter. Ah, I know you're not convinced. Li Yi interrupted them. He shook the ice in the glass cup. How about this, let's do it again. How about 50,000 coins? If you win, I'll compete with you immediately. If you lose, give me 50,000 coins. It's still a glass cup and half a glass of water. If you're not allowed to freeze, how can you create a rainbow? Do you want to bet? Li Yi said the same thing about a rainbow and looked at the Tubo people. The Tubo people began to sweat. Chapter 6:15. Tubo's people were scared. They had been suppressed in terms of momentum. Was there anything more bullying than this? Tubo felt a strong sense of malice. Was he stupid? Let's bet. Give me 3 days. We'll see the results on the 20th of the first month. Isinba knew that he couldn't back down. If he did, the onlookers would spread the news of Tubo's incompetence. Li Yi continued to cover his hands. When this bet is over, you need Tubo to bring the hostages before we can compete again. Otherwise, we'll bet 500,000 taels. Both sides will bet against each other. Okay. Buju agreed. Morale couldn't be lost. Li Yi turned his head and no longer paid any attention to them. He turned to the crowd and shouted, "At this time, the cows and horses have lost their fat. Let the farm keep them for half a month before renting them out to those who need them. Li Dongzhu, I'm willing to take one back to fatten up. Li Dongzhu, I want to take the cow. I have a cow at home. Last year, it became the heir of the Qing family. There's a lot left. Li Dongzhu is mighty. I think a horse is good. Can we settle on it first? Li Dongzhu, will help you drive the cows and horses back to Zhuangzi." The onlookers shouted. They all looked happier than Li Yi. "Let's go." Li Yi shouted again. With the help of the onlookers, the Li family Zhuangzi's team took 2,900 horses and 2,100 cows and headed south along Zhuke Avenue. They had to go out from the south and circle back to Zhuangzi. One was to go directly east, and the road would be blocked. The other was to boast and show off. Many people stood on both sides of Zhuke Avenue and watched the team pass by. They talked to others about how Tubo had lost again. "Let's go back. Tubo's righteousness has been broken." Yao Chong was relieved. Tubo lost to Li Yi in a battle of wits. Li Yi also lost in the battle of wits. He threw out 50,000 taels for the next bet. If he wanted to bet again, he would take out 500,000 taels. If Li Yi won again on the 20th of the first month, Tubo did not dare to gamble. If Li Yi lost the bet on the 20th of the first month, Tubo would be worried if Li Yi lost on purpose. What is false is real, and what is true is false. Nothing is too deceitful in war. Lu Huaishan imitated Li Yi's actions and placed his hands in front of him to warm them up. Tubo lost too much money in Li Yi's hands. His eagerness for quick success is a taboo for military strategists. Zhang Shua laughed and said, they were tricked by the hot air balloons. When Li Yi created the hot air balloons, the states were already at a disadvantage. If hot air balloons can be sold, how much tax should be collected? Bai Gu suddenly asked. Everyone looked at him. Let me give you an example. Bai Gu reacted and quickly corrected himself. Otherwise, the imperial physician would be sent to treat him again. Li Yi's troops had not yet left Chang'an city. The people along the way cheered, and the troops moved slowly. If the oxen did not run wildly, they would move slowly. Guazi looked at the oxen and horses and smiled as he chatted with Li Yi. Tubo lost too much money because of you. The border is stable, and the soldiers there, border. Li Yi suddenly emphasized the word. Yes, the border. Guazi nodded. There's something. Can the winged knights run to Songzhou with the hot air balloons and packs of explosives in a month? Li Yi's expression became serious. Songzhou. A map appeared in Guazi's mind. Songzhou was the closest to Tubo. At the same time, he estimated the distance. The roads were difficult to travel, and there were many mountains and rivers. After a full quarter of an hour, he said, it's difficult for the cavalry to resupply along the way, unless they conscript the power of every local government. If they travel on foot, the winged knights can carry and deliver the goods in half a month. When he said this, his expression was solemn. The winged knights would have to abandon their horses and force their way through. Li shook his head. Traveling over mountains and rivers with people carrying heavy things, something will happen to the winged knights. I'll write a letter to His Majesty. With that, he got into the carriage and wrote the letter. Not long after, he handed it to Guazi. Guazi took the letter and rode on another road, taking a detour. Li Longji received the report that Li Yi had earned a large herd of oxen and horses. While he was happy for Li Yi, Guazi came from the Forbidden Garden. Your Majesty, Li Yi wants to use the winged knights to deliver something to Songzhou. Guazi said and handed over the letter. Songzhou? Li Longji thought for a moment and knew where it was. He took the letter. The letter said, I don't know if Tubo will attack Songzhou in mid-February. As long as there is a war, even if the Tang dynasty wins, many soldiers will be sacrificed. If hot air balloons and explosives are sent, the morale of Songzhou will be boosted. If there is a war, the Tang dynasty will lose fewer soldiers. Relay supplies along the way. At this time, a lot of money will be spent. The Li family Zhuangzi is willing to pay for it and not ask the local government to bear the cost. That was all the letter said. There was no literary talent. Ah! Prepare men. 3,000 winged knights, 2 horses each. Order the local officials to pay. Yu Huaid will go and return. I said that the local officials can't accept bribes. They ignored my words and wantonly amassed wealth. Take out some of it, or else, kill. Li Longji didn't want to let Li Yi spend any more money. He had a backup plan. Why should he let the local officials and the people pay? The officials who took the money took it out. Guazi received the order and went to find men first. He chose 2,000 veterans and 1,000 recruits. The veterans were skilled in treating wounds. When he arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi rushed back first and ordered the villagers to prepare things. According to his information, Tubo had sent troops again in February. They attacked Songzhou and besieged Songzhou. Normally, Tubo couldn't do anything to Songzhou if Songzhou defended itself. But Songzhou's governor's son Renxian was worried that Tubo would besiege Songzhou and send troops to attack the Tang dynasty's rear. So when they saw the enemy besieging the city, they didn't need to defend the city. They just took the troops out of the city and beat up the Tibetan army. Li Yi wasn't sure if Tubo would send troops now. What if they did? The result of the war was good. The Tang dynasty won and the Tibetan army was beaten. In the process of the war, people were bound to die. If he sent good weapons, fewer people would die on his side. Especially the winged knights soldiers, who knew simple battlefield medicine. Many soldiers didn't die in the direct battle, but died after the battle because of injuries and infection. I can't mess around for a while. Let the situation develop naturally, or it will be easy to make mistakes. Li Yi decided to be quiet for a while. Guizi saw Li Yi. His Majesty wants to force the officials who accepted bribes from the caravans along the way to pay. 3,000 winged knights and 2,000 veterans. Okay, I'll bring you medical kits. This time we'll use a gasoline torch. The explosives are simple because they're made of ordinary gunpowder. Be careful. Li Yi heard that he didn't have to pay, so he simply transported more things. He asked people to bring meat floss, canned meat in bamboo tubes, dried vegetables, dried fruit, and canned fruit in bamboo tubes. We'll ride 2 horses each. Guizi saw the things Li Yi asked people to take out and frowned. Got it. The other winged knights will give you some distance first. When you reach the destination, the speed is the same. The length of the team doesn't affect the speed. Li Yi chuckled. With so many things, how could the officials pay less? After a few days, Yu Huaid and the others would set off again and continue to bribe. Everyone followed the routine. The winged knights who were about to set off had a good night's sleep. On the morning of the 17th, the large group of people and carriages set off to the west. Their destination was Songzhou. Chapter 6:16. Zhuangzi got on the carriage. They had to travel more than 300 miles and come back when the road became difficult. All the logistics within these 300 miles were taken care of by the village head. The winged knights were in charge of relaxing. Li Yi became well-behaved and stopped messing around. He attended classes and copied books every day. Until the 20th of the first month, the Tubo people still couldn't figure out how to create a rainbow. They took out something to exchange for 50,000 taels worth of vouchers and waited at the imperial city gate early in the morning. The onlookers came even earlier. Everyone was very excited. Li Yi arrived under the protection of a group of people. He first looked up at the position of the sun. It was still far from the center. Li Dongzhu, please. Bo Xia looked indifferent, as if he didn't care about winning or losing. Li Yi took the glass and looked at the water inside. He shook his head. There's dust. Refill half the glass. Someone from the Honglu temple brought over a thermos and refilled half the glass. Li Yi tested the temperature of the water and looked up at the sun again. Everyone, stand behind me. He turned his back to the sun. He was ready. The others couldn't see, so they could only be anxious. Tubo and the others stood behind Li Yi with their hands behind their backs. Li Yi picked up the glass and drank a big mouthful of water. He spat it out in front of him. A rainbow appeared in mid-air and gradually dissipated. Li Yi drank another mouthful and spat it out again. Another rainbow appeared in front of him. Take the money and go. Remember to talk to me about a new competition when the hostages are here. Otherwise, it'll be 500,000 taels each time. Li Yi took the glass and got on the carriage. He could still catch up on sleep when he went back. He had been copying books late last night. Tubo people, they only came back to their senses when Li Yi's team left. Just spit water. What does it have to do with the glass? A Tubo person asked blankly. Misleading. The glass is just misleading. Liar. Isinba understood. As long as the shape and angle were good, a rainbow could still be seen. With or without that glass, it didn't affect the two rainbows. If Li Yi had only told him how to use water to create rainbows, he would have been able to think of freezing ice and spraying water. The hole was in the glass. It was so beautiful that people couldn't help but think that the key to the appearance of the rainbow was on the glass. I know. When I rinsed my mouth, there was also a rainbow. I forgot. I was only thinking about the glass. Some of the onlookers had encountered similar situations in their daily lives. Look for water. Turn your back to the sun and spray out a rainbow. Go home and show it to the children. The audience left in a hubbub, looking for water spray rainbows to play with. The great Tang officials who had come to watch also entered the imperial city. 50,000 is too easy to earn. I wonder if Minister Bai will want to collect taxes. Can this be taxed? It's not like I'm selling anything. We have to ask Li Yi if we can collect taxes. If he says we can, then the Ministry of Revenue can collect them. I guarantee that he won't. He earned 50,000 yuan and came all the way from Zhuangzi. It must have been hard on him. We can't compare. He calculates the money in 10,000 yuan. We can only make a dozen yuan. He donated money in the hundreds of thousands. The official's words reached Bai Gu's ears, and Bai Gu felt uncomfortable again. He thought that the Ministry of Revenue could get 40,000 yuan according to the calculation of luxury goods. Look, I gave money to the front line in Songzhou. It's back. Tubo attacks Songzhou. I give Songzhou things, and Tubo gives me money. It's fair and reasonable. Li Yi said happily. Tubo had no system in chemistry or physics. As long as the other party was willing to play, he could play until they went bankrupt. Songda sat on another shaft. Dongzhu, Tubo can't attack Songzhou. They spent a lot of money and know we have hot air balloons. It's good that they don't fight. I'm just worried that the other party will launch a surprise attack. The Tang dynasty lost Songzhou and will have to spend several times more money to get it back. Li Yi wasn't sure if Songzhou could fight a war. At this time in history, Zhang Shaosong was imprisoned in Liangzhou, which was far above Songzhou. At the same time, he was also a military officer in Lingzhou. This meant that Li Longji and Yao Chong in history weren't stupid. If they were captured and imprisoned, they would be thrown in that position. If there really was a war, they could be given to high-ranking officials to lead troops at any time. Otherwise, why didn't they bet on Chang'an? In history, Tubo attacked Songzhou. Maybe it was because the southwest barbarians didn't succeed, or maybe it was because the western region was scared by Zhang Shaosong. Tubo wanted to turn the situation around with a victory and use military action to serve politics. Another point proved that the climate in Tubo during the Tang dynasty did warm up. Otherwise, in March, the local climate was still cold. The grass wasn't dense, and it wasn't suitable for the livestock in the army to eat. I hope Tubo will fight and suffer a big defeat. Songda expressed his opinion. People die in war. Li Yi closed his eyes. Don't people die in Tubo? The more they fear death, the more they will be beaten. Songda insisted on his opinion. Yes. Li Yi opened his eyes. The carriage swayed, and he sat on the shaft with his eyes closed. So when we have good weapons, we have to fight more and beat the enemy until they are scared. Songda waved his fist. Yes, the military forces of the Tang dynasty are not afraid of death. Many good men in the House of Subjugation were killed and had to be disbanded. Before Zhuangzi makes better weapons, we have to be steady. We have the courage to fight hand to hand, but we don't need to fight hand to hand. Li looked at the people in Chang'an and pursed his lips. The Tang dynasty needed more people. They couldn't let so many people die in the war, but they could let the enemy die. If he didn't cause trouble, he estimated that he could get a year of respite from the war. Then, after 10 months, he could continue fighting. The furnace was already repaired. It could be repaired by summer, and he could continue to make steel. When the molten steel came out, he could make better weapons. The team was sent back to Zhuangzi with the help of the people. Everyone got a bar of soap and a bundle of 6 candles. The restaurant outside the bridge was open to them. They sat down happily and started eating. They went to watch the show early in the morning and didn't eat. Moreover, there were only 2 meals. Now was the right time for the first meal. Li Dongzhu treated them. Li Yi went back to copy books. He had nothing else to do. When it came to technical problems, the craftsman had to be responsible. He had to do it himself. In Xingqing Palace, Yao Chong ran over and pulled Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan. "Your Majesty, where are the soldiers?" Yao Chong held back until today. In fact, he had only held back for 3 days. Did the winged knights need to inform him? He was more aware that it had been 3 days. If he brought it up again, it wouldn't change anything. Li Longji wouldn't be disgusted. Go to Songzhou and send canned meat and fruit to the soldiers guarding Songzhou. It's not easy for them. Li Longji looked like he cared about the soldiers. Yao Chong didn't believe it. Was Songzhou closer to Chang'an or to Shu? Shu had fish, fruit, and vegetables all year round. Wasn't there a model now? With the exchange coupons, the merchants in Shu were responsible for collecting supplies. The money for sending a can of chicken from Chang'an was enough to buy a fat chicken in Shu. It was enough to make 10 cans of chicken. Li Longji didn't believe it himself. He added, "Send hot air balloons and new and better telescopes." Because the glasses were sold more, the technology had improved. Chapter 617. Go, go! The Li family Zhuangzi's villager urged the horses to speed up, shouting as he cracked his whip. The villagers' team of winged knights was racing against time. They wanted to take the best route to the capital. The featherwood flying cavalry sat on the carriages, which were also pulling goods. The horses were running very hard. The villager's heart ached, but he still urged them, unwilling to use his whip on the horses. "There's a village up ahead, let's take a rest there." The winged knights were familiar with the place. They usually ran around and knew the situation. When the team arrived at the village, it was noon. The villagers ran out to see, then turned around and ran back, shouting, "Quickly boil water, the winged knights and the Li family Zhuangzi are here, a large group of horses, a large group of people." The people in the village began to move. In the past, they didn't have many good tools to boil water, and they didn't even have enough clay pots to cook rice. Now that they were rich, they changed a lot, especially when it came to the exchange of mud for pottery. They used the free coal slurry that they hired to bring back from the coal mine to make their own coal. The Li family's village had an influence on the entire capital government. The rescue of the flood by the Yulin flying cavalry gave the people in other places confidence. When the disaster struck, the Li family Zhuangzi would provide supplies, while the winged knights would provide manpower. When they saw the 2 groups of people together, it was as if they had seen their relatives. The team stopped outside the village, and the winged knights helped to unload the carriages. The 4-wheeled carriages were parked there, and the 2-wheeled carriages used wood to support the shafts in front. The villager unloaded fodder from the carriages, the horses' troughs and water troughs, and collected snow and put it in the water troughs. Then, he took out the water bags that were kept warm with a quilt and poured them into the water troughs to let the snow melt. The horses in the carriages drank first, and they also ate the grass first. "It'll only be a few days. Send them to their places, then go back and walk slowly. When we get home, I'll give you good food, eggs for every meal." The villager wiped the horses' sweat with a cotton cloth and spoke to them with concern. From time to time, water vapor would spurt out from the horse's nose. It drank water, ate grass, and even snorted when it felt comfortable after being rubbed by the quilt. The villager immediately used his hand to scratch that area. The horse stopped eating and stood there enjoying it. "You can rest when you go back. Let the cows work." Who told them to run so slowly? The farmers continued to chat with the horses. The winged knight's horses were very self-aware. They waited for the horse pulling the carriage to finish drinking before they went to drink. Everyone knew how much work they had done. All the horses were taken care of when the villagers carried the boiled water over. I'm the village chief, Luli. You guys can't do this. You should inform the villagers ahead of you when you scout. Don't be afraid of tiring others out. The village chief came over to criticize and educate them. The winged knights and the villagers were used to it. Along the way, they never took the initiative to tell the villages in front of them what to prepare. The person in charge of Zhuangzi took out a stack of notes, all of which were 5 coins. There were a total of 1,000 notes. He tied them up into 5 bundles and handed them over. Sorry for the inconvenience, everyone. I've delayed your work. The person in charge apologized. What are you doing? You won't care if my GA village suffers from disasters in the future? The Li family Zhuangzi has good work and you won't let us do it. The village chief, Lu Li, didn't take the money and asked with his eyes wide open. How can we do that? We have to help. The winged knights are His Majesty's private army. They are close to the capital office. The winged knights can't not do anything. The villager waved his hand and put the money away. Since leaving Zhuangzi, he hadn't given out a single coin. When the villages along the way saw their group, they would definitely think of ways to help, even if it was just a mouthful of hot water. The group stopped at the side of the village because they wanted to buy something. The weather was cold and people wanted to drink hot water to keep warm. Clean the bowls, don't worry and drink. The villagers poured water for everyone. As expected, there were too many pottery. Even the bowls were brought over in stacks. The winged knights and the villagers drank comfortably. The villagers were also happy. 2 days passed like this. The Li family Zhuangzi's group stopped. There was a plank road in front of them and the carriages couldn't go up. The road paved by the Zhuangzi on the cliff could only be used by oxen and horses alone or by people pushing carts and small carts. At the plank road, there was a market to rent vehicles and take care of the vehicles and livestock. The people who came from the plank road and didn't go from here would rent vehicles and eat. If they went from here on the plank road, they would take care of the vehicles and pay a fee. The Li family Zhuangzi's people couldn't send them off. They bid farewell to the winged knights and gave the winged knights' horses a good meal. The Yulin flying cavalry began to build frames on the war horses and put the goods on them. A group of people came forward. In the middle of winter, they wore jackets like the dock porters. His chest and arms were exposed, so he wasn't afraid of the cold. Step back. The winged knights have things to do. The winged knights didn't even look at them. What was the use of looking strong? Any one of the 3,000 feather forest winged cavalry could easily take down this person. This plank road is 12.5 miles long. Believe in us, brothers. We will help you carry it. The person wearing the jackets took a step back. How much? I can give you some things. Guazi stepped forward. He was the leader. It's free. The person shook his head. Why? Guazi narrowed his eyes. We can't fight a war. We're counting on you to fight. You fight with your life, we fight with our strength. The person's eyes were clear. Thank you. Behind. Guazi cupped his fist. Brothers, something has happened up ahead. His Majesty has sent his private army over. Help us move it. The leader shouted. Okay. A large group of people answered. Nothing happened. Guazi explained. Understood. Nothing happened. The person looked like he understood. The winged knights were sandwiched in the middle of the group of people helping to carry the goods. The people who earned money to feed the animals and look after the carriages all came over with grass. They held the grass in their hands and put the tips of the grass in front of the horses' mouths. Eat, eat. Eat as much as you can. You must have strength when charging. The person feeding the horses said to them. A long line formed on the plank road. The people from the market here helped to carry the goods down. There was no need for additional instructions. They were all very careful. The Li family Zhuangzi's horse was resting. It was waiting for the winged knights and the goods to be carried up. The people here came over to take care of the Zhuangzi's horse. This place was no longer under the jurisdiction of the imperial government. Everyone was familiar with the Li family Zhuangzi. Everyone, let's make it clear first. The Li family Zhuangzi must pay. The person in charge of Zhuangzi saw that everyone was too enthusiastic and shouted loudly. We don't need money. The Li Dongzhu paid 200,000 yuan to repair the road. It started from here. The plank road is stronger and wider than before. We earn double the wages by repairing the plank road. After the plank road is repaired, we rely on the plank road to make a living. Who doesn't know the Li Dongzhu? The Li family Zhuangzi's horse is already giving us face by eating our grass. A person who brought a lot of cut grass said with a smile. Someone next to him covered the grass with juice and fed it to the horses. The officials at the relay station not far away also came out and brought fried bean powder. The people didn't allow the Li family Zhuangzi's people to refuse. If they refused, it would be looking down on them. Li Yi sold tubo alcohol and lighters for 250,000 yuan. Of the 250,000 yuan, 30,000 yuan was given to the students and 220,000 yuan was used to repair the road. The wages were doubled. After the plank road and the mountain road were repaired, they would earn money. There were also newspapers sold in the imperial government here. Everyone learned to read and write. Chapter 618. What is tax? Tax is that the wolf king eats the fattest human meat, and the monkey king controls the distribution of food collected by the monkeys. Li Yi really didn't cause trouble. He was teaching the students. Talking about taxes, taxes were already reflected in the social relationships of animals. Let's not talk about the country first. In a tribe, the leader must have the best things and then give them to whoever he wants. You all know about roosters, right? Li Yi gave an example. The powerful rooster managed the other roosters and hens. If it caught a bug, if it didn't eat it, it would choose to give it to a hen. So now, the root of tax has changed. It's not completely for personal enjoyment. It continues to be a system with multiple purposes. The most direct purpose is to save a large group of people the time to allocate resources. Through the method of collecting first, the distribution is completed. If you don't collect rent, it's too late to collect food from the people during a war. Li Yi raised the level of tax matters. The students were listening. In case there was a test on current affairs, Li Dongzhu's talk about taxes had reference value. During this period, whether it was collecting taxes to build water conservancy or roads, it was included in the aspect of saving time. Later on, the Chongpingsang changed and became the distribution of resources to serve the group. As the division of labor in society changed, everyone's ability was different, and the amount of resources they controlled changed. Tax had a new function, which was to balance the wealth gap. Collecting more taxes from the rich and subsidizing the poor in turn was social fairness. Fairness for the poor was to be able to live, fairness for the rich was to be able to live. Li Yi's lesson involved the war after the polarization. The poor lived, the rich lived. It was fair to everyone. Otherwise, the poor would kill the rich to restore fairness. The students nodded vigorously. In the past, they didn't live well and hated the rich. Therefore, tax is to balance social relations, and the collection of business tax is also to balance the relationship between people who rent. As long as a certain industry, the scholars, farmers, businessmen don't pay taxes, the balance will be broken. For the time being, we won't consider other taxes. We will only add a business tax in addition to the agricultural tax. If the exam is about this, and you are smart enough, don't write about other aspects first, especially whether officials have to pay taxes. Li Yi began to step on the brakes. He didn't want a student to be impulsive and write the wrong current affairs policy. He was clearly asking about the business tax, but he insisted that the Prime Minister of the Political Affairs Hall pay more tax. Of course, if you are brave enough, you can ask Minister Cui to pay the taxes first. I can't protect you. Li looked sincere. Ha ha ha. The students laughed loudly. Business tax is necessary to be fair. The merger of land is not fair now, but it has nothing to do with the exam. We will solve this problem in the future. Everyone knows that war is not constant, and water is impermanent. Taxes are not always the same. Don't be dogmatic when writing policies. Whatever business tax you collect today, you might not collect it in the future. The rent he collected today would not be collected in the future. Current affairs must be timely, forward-looking, rational, and not radical. Among the virtuous fighters, there were no outstanding merits, because they were all solved by means of breaking off conspiracies and breaking off diplomatic relations. Even if it was a war, they would use justice and peace to win. Everyone knew how to play chess, and it was always better to make peace. This is not a peaceful peace, it is a peace where both sides have no choice but to make peace. Li talked about the art of war and politics side by side, comparing them. Li Dongzhu, according to what you said, what we are pursuing is peace. A student raised his hand. What you are pursuing is not to lose. Only under the premise of not losing can you find the enemy's loophole and succeed in one strike. Making a surprise move is to break a finger or to survive in a desperate situation. As examinees, you don't have the ability to go against the entire imperial court system. Making a surprise move is gambling. Let me tell you, don't put your thoughts on gambling. Whoever gambles will lose. Li Yi became serious. He was afraid that some students would be too hot-blooded and say all the things they shouldn't say, and then, the students nodded vigorously again. What they were learning now was the key to the imperial examination. Next, I will talk about the impact of trade among the many factors of war. War has always been caused by benefits, political benefits and economic benefits. Economic benefits are very simple. When you are full, you will see that others want something good. If you can't get it through peaceful means, you will snatch it. Political benefits are the right to speak. If you speak in your own home, won't others listen to you? Some people have children, big children and small children. The big children always like to order the small children around. If the small children are unhappy, this is the right to speak. If you have the right to speak, you will also have the good things. Therefore, regardless of any conflicts, the goal of war is the specific way to carry out the will of a power. Li talked about another topic of current affairs. It was about trade and breaking the deadlock between both sides. The students lowered their heads and took notes quickly. They only understood today that Li looked at the problem directly from the core. Taxation is the balance of a group's interests. War is the fight for the right to speak. Next, let's talk about the possible questions in current affairs. Is the source of technological innovation in the military the craftsman? No, the source of technological innovation is to solve conflicts. Technological innovation in the military solves the conflict of the right to speak. The technological innovations applied to agriculture and industry solved the conflict between the farmers and the rest of the population. Don't count on technology to completely solve the conflict. No matter how technology develops, the conflict will always exist. Technology can ease the conflict. External, it is new weapons. War benefits, in other words, plunder. Internally, it is the transformation of productivity. Don't talk about it so deeply during the exam. Just talk about the war directly. Li threw out another perspective of current affairs. He talked about the experience of countless dynasties. The students were touched. They were not stupid. No one had ever lectured them like this before. He told you the source of all the problems. Once you knew the source, you could control it. How easy would it be to answer current affairs questions? Dongzhu, you are teaching us the strategy of governing a country? Some students were so touched that their eyes turned red. What strategy of governing a country? You haven't even governed a place before, and you want to govern a country? Let me tell you, after the exam, go down to the place. If anyone dares to use their connections to get a promotion, don't say that I removed you. Even if you are the son of the Minister of Personnel, you can't do it. Do you believe that if he dares to give you a promotion, I will take care of him as well? Li Yi did not even dare to talk about governing a country. With just a few words, the students went crazy. Set your mind straight. Put the exam first. Don't think about governing a country immediately. You are far behind. I will mention one thing about Tubo. Relying on the geographical location and environment, alliance and betrayal and restoration. There is nothing much to say. Li Yi said casually. The students should understand the international situation. The war between the Tang dynasty and Tubo had never stopped. Only during his time did he fully grasp the situation. That was not only a military issue. It proved that the ruling party of his time was indeed powerful. Dongzhu, after the exam, I will be lucky to pass and be assigned to a place. I need money, and I can't rope in other rich people. Will you help? A student asked. Governing a place required assistance. I will teach you how to rope in people first. If you use them well, it will be your own ability. Zhuangzi can give you money. I can help whoever becomes the local official. Li Yi said with a smile. Chapter 619. In this class, Li Yi only gave the students time to go to the toilet. The class only ended at 1 p.m. Li Yi was too hungry and did not want to go to the cafeteria to eat. He disguised himself and went to the Baishui Bridge under the protection of a group of guards who also disguised themselves. He scooped a bowl of free soup and gave a 5 yuan and a 1 yuan coupon to the people who had gathered to set up stalls and learned how to sell jian bingguizi. After thinking for a while, he took out a 2 yuan coupon and said, "Add an egg for me." Eggs were cheap. Li family Zhuangzi crazily taught others how to artificially hatch eggs. Everyone chose suitable places to raise chickens. Waiting for the river to develop, there were more people raising ducks and geese. Eggs, on the other hand, were cheaper. Even the farmstead no longer sold 100 boiled round eggs. The price of soy sauce plummeted. After the promotion, whoever wanted to make soy sauce could do it themselves. You want mung bean powder? Do you want salty? The person selling jian bingguizi asked. Jian bingguizi mung bean powder and whole wheat flour were quite different. Mung beans could grow bean sprouts, but the yield was small. If he wanted whole wheat flour, 3 yuan would be enough. Add more chopped green onions. Don't make it too salty. Li thought for a while and did not want to drink too much water. Okay. The other party was very happy. You put these green onions in the cellar, right? If you see that they are not good, quickly make them into chopped green onions. Roast them dry and soak them in water. Li Yi understood what was going on when he saw the color and state of the chopped green onions. Dried green onions, dried coriander, and dried carrots were the seasonings of his instant noodles at that time. In fact, this was the method that he liked to use in Japan, especially when he was selling noodles. Basically, they did not cut the fresh green onions. Some cooperatives specialized in growing green onions. If they had connections, they would find Japan to export. Now, it was used in the Tang dynasty. However, the people of the Tang dynasty liked the fresh green onions. The Jianbing Guazi seller soaked the chopped green onions in water. I removed the blisters. Don't worry, I can't embarrass the Li family Zhuangzi by selling things outside Li Dongzhu, the other party admitted. What does your selling have to do with Li Dongzhu's face? Li Yi was puzzled. I'm not the one selling it. The Li family Zhuangzi's things must be the best, even if it is at the head of the Ba River Bridge. Are you, that kind of person? The person selling crepes was unhappy. Did he meet an idiot? Li Yi nodded his head twice. I drank too much last night. My head still hurts now. Don't drink so much alcohol. It's not a good thing. It's a hindrance. The person selling crepes said kindly. Yes, I don't usually drink so much. What else could Li Yi do? Here, go and scoop the soup. Don't eat the free salted vegetables. The jianbing seller placed the jianbing fruit on a bamboo tray. This was the tableware that the Li family had placed here to save on packaging. Otherwise, why would they wrap the crepes in paper? It would be a waste of paper. The Li family Zhuangzi gave them a pile of bamboo plates to wash. Li Yi went to scoop the soup. Today's soup was duck rack soup. There was still a lot of meat on the duck rack, but it had all been boiled away. Li Yi scooped half a bowl of soup and picked up some mustard and salted vegetables. He sat there and watched the stall's business while eating. He immediately discovered that all the stall's things were better than normal. The price did not change, so the profit was obviously low. There were many people buying, and the quantity was large. The overall profit was pulled up. Guyan, call the students over. Let them see. This is a reflection of the state of economics. Li Yi said to eunuch Guyan. Guyan was the closest to him. He himself did not expect that the stall at the Ba River Bridge would take the initiative to maintain a high-quality service. The price was not higher than other places, but there were more people coming to buy. Everyone was working together to maintain the quality of the goods at the Li family Zhuangzi Bridgehead Market. At the same price, they did not lose out at all. Whether a product could make money or not depended not on the cost and profit, but on the sales volume. Even if it was making airplanes and could monopolize the global sales volume, it was fine if the investment and output were lower. Now that this market represented quality, the people who came to set up stalls would bring more goods. Your Majesty, starting from the new year, the Ministry of Revenue has collected 1,800,000, 1,110, and 400 coins in business tax. On the second day of the second month, Li Yi's time was the traditional dragon raising its head festival. Now that no one cared about it, Bai Gu ran to Xingqing Palace to report the good news. He actually wanted to report on the first day of the new year, but he was afraid that people would ask him for money during the court meeting. He had collected more than 1,800,000 coins in taxes, but he still had not received rent. After the report, he was very depressed. Why were the three prime ministers all here? Good. Li Longji praised. He had just been analyzing the war situation with the other prime ministers. No one knew when the other side would start the war. Not to mention where the war would start from. Both sides were on the move. Right now, the three prime ministers could only understand Songzhou because the winged knights were running towards Songzhou with a pile of things from the Li family Zhuangzi. The prime ministers were not idiots. They began to analyze in the direction that the winged knights were heading. Your Majesty, is there going to be a war? After Bai Gu finished speaking, he looked at everyone's expressions and realized that he had rushed over too abruptly. Everyone looked serious. He dared to bet his head that it was not because of money. The Ministry of Revenue already had money. There was no need for the court to worry about money. Besides, even if the Ministry of Revenue did not have money, Xiao Yi's Zhuangzi also had money. War lacked money, and Xiao Yi had always provided it for free. Now it was not war that lacked money, but war. Bai Gu was also worried. In the past, when war was mentioned, the first thing he thought about was money and supplies and baggage. Now that he had money, he thought about people when war was mentioned. When there was no money, the lives of the Tang dynasty soldiers seemed worthless. When there was money, he realized that the lives of any Tang dynasty citizen were worth money. Your Majesty, give me a month. I promise to raise another 1,000,000. We can't let the frontline soldiers suffer. Bai Gu, who had always been stingy, suddenly became generous. Li Yi has made his move. Yao Chong glanced at Bai Gu. Ah! Ah! Bai Gu lowered his head again. Xiao Yi's move. Then it had nothing to do with the Ministry of Revenue. Xiao Yi had money. It was not easy to save up money. He could not just throw it away. Brother Yi means that he is not sure. If Tubo attacks, we should defend and counterattack. We cannot act rashly. Li Longji did not care about Bai Gu. He talked about Li Yi's strategy. This time, they could only wait for the enemy to attack. They could not take the initiative to attack. I agree. Lu Huaishan had always supported Li Yi. Now that he heard His Majesty mention Brother Yi, he understood. I agree with Prime Minister Lu. Zhang Shua quickly expressed his opinion. Yao Chong nodded gloomily, Your Majesty, we should not attack. Bai Gu almost laughed out loud. He saved money again. There was no need to attack. Xiao Yi was really good to him. She was afraid that the Ministry of Revenue would pay for it. How is Bai Gu's health recently? Li Longji had long noticed that his brother Yi cared a lot about Bai Gu. Whoever brother Yi cared about would be in trouble. Your Majesty, I will be fine, right? I have not been coughing recently, nor do I have a fever. Bai Gu was suddenly afraid. He also heard that as long as Li Yi was good to someone, that person would easily have problems. For example, he personally went to persuade Li Riji. Long Zai, do not be afraid. Li Yi is here. He did not go out. Wei Zhigu once again felt the same. Not only him, but he was also the Minister of Revenue. When he was sick, he felt terrible. He felt like he was going to die. Then, Li Yi would watch over him and give him medicine. Li Longji looked at Bai Gu, go to my brother Yi's place. However, do not ask him for money. Chapter 620. Xiao Yi, how are you doing in Zhuangzi recently? Bai Gu arrived at Li family Zhuangzi at noon. Li Yi was eating hot pot accompanied by palace maids and eunuchs. It was a double hot pot. As soon as Bai Gu arrived, the palace maids and eunuchs stood up. They took away the big double hot pot that Li Yi ate with them and brought a small one. Old Bai, have you eaten breakfast? Li Yi looked at Bai Gu and asked. Yes. Bai Gu sat down. What did you eat in the morning? Li Yi continued to ask. Steamed buns, millet porridge, shrimp oil side dishes served in Zhuangzi. Bai Gu answered honestly. Did you drink water in the morning? Did you drink much? Did you drink tea? Li Yi still had questions. Yes, not much. Bai Gu recalled. Don't eat first. I will check your liver function in the evening. Li Yi smiled. Bai Gu sniffed. The bone broth and chicken broth in the double hot pot smelled really good. Old Bai, go to the study to read. Li Yi couldn't bear to let everyone eat the double hot pot while he read alone. No need. Bai Gu gritted his teeth. From now on, he wouldn't eat or drink. Therefore, the small pot was removed and Li Yi sat next to the big pot again. Xiao Yi, how much tax did you collect in 1 month? Bai Gu couldn't eat, so he chatted with Li Yi. It should be more than last year's tax for 2 months. Li Yi guessed. Yes, more than 2 months. 8 million. The entire Tang dynasty started to collect taxes. 1 month's tax revenue can't even compare to several years of previous years. Bai Gu became excited when he talked about money. From next year onwards, the greenhouse vegetables will no longer be taxed at 10%. The commoners of the capital will set aside some land for the purpose of planting greenhouses. The vegetables in the greenhouse could no longer be sold at a high price, and the cucumbers that cost more than $100 were out of the question. Excluding the cost of the greenhouses, the profits earned by the commoners are still considerable. Li Yi wanted to say that it was too little, but he changed his mind. It was impossible for it to be too little. Bai Gu sniffed again. It's good that the people are rich. They can buy more things, and there are more people coming to sell things. I collect taxes. What do you mean by collecting taxes from the entire Tang dynasty? The people from the Ministry of Revenue have learned it well. This year, they will be sent to the various prefectures to teach and perfect the details of local tax collection. We can try it out the year after next. Li Yi was not in a hurry to collect taxes from the whole country. As long as the governor started collecting taxes, the money would be enough to support the current financial expenditure of the Tang dynasty. Li thought about how the capital government collected taxes to support the country's finances. He raised the issue of expenditure with Baigu. The capital office collects taxes, and the merchants from outside have to take the receipts. The imperial court has to give the benefits that should be given. The capital government will bear the burden of providing taxes for the commoners' consumption, and the Ministry of Revenue has to allocate money. The main thing is to repair the roads. The main roads leading to Chang and from the surrounding 20 counties are not bad. Li Yi asked Baigu to spend the money to be fair to the other party. He said that the main roads needed to be repaired again. It was not suitable to build cement roads because it was too expensive. Apart from the county towns, there were also villages. The roads from the villages to the county towns needed to be repaired so that they could be connected to every village. A portion of the funds had to be allocated to subsidize the repair and construction of new houses for low-income families. The money for the repairs would be allocated directly. The imperial court would be responsible for the construction of new houses, and the residents would have to pay for the rest. The portion that they had to pay for themselves would be paid by the imperial court first, and the residents would have to pay it back slowly on a monthly basis without interest. The river channels and ditches would still be cleaned up and the small rivers would be widened. This would ensure that small boats could travel on the canals from the various rivers of the capital government to the villages. The cement could be used to build small docks to make it convenient for the commoners who did not have livestock to transport goods by boat during the winter season. Baigu was in charge of listening. The 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs next to him put down their chopsticks and took out their notebooks to record what Li Yi said. For the commoners who have land in the capital government, don't plant hemp anymore. Plant cotton. This is a strategic demand. Eliminate the mediocre demand. The imperial court will buy it and maintain the price. Li Yi followed his train of thought and mentioned another matter that would affect the interests of others. Eliminate the mediocre demand. The commoners would no longer pay extra labor time and hand in hemp and silk. They would no longer plant hemp and mulberry trees or raise silkworms. They would all be changed to planting cotton. The Li family Zhuang and Luli village had enough cotton seeds. Baigu looked around and felt guilty. He lowered his voice and said, according to the population, the cotton has been separated. There are rich families who have more land. They have already changed to planting grain. This year, 120 families have participated in the greenhouse vegetable planting. He was familiar with the data. He had sent people to monitor how many vegetables the greenhouses produced. Of course, he knew who was planting the vegetables. Don't worry about the farmers. Everyone will eat the grain they grow. In Chang'an, the Yellow River freezes and dries up in winter. There will be less grain. Li Yi temporarily did not deal with the land annexation of the rich families. He would take it slow. It would not run away. The capital government would no longer have the opportunity to annex land. The Li family Zhuangzi used another method to lend money to others. This included buying clothes, seeing a doctor, buying cooking oil, and so on. The commoners would pay it back slowly. If there was an accident and they could not pay it back, the loan period would be extended and the interest would be reduced. He also found work for them. The commoners did not need to sell their land to survive. Their income also increased. Otherwise, why would the commoners erect a longevity tablet for him? A longevity tablet was not erected for you just because you were good-looking. Baigu sniffed again and swallowed. Every year, special officials are arranged to oversee Hunan Prefecture. I'm afraid that people in Chang'an won't be able to eat. He understood the situation. Wei Zhigu had gone to Hunan Prefecture to investigate and thus offended Yao Chong. He had returned from Hunan Prefecture last year. Before that, he had been reorganizing Hunan Prefecture's warehouses. When Chang'an ran out of food, the emperor brought a large group of people to Luoyang to eat. Luoyang had canals. They did not need the Yellow River to support transportation. Old Bai, there are no major wars that require the imperial court's funding. 1. 8 million yuan. Tell the commoners that the capital government will invest this much. Li Yi had not eaten a single bite. He had only been chatting. Ah! All of it? Bai Gu's heart twitched. You said that you would use 1.8 million yuan to repair roads and houses. When you really need to repair them, it will not be used together. This is called earmarking for a specific purpose. If you don't believe me, I guarantee that someone will want to use this money in less than 2 days. Li Yi shrugged and told Bai Gu that if he did not quickly find a way out for the money, everyone would eat it. Bai Gu's mouth moved. He lowered his head and sighed. The Minister of Revenue was in charge of the money. It was not his money. It was true that others would covet it. If you set up the project, no one will be able to touch the money. The land has not been converted yet. If you need money urgently, you can use it. Li Yi gave him an idea. Didn't you say earmarking for a specific purpose? Bai Gu found fault with him. Find the Workers' Alliance and transfer the money to them. The Workers' Alliance will transfer the money to other places. The Workers' Alliance will accept the task of repairing roads and houses. As long as the project is completed, the money will be spent in the right place. The money in other places is not earmarked for a specific purpose. When there is enough money, you can transfer it to the Workers' Alliance. Li Yi explained the method of using earmarked funds. Bai Gu considered it. What if they ask for a portion of the work to be paid once? How do you transfer it? That is, the Workers' Alliance has a deposit. You transfer the deposit. If there is not enough money, I have it. I can borrow it from the Workers' Alliance to increase the deposit. Li Yi still had a way to deal with it. The deposit can be transferred. Bai Gu caught the main point. No money can be transferred. Did the Ministry of Revenue transfer too little in the past? If you want to establish a perfect system, the Ministry of Revenue will issue government bonds. I will buy them. Li Yi followed the strict requirements. If the money was not transferred, the imperial court would provide the government bonds. Wouldn't that be enough? What's a government bond? Bai Gu heard a new term. Accumulating debts. Li Yi gave him an idiom. Chapter 621. Borrow money from the people? Of course, Bai Gu knew the content of this word. King Kuo of Zhou wanted to attack the Qin state. He borrowed money from the people, but he had no money to pay it back. He avoided the debt and ran to the high platform. Old Bai, don't you want to be strict? There is a complete set of methods. Li Yi said with a smile. Bai Gu shook his head. No, I'm afraid of breaking my promise to the people. Breaking our promise to the people is secondary. The issuance of national debt will promote the depreciation of the currency. Now only Zhuangzi uses exchange coupons and guarantees with Zhuangzi's wealth and technical credit. When the Tang dynasty issues currency, and then introduces national debt, it will drive the depreciation of the world's currency. Transportation is inconvenient, the speed of information transmission is slow, and the currency depreciates. The people in remote areas have no way to live. Li Yi was serious and explained the national currency system and people's livelihood to Bai Gu. When the speed of information transmission is fast enough and the bank savings system is established, the currency depreciation can be promoted. As long as the currency is not issued with non-consumable goods as collateral, it will definitely depreciate. There is a lot of grain planted in the field. The currency is issued according to the grain planted. When the grain is eaten, the currency is still there. The currency issued because of the grain is naturally transferred to other goods. If other goods are damaged or thrown away, the currency is still there. When the equivalent currency appears, its value is destined to be reduced. At the same time, with the development of technology, the reduced value will be made up by productivity. It is dynamic. Li Yi briefly introduced some of the inevitable problems of the currency system to Bai Gu. Bai Go kept swallowing his saliva as he listened. He had thought that he was already very powerful. At the age of 20, he became a jincher. He also knew a lot of problems of officials and the court system. When he came into contact with taxation, he learned quickly and almost understood it. He didn't expect to hear a huge system when he came to see if he was sick. Bai Gu raised his hand to wipe the sweat. Tao Hong next to him handed over a silk handkerchief. Bai Gu nodded to express his gratitude and wiped the sweat on his forehead. When he looked at Li Yi, he was a little scared. He understood that his little friend Li Yi had only casually mentioned a few things. If one believed in it and tried to understand it, there would probably be many books. When other students were diligently studying the 4 books and 5 classics in order to prepare for the imperial examination, this young friend was observing the changes in the world. It was no wonder that His Majesty kept calling him "my brother Yi" in the court. What he knew was enough to support a dynasty. Old Bai, don't be too conflicted. Take one step at a time and eat one bite at a time. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. Li Yi could guess Bai Gu's mood. The knowledge system was the most important. Bai Gu put down the handkerchief and concluded, if we issue too much banknotes, the people will not be able to make a living. So now, I, Zhuangzi, am the one distributing the goods. Gold is money, silver is precious metal, copper is money, and silk is also money. I want to take the silk out, it's not easy to store it. There's also the gloomy wood that Big Brother sent. When the weather gets warmer, I want to raise the price of gloomy wood. It's a non-renewable resource and can hold its value. After Li Yi finished speaking, he quickly ate 2 mouthfuls. He felt that the old man was deliberately talking to him. The old man was waiting for his blood to be drawn to check his liver. He couldn't eat or drink, so he had to find someone to accompany him. Bai Gu swallowed his saliva as expected. The hot pot was too fragrant. Seeing Li Yi eat a few mouthfuls, Bai Gu had another question: what is the currency used to calculate the value of banknotes? The most stable currency is gold, silver, and copper. You can issue as much as you have. When it's time to issue, I will provide the imperial court with a few copper, gold, and silver mines. Li Yi spoke of a currency calculation method. It was the purest. Just like greenback, gold was used as collateral in the beginning. When the amount of gold, silver, and copper is less, what will you do? Bai Gu thought far ahead. At that time, the currency is issued by credit. The value of credit currency depends on domestic production technology and external international relations. Li Yi gave another currency as collateral. When the time comes, the currency will depreciate. Bai Gu nodded, indicating that he understood this point. Li Yi shook his head, maybe it will increase in value. How can it be possible to buy more things? Is it productivity? Bai Gu was very focused at this moment. Productivity is one thing. If one can produce 500 caddies per mu, of course, food will be cheap. The purchasing power of money for food will increase. The other is territory. Take down India and make it the territory of the Tang dynasty. Then find some places where there are no people to occupy. With better farming tools, such as a lot of cattle, the price of food will still be cheap. With more cattle, the cattle will also be cheap. Just kill them and eat their meat. The currency will increase in value. When Li Yi said this, the map of the 2 continents with kangaroo and tomato appeared in his mind. Of course, there were few people in the origin of coffee, and the land area was large. Cui Lu next to him took Li Yi's plate, put the meat that she had cooked on it and put it back. Bai Gu glared at her. Little girl, what do you mean? Are you trying to give me some advice? Cui Lu stuck out her tongue. She was not afraid of Bai Gu at all. She just wanted to tell Bai Gu to stop talking. Dong Zhu was eating. Xiao Yi, you eat first. Bai Gu compromised because the other palace maids and eunuchs were looking at him. He could not do anything to the 4 classes of Tao Hong. The 32 of them had come into contact with too many secrets of the Li family Zhuangzi. The family members were all taken care of together in the Sixley village. The relatives of the family could go to the Sixley village to visit relatives. The more than 100 families in the Sixley village were not allowed to go far. They had to be careful when they went out. Some of the palace maids and eunuchs had older brothers and sisters. In order to prevent them from being threatened, they were brought to the Sixley village. Let's put it this way. If a minister of revenue went missing, the imperial court would be furious. If a palace maid and eunuchs could not be found, the imperial court would be frightened. Li Yi sped up his eating. He knew that Bai Gu's visit was mainly to check on the body and that he still had a lot to say. When he was about 60% full, Li Yi put down his chopsticks and went to check the rooms. The patient with the lung injury had long since had his tube removed. He was slowly undergoing recovery training and had not stopped taking his medicine. He was drinking herbal medicine that could relieve pain and inhibit the growth of fungi. The other 33 people were being watched by 390 chitons. The 390 people were very dedicated. They were also going out to take care of more than 11,000 southwestern barbarian captives. There's nothing special going on in the Ministry of Revenue right now. The assistant ministers and doctors can take care of it. I heard from His Majesty and the Prime Minister that there will be war in Songzhou. Bai Gu was waiting outside the inpatient building. When Li Yi came back from checking the rooms and headed to Li Yi's main courtyard, he spoke. They might not be able to fight. I actually hope that Tubo will fight once and let Songzhou train the soldiers. The main thing is the application of vision in actual combat. When it came to war, Li Yi's attitude was proper. Bai Gu knew what vision was. In previous wars, the catapults would be placed in the open to fire at the enemy's catapults. Vision was when the catapults were in the city. Someone on the city wall would calculate the parameters and feed it back to the city. The catapults in the city would fire according to the command. The enemy couldn't see and wanted to fire back, but they didn't give them a chance. After a few losses, the enemy will probably learn. Bai Gu never underestimated the enemy. It's fine. You can measure the trajectory. The catapults use a parabola. Look at the highest point, the middle transition point, and the landing position. When we get there, I'll draw it for you. Li Yi brought Bai Gu into the study. He found a pen, ruler, and compass and explained the parabola. This involved observation poles and the choice of position. As for the wind and direction, there was basically no need to consider. Calculating the position of the catapults was much easier than calculating the position of the artillery. Chapter 622. Xiao Yi, stop. Don't talk anymore. My head hurts. When Li Yi was talking, Bai Gu rubbed his temples. Actually, there's no need. We have binoculars. The catapult is only a little far. When the hot air balloon rises, we can see it from the sky. Li Yi put down his pen. It was a pity that no one liked to listen to him talk about mathematics. He had almost forgotten it. He had to learn it all over again. It was very tiring. Xiao Yi, do you have any other things that can make a lot of money recently? Bai Gu quickly changed the topic. He realized that the little bit of mathematics he had learned was not enough to support him to understand Li Yi's words. No. Actually, I have something, but I can't sell it. I used the blowtorch principle to create a better air pressurized cylinder. It can be used as a flamethrower. Can this be sold? Li Yi said something to express his regret. No. Bai Gu shook his head. He once again felt that he had found the reason why Li Yi could not enter the imperial court. Li Yi knew too much. He threw him into the position of prime minister to deal with matters and delayed Li Yi's time. When they were eating, he talked about the monetary system. When he came back, he drew a parabola. Now, he was talking about the military. Oh, in the middle, he also went to check the wards. Xiao Yi knew medicine, so he came to do the check himself. But I'm building a ship. It's a very fun ship. It can sail against the current. It doesn't need sails or oars. Li Yi said the ship he had the workshop build. Pole. Bai Gu said something. I'm also rowing. Li Yi rolled his eyes. A pole was a pole. Different tools on a ship had different chance. The sail was on top, the oars were on the side, and the pole touched the bottom of the water. The oars were placed at the tail of the ship. They were used to move the ship forward. The technical difficulty of using the oars was greater than the oars. A small boat with oars that could reach the shore with one oar was the beginner level of oars. Generally, only places in Jiangnan used oars. Ordinary people would not even know the direction. Sell for a lot of money. Can you collect taxes? Bai Gu stopped joking and asked seriously. It can't be sold for a lot of money. Others will know when they see it. If you're willing to collect taxes, wait for me, Zhuangzi, to make more. Let's see who will buy it. I'll give you the account book. Li Yi shrugged and said. Then he said, Old Bai, don't always think about money. Look at how happy you used to be. You automatically became Minister of Revenue. You've changed. You, come and be the Minister of Revenue. This old man doesn't want to be the Minister of Revenue anymore, Bai Gu said gloomily. When I was the Minister of Revenue, I was still as carefree as I am now. Was the financial problem of the Tang dynasty a problem? To be honest, your little bit of work in the Ministry of Revenue is far inferior to my Zhuangzi's financial affairs. Old Bai, your Ministry of Revenue is now in a passive position. The idea I gave you to build roads and houses for the common people is an active one. My Zhuangzi has always been an active one. The exchange coupons were printed by the Li family Zhuangzi. They're updating the technology so that others can't copy them. Li Yi smiled and said to Bai Gu. He poured water for himself and put a cup in front of Bai Gu. He put away the thermos bottle. Bai Gu couldn't drink water. Bai Gu looked at the empty porcelain bowl in front of him. You replaced the porcelain core with the hand grinder. Is it broken? The Ministry of Revenue can still sell noodles. Of course it can. Instant noodles are not suitable for ordinary people to eat. It's expensive. Even if it's a little more expensive, the common people will calculate. If they can't eat and wear, they'll be poor if they can't calculate. After Li Yi finished speaking, he tested the temperature of the water and drank it in one gulp. He couldn't drink water slowly in front of the old man. It was impolite. The old man couldn't drink water. Xiao Yi, the people in the Ministry of Revenue are not stable. There's too much money. When I think of the 1.8 million yuan in taxes a month, I feel like I'm floating. Bai Gu asked for advice again. He had lived to this age and could put down his face. If he didn't understand, he could ask. Asking others was shameless. Asking Li Yi, there was no such word. Li Yi wasn't just a secondary second-rank official. He was also the emperor's think tank, Brother Yi. When the prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall said, "My brother Yi," in front of them, the prime ministers didn't refute. This was enough to prove Li Yi's ability and status. Is the Ministry of Revenue usually very busy? Li Yi looked at the empty cup in front of him and asked. It's busy this year. Busy collecting taxes. Bai Gu put the cup to the side. Looking at it made him want to drink tea. Bring them to the Zhang family village to play for a few days. Leave a few people who are willing to work there. Li Yi gave an idea. A few days. Bai Gu caught the key word. Yes, just them. 5 days in the Zhang family village. Li Yi nodded. Okay. Bai Gu didn't ask for the reason. Since the Ministry of Revenue's people were unstable, it was right to listen to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi never cheated her own people in this regard. At night, Bai Gu had fasted for enough time. Li Yi began a full examination. At precisely the time of the evening, all the results were out. Old Bai, you don't have any major problems. You have a bunch of small problems, but you won't die. The main problem is that you don't sleep well. Find an imperial physician who can massage you. A doctor is also fine. Before you go to bed at night, let him massage you. You'll fall asleep after a while. I'll make an eye mask for you. Stuff 2 balls of gum in your ears. Without the light and sound, you'll be able to sleep better. Li Yi didn't give Baigu a receipt. He didn't even open one. Where could he print it? Did he have to leave the film for Baigu alone? I won't die. Baigu felt that the sky was clear, the kind that was bright and sunny, even if it was pitch black outside now. No, but this year, as long as you feel uncomfortable, such as a runny nose or a stomachache, hurry up and come to Zhuangzi. From the current examination results, if you have any physical symptoms in the future, come to Zhuangzi in time. I guarantee that you won't die. Don't think that one examination will be enough. In summer, you might have a fever or a cold or contracted some disease. Li Yi compared the current situation. He didn't believe that Baigu was sick and he couldn't save him. According to the information, Baigu didn't die immediately when he fell sick. There was a process. Li Longji changed him to another department and even personally wrote the prescription, but he still died. There was a process, so it couldn't be a sudden cardiovascular disease. It also couldn't be a rabid dog that was bitten by a dog or scratched by a cat. If that was the case, the information should have written that he pretended to be crazy and was afraid of water at the last moment. Hurry up, hot pot. You ate it for lunch. I can't go home today. Baigu wanted to eat hot pot. He was greedy. You can go back, old Bai. The city gate is not closed at night now. From the 15th day of the first lunar month onwards, it will always be open for everyone to come and go. Li Yi reminded Baigu that times had changed. There was no curfew, and people could enter and leave Chang and city at any time. Hot pot, double hot pot. Baigu didn't listen to anything about whether he could enter the city or not. Okay. Old Bai, are you leaving after lunch? If not, I'll arrange a courtyard for you. If you leave, I'll arrange a motorcade. Do you want to go home and tell your followers? I'm not leaving. I'll drink with you. You go check the rooms again. Don't delay the treatment. Baigu felt that it wasn't easy to be allowed to come by His Majesty. He had to seize the time to ask some questions in his heart. Therefore, it was still the double hot pot in the evening. Li Yi warmed up 500 grams of 15% rice wine. Although it was only 15% rice wine, it was quite strong. Ordinary grape wine only had a few degrees. One would feel dizzy after drinking half a bottle. Old Bai, list the questions you want to ask. I'll take a look. Then, I'll tell you while we eat. Li Yi knew Baigu's purpose. It was just to ask questions. He was used to it. Chapter 623. Baigu had a lot of questions, but when he heard Li Yi's words, he didn't want to ask any more. Xiao Yi, everyone is asking you questions, and many of them are about national policies. You didn't leave your name, and you even have to bear some responsibility for saying the wrong things. Do you think it's worth it? Baigu asked questions about Li Yi himself. The other scholars couldn't wait for everyone to know how talented they were so that they could be favored by His Majesty. They could be invited by His Majesty to drink in Fonglin Garden or Pear Garden and become high-ranking officials. Xiao Yi had never shown this before. How could a young man be so calm? Old Bai, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Li Yi prepared the dipping sauce and put it on the table. Lie first. Baigu found it interesting. Lying means that the country will die. Misfortune and fortune are two sides of the same coin. Li Yi put oysters into the 2 pots of the Mandarin duck pot. Baigu narrowed his eyes. Why does your lie sound like the truth to me? Other than being delicious, you don't have any flaws. Old Bai, I don't agree with you. What's wrong with eating? One can't get tired of eating fine food. Of course, I don't want to eat raw meat, even if I have the means to check if there's any problem with raw meat. Li Yi threw 2 pieces of frozen tofu into the pot. This wasn't to suppress the boiling soup, but to be eaten after it absorbed the juice. When the tofu was frozen, its structure would change and become like a honeycomb. It absorbed the soup the most. Compared to eating meat, tofu was not as tasty as meat. Tofu was not as tasty as meat. Tell me the truth. Baigu arranged the plates. The truth is, I just want to let the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. The money I earned in Zhuangzi is enough, so I took it out to help the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi grabbed an extra handful of chopped green onions and put them in his bowl. Baigu, he didn't find any difference between a lie and the truth. Weren't they all the same? If someone else had spoken to him like this, he would have flipped out. Facing Li Yi, he took a deep breath. Xiao Yi, what do you think about your own affairs? Myself? I'm just trying to help everyone live a better life. Li Yi's gaze was sincere when he spoke. That was indeed what he thought. Lifespan. Okay, Xiao Yi, I believe you. What else could Baigu say? It couldn't be said that Li Yi wanted to rebel and become the emperor, so Li Yi gave out all the good things. Had anyone ever seen someone who wanted to rebel work so hard to help the ruler? The slices of meat and vegetables were brought up by the palace maids. The eunuch sat on the side with a notebook and a pen to record the conversation between the 2 people. It felt like a daily diary. As long as a minister came to find Li Yi, he would record everything and show it to Li Longji later. Li Longji didn't do this to monitor Li Yi. He knew about the minister's thoughts on administration through the exchange between Li Yi and the minister. Xiao Yi, your chili is good. Baigu boiled a piece of mutton in the spicy area. When he ate it, his whole body felt comfortable. I'll bring you half a liang when I leave. Li Yi generously gave him half a liang of chili without seeds. The chili in the pot now was whole chili. It was relatively intact after the seeds were removed, not chopped chili. After eating this meal, he had to filter the oil and chili out again. He couldn't waste it next time. As for the saliva, Li Yi didn't care. Baigu boiled some cabbage and asked, if you sell the chili oil you make, people will buy it even if the price is high. I'm not selling. Do I have to pay taxes? Zhuangzi, eat it myself. Li Yi refused. Baigu, after eating a lot of spicy food, he took a hot bath at night and fell asleep in the pool. He was carried back to the courtyard. He didn't wake up the whole time and kept snoring. He had been too tired recently. This was even after he had extra money. If he didn't have money, his body would be even more tired now. On the 5th day of February, a group of officials from the Ministry of Revenue happily came to the Zhang family's village for a vacation. Baigu gave them 5 days off. Go ahead and have fun. Baigu led the Ministry of Revenue's small officials to work. He was in a good state. He learned some knowledge and knew that he wasn't sick for the time being. If Li Yi had finished checking his body inside, he would have fallen sick by now. On the first day, the officials from the Ministry of Revenue were relaxed. They didn't miss home and just ate and drank. After a day, their condition slipped slightly. They didn't have any beautiful women to accompany them. On the 3rd and 4th day, they were irritated and felt uneasy. The pace of work was too fast. Suddenly, there was nothing to do. They were annoyed. On the 5th day, they found that their lives were too monotonous and boring. They were worried that the Ministry of Revenue's work wasn't done well and couldn't eat. On the 6th day, as soon as they returned to the Ministry of Revenue, they immediately threw themselves into work. It's a habit. It doesn't matter if it's an ordinary person, but officials can't bear it if they're far away from that position. Li Yi said to Li Chengqi, who came to him to ask why the officials from the Ministry of Revenue had returned to normal. Li Chengqi had a deep feeling about this. In the past, his life was muddled until he met Li Yi. Unlike the officials from the Ministry of Revenue, he didn't dare to stand out too much. He didn't even contact the ministers. Even if he missed his father, he couldn't go to the Baifu Palace casually. Brother Yi, why are you always in a daze? You're always in Zhuangzi. Li Chengqi thought about the mood change of the officials from the Ministry of Revenue and wondered about Li Yi. I have a good mentality. I have things to do. When I was in Zhuangzi, I was always making arrangements. Li Yi didn't feel empty. He hated that he couldn't make a clone of himself to help him with his work. The people in the imperial court are waiting for news from Songzhou. Li Chengqi brought up another matter. It should be about time. The winged knights should be arriving soon. Li Yi wasn't very sure. The winged knights still hadn't sent back any news. The 3,000 winged knights carried by the two of them were hurrying on their way. The group was even larger than when they set off. Guozi didn't just know how to fight, but he also didn't lack political wisdom. He always followed Li Yi and learned things that should have taken him more than 10 years to learn in a few months. Li Yi gave him special treatment and taught him the relationship between political struggles, military operations, and political intentions. Therefore, he tried his best to ask the officials along the way for money. He wasn't afraid of the other party's schemes or resistance. It was just a matter of one strike. The winged knights didn't belong to the local government. Their dispatch represented the emperor's will. Now, they were even more powerful than the Ming dynasty's brocade guard. The brocade guard still needed to list a crime. They didn't. They directly told the local officials that they had received benefits from whom and how much. His Majesty had already ordered them not to accept. Did they want to die or live? If the local officials chose to take money, they would give it to them. They were here to support the frontline soldiers, not because they were afraid of them. The local officials paid, and the winged knights hired people to help transport and purchase the goods. When they were more than 100 li away from Songzhou, the cured meat, sausages, and preserved fruit were all carried away on their backs. At the next location, the group received the money and happily went back. The next local official paid to hire servants to carry the goods. Chief Inspector, we've offended a lot of officials along the way. The non-commissioned officer of the winged knights was afraid of trouble and said to Guozi, "Isn't it good to offend the local officials? We're the emperor's private army. Don't tell me we have to be brothers with the local officials." Guozi taught his brother about politics. The emperor's private army represented purity. They couldn't have a good relationship with anyone other than Li Yi. Chapter 624. Officer Guo, we can't leave now that we're here. The work is on the other side. 80 li away from Songzhou, the leader in charge of leading a large group of people to move things found Guozi. Help me say hello, Guozi said to him. He was only 19 years old this year, but he had learned a lot from Li Yi. In different places, even the people doing the work had their own rules. When a group of people carrying work went to other places, they would either find someone else to take over or give them money. This included the 20 counties outside Chang and in the capital office. Whoever did the work would be in charge. There was only one exception, the Li family Zhuangzi. If the Li family Zhuangzi told someone what to do, there would be no obstruction in the capital office. The rules of the capital office were that the Li family Zhuangzi was first. The imperial court's decree could be delayed, but Li Dongzhu's words had to be carried out immediately. It was too far away now. The Li family Zhuangzi couldn't reach them, so they had to follow their rules. The leader ran off to find the people doing the work on the other side. Everyone was organized. The two sides handed over the work, and the other side owed the leader a favor. The other side gave the goods, and the people on the other side happily went back. They made a lot of money, all bought by the local officials. Guozi didn't ask the officials to give the money to the people doing the work, because that might make things difficult for them. He directly asked for the goods, and then the people doing the work would take the goods home first. Guozi didn't understand history in the past, and he wouldn't understand it in the future. He had never really put his mind on the lowest level. Now he understood. Li taught by example. The lower the work, the more they had to be taken care of. Li Dongzhu's knowledge is vast and complex. It's beyond the reach of ordinary people. Guazi watched the two sides finish the handover and the group of people leave happily. He sighed with emotion. Let's go, brothers. 80 li, 1 day and 1 night. Take the money and go back to find women and drink. The leader who took over the work shouted vulgarities. He carried 2 bags and strode forward. The others laughed and joked as they followed. The winged knights were silent. Their realms were no longer the same. They only wanted to reach Songzhou and wait for a possible war to break out so that they could kill more enemies. On February 17, Guazi's group arrived at the east bank of the main source of the Great River in Songzhou. The others had all left. The people of Jia City, where Songzhou was located, were dumbfounded. They sent people to cross the river to inquire about the situation. When they learned that the imperial court had sent the winged knights, His Majesty's private army, to help with the defense and brought a lot of food, their morale was greatly boosted. They knew about the winged knights. When they were fighting the southwest barbarians, the winged knights had taken action and helped them clean up. This time, they sent a total of 3,000 men, 6,000 horses, and so many supplies. Sun Renxian, the governor of Songzhou, received the report and came over in person. He glanced at the 3,000 winged knights who had already set up camp, dug ditches, and set up barricades. Each of them held a crossbow in their hands, and hot air balloons rose into the air to stand guard. In an instant, he was so moved that he almost cried. Strong soldiers of the Tang dynasty. No matter what, they were always in a state of war. Officer Gua. Sun Renxian cupped his fists. Governor Sunday Guazi returned the salute. Even though the other party's rank was much higher than his, it was useless. The winged knights ignored the other personnel. What was a governor? The retired emperor couldn't command them either. Follow me across the river. Sun Renxian didn't waste any words. Okay. Guazi nodded. The hot air balloons were lowered and put away. The large group of men and horses began to cross the river. Small boats and large boats helped with the transportation. This was the importance of Songzhou. To the east was the Yangtze River. If they took down Songzhou, the reinforcements from other places would be blocked by the river, and the enemy could go downstream. In history, Tubo had wanted to take such a strategic location. No one knew what he was thinking. Behind Songzhou was the Yangtze River. Any normal person would know that the city should be heavily guarded. And Songzhou was surrounded. It was a fight to the death. How could they let the enemy pass through? His Majesty asked us to bring food for our brothers. Guazi used the megaphone that Li gave him to shout. The winged knights finally broke their silence. With a smile, they gave out meat to everyone. The meat was voluntarily donated by the officials along the way. The meat floss, canned meat, and canned fruit that Li gave them didn't need to be taken out. The soldiers of Songzhou were indeed happy. They didn't actually care about the meat. They just knew that His Majesty was thinking of them. His Majesty also sent us new binoculars. There are a lot of them. You can give one to each group leader. Do you understand the rules? Guazi threw out another benefit. The group leader of a group of 50 people could have a binoculars. Understood. The soldiers shouted. In the past, even the battalion commanders didn't have binoculars. The rule was that in special situations, the binoculars were to be broken first. Now, they were directly at the group level. This meant that the Tang dynasty had more binoculars and was willing to give them to them. Not to mention a group of 50 people, every soldier wanted a binoculars. Scouts, every 5 people will have a binoculars, Guazi shouted again. Wow! The soldiers of Songzhou went crazy. 5 scouts set out with a binoculars. Sun Renxian's expression became serious. The things given were too much and too good. Moreover, 3,000 winged knights had rushed here with hot air balloons. What was Songzhou going to face? Officer Gua, let's talk in private. Sun Renxian pulled Guizi to the side while the others were happily choosing bacon and sausages. Governor Sun, it's okay. Tubo can't send many soldiers. Keep it a secret and don't spread it. We'll rest in the city. I'll teach you how to use the explosives. These explosives are very simple. Our hot air balloons can't fly and Tubo can't attack us. We'll rest for a month and then go back. Guizi knew what Sun Renxian was worried about. He avoided the others and explained the situation to Sun Renxian. Sun Renxian was confused and asked, His Majesty spent so much money and doesn't need us to attack? His Majesty didn't spend any money. When we came out, the things were given to us by the Li family Zhuangzi. You know that place, right? Oh, I know. The other things were done according to His Majesty's instructions. The local officials were very cooperative. This time, I've given each of you a dog's worth of coupons. Can you spend it here? If you can't, I'll arrange for people to go down and exchange it for other money. Guizi took out a few hundred yuan coupons and showed them to Sun Renxian. Sun Renxian looked at the coupons. No, you can spend it. Now, coupons can be exchanged for 10 yuan for 12 yuan. You can't even exchange it with money. Do you all use coupons in Chang'an? No, we have money but nowhere to spend it. His Majesty and the Li family Zhuangzi cook for us. If we switch to the Li family Zhuangzi, we'll enjoy it. Guizi said as he took out a stack of money and gave it to Sun Renxian. Sun Renxian took the money and stared. What's the meaning of this? Li Dongzhu gave it to me. Since you know about the coupons, you should know where they come from. Li Dongzhu said that if there's a war in Songzhou, Sun Renxian will help. Guizi said calmly. The money wasn't his. He helped Li give it to him. Sun Renxian, who had gone out of the city to beat up Tubo in history, was now embarrassed. He took the money. Does this count as a bribe? Li Dongzhu gave you a bribe? What are you thinking? Li Dongzhu doesn't want to disappoint our brothers. We'll cooperate with you. If Tubo attacks, beat him. Guizi pursed his lips. He knew the situation. Li needed to win the favor of the border generals. Chapter 625. Little Bean, I'll give you a canned fruit. Take it home and eat it. Once you open it, you can't keep it for more than 2 days. Uncle Chen, there's canned meat. Keep it well. Lady Lu, there's canned meat and canned fruit. You have a lot of people, try them. The arrival of the winged knights raised the morale of Songzhou. The soldiers distributed the canned food brought by the winged knights to the people of the city. The dried vegetables and meat floss were left for them to eat. The people happily took the canned food home to eat. No matter what kind of canned food it was their first time eating it. The canned hawthorn was sweet and sour. When they ate a hawthorn without seeds, they couldn't bear to swallow it and slowly crushed it with their tongue. If Tubo really attacks, the people of the city will have to help transport weapons and make food for the soldiers. There's a gap in the defense of the city wall, so the people will go up and block it. Sun Renxian and Guizi walked on the streets of the city, explaining to each other why the canned food was distributed to the people. Guizi didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Shouldn't the army and the people be like this? The winged knights were in the capital office and were familiar with the terrain. When they ran around, they would help out when they saw people doing work. When the troops arrived in Songzhou, the people of the capital office would boil water and provide some fodder whenever they saw them. Sun Renxian said as they walked, the local people know that once the city is breached, the Tubo people won't let them go. Kneeling and begging for mercy is useless. They have to let the Tubo people know that even if it's a child, they will bite off a piece of their flesh. Only then will the Tubo people know how to be afraid. If Songzhou is breached, it means that most of the people in the city are dead. We won't surrender. Sun Renxian's tone was flat as if he was talking about a normal matter. It'll get better in the future. Li Dongzhu is researching new weapons. Li Dongzhu said that the new weapons can also be used by children. Guozi also didn't think much of it. They were fighting. He mentioned the thing that Li Yi had told him, the gun. Is it that explosive bag? Children holding it and charging forward? Sun Renxian frowned. Perish together with the enemy? Guozi smiled and shook his head. It's not a pack of explosives. It's another type of long-range weapon. There are enough of them. They're bullets, just like arrows. There were a lot of bullets. The people of Songzhou lay on the battlements and shot down with their guns. No matter how many enemy troops they had, they couldn't charge in. If a child shoots from the battlements, the enemy can shoot until they can't raise their arms, but the child can still shoot again and again. Guozi, who had seen the power of Li Yi's sniper rifle and how difficult it was to operate it, spoke as an image appeared in his mind. A group of Songzhou citizens, each with a gun, crouched on top of the city wall to load bullets, stood up to open fire, and crouched down to load bullets again. The enemy wanted to besiege the city like a swarm of ants. Along the way, people fell in rows. Sun Renxian looked at Guozi in astonishment. Are you bluffing? How can there be such a long-range weapon? Guozi glanced at Fan Fan, or more accurately, the box that Fan Fan was carrying, and a smile appeared on his face. I hope there will be a chance to show it to Governor Sunday. He retracted his gaze. Fan Fan lowered his head to look at the box he was carrying, and then vigilantly scanned the surroundings. This box couldn't be lost. Li Dongzhu had specifically asked him to find an opportunity to kill enemy generals. Naturally, Sun Renxian also glanced at the box. The box looked very delicate. Could it be something secret? Chief Gua, I always hear rumors about the Li family Zhuangzi in Chang'an. What does Li Dongzhu look like? Sun Renxian touched the stack of coupons through his clothes, curious about Li Yi. Young man, 18 this year. He looks very delicate and pretty. He treats people kindly, and his literary talent fluctuates. Guozi introduced. How does it fluctuate? This was the first time Sun Renxian had heard that literary talent could fluctuate. Sometimes he writes poems or essays. Sometimes the style of writing makes scholars vomit. Guozi chuckled. Sun Renxian understood. He has literary talent, but he doesn't usually use it. Does he swear? Don't force him to swear. Once someone makes him swear, that person will feel worse than death. Guozi thought of the officials in Lantian County. They should be working hard at mining. Is there anything worse than death? Sun Renxian thought of someone being locked up and beaten to death every day. Yes, he made a report. The officials in Lantian County. Guozi told Sun Renxian about mining and making reports, including the means to deal with the family members if they wanted to commit suicide. They were tortured like that every day. Sun Renxian was not involved. When he heard Guozi's words, he sweated. Killing people is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground. Why do they have to do that? How much hatred do they have? The officials in the 20 counties outside Chang'an listened to the report and worked very hard. Guozi looked at it from another angle. Sun Renxian nodded. They should work hard. The troops arrived at the governor's office. Most of the winged knights went to the barracks. They brought their own tents and set them up. Everything was calm for the next few days. The people in the city came to see the commotion from time to time. They wanted to see the emperor's private army, the winged knights. Some people were preparing for spring plowing. When the weather was warmer and there was enough water in the river, they would soak the land. In the blink of an eye, it was the 24th of February. This morning, Guozi took the winged knights to practice archery. Woo dong dong dong, the sound of horns and drums could be heard. Gather and prepare to meet the enemy. Guozi heard a familiar voice and gathered the troops. The winged knights ran to their positions. Some of them observed the wind and prepared to launch the hot air balloon. They did not do so before because they were afraid that the Tubo people would run away when they saw the hot air balloon. Since the Tubo army had already arrived, they would not retreat when they saw the hot air balloon. Some of the winged knights ran to the catapults and acted as snipers on the city wall. Some helped to manage the explosives. The remaining 2,000 winged knights mounted their horses and prepared to open the city gates and charge at any time. The people in the city ran to and fro, transporting rolling wood and stones, as well as large axes and push poles. The enemy wanted to hang ladders on the city wall and cut off the hooks with axes. The row of people behind the push poles pushed and the ladders fell over. The reason they used a row of people was because the enemy would have people below to stabilize the ladders. If there were too few people, the ladders would not move. The women did not care what time it was and started to cook. The older children were responsible for keeping the younger ones from running around. The entire Songzhou city was in motion. The scouts outside ran around on horses. When it was almost noon, the Tibetan army appeared. The cavalry was in front and the scouts were chasing after the Songzhou scouts. The Songzhou scouts ran down the city wall. The crossbows on the city wall fired at the Tubo scouts. Both sides broke away from contact. The Songzhou scouts circled around the city and entered from the back. The Tubo cavalry followed them around the city, as if looking for an opportunity. A group of 1,000 cavalry came out from the back and charged. The Tubo cavalry retreated and the Songzhou cavalry escorted the scouts back. The two sides met for the first time and everything was normal. The Tubo cavalry could not find the slightest loophole and regrouped. The infantry behind them arrived one after another. The central army arrived. The Tubo general Boba Luo looked up and frowned. 8 hot air balloons were in the air. There were 2 on each side of the city wall and 3 ropes were connected to stabilize them. The wind blew and the 8 balloons tilted in the same direction. The people on the city wall pulled on the ropes and pulled the hot air balloons back. The winged knight's flag on the hot air balloons fluttered. The people in the city held up binoculars to translate. There are winged knights in the city. Boba Luo's expression was ugly. Chapter 626. You didn't catch a single scout? Boba Luo, who was on horseback, asked his general. Their horses aren't any worse than ours. Our scouts could only see the hoofprints they left behind. A Tubo general who was in charge of scouting was depressed. As the team advanced, the scouts found additional hoofprints and chased them, but they couldn't catch up no matter how hard they tried. Sometimes, the enemy scouts would leave tracks between 2 of their own teams. And as they chased, they had fewer scouts and were ambushed by the enemy scouts. When they reached Songzhou city, they finally saw the enemy scouts surround the city and set up camp. Boba Luo didn't know the situation, so he calmed down and made arrangements. In Songzhou city, the scouts were resting and bathing their horses. They didn't need them for the time being. A small scout team had 10 people and 30 horses. Each team had a telescope. When they saw the enemy scouts, their team turned and ran. Each team made sure that the enemy couldn't see them and maintained a distance. As they ran, they realized that the enemy team was advancing too rashly. They contacted their surrounding teammates and arranged a distance. More than 100 people against a dozen, and it was still an encirclement. The telescope is so useful. We can see the enemy first. If we had such good telescopes in the past, we wouldn't have lost so many brothers. One of the captains stroked the shell of the binoculars with tears in his eyes. Scouts had to be elites. Usually, they competed with each other, fought with each other, and even had conflicts. But on the battlefield, even the comrades who fought last night didn't want each other to be killed or captured. I want to go to Chang and when I have the chance and see Li Dongzhu. I want to see what he looks like. He must be an amazing craftsman. He has cracks in his hands and can make telescopes one by one. He's only 18. He's a secondary rank 2 civil official. What cracks in his hands? He's rich. His hands must be softer than a woman's. In the future, we'll go deep into Tubo and fight. If we see our men captured, we'll save them. Yes, we have telescopes. We can see them, but they can't see us. The scouts gathered together and chatted. They didn't care about the battle at all. Instead, they wanted to fight back. The scouts should go out. The enemy has more than 4,000 cavalrymen, 6,000 infantrymen, and 5,000 baggage troops. They have a total of 15,000 men. Sun Renxian was introducing the information brought back by the scouts to Guizi. Guizi nodded. The information from the hot air balloon has been sent back. The numbers match. They dared to encircle Songzhou with only 15,000 people. Guizi's mouth twitched. Songzhou city had 2,000 cavalry, and the winged knights had 3,000. If Tubo released 4,000 cavalrymen, they would be able to swallow up Tubo's troops. The winged knights were able to suppress most of Tubo's archers. Sun Renxian had a smile on his face. There's no rush. Let's waste a few days of their rations. I want to keep all 15,000 people here. In history, he had defeated his enemies. Many of his enemies had run away, but he could not catch up to them, nor did he dare to. At this moment, his thoughts were different from those in history. He wanted to take care of all of them, and none of them could escape. The enemy is encircling the city. They might split up and attack from the rear. I have the people on the hot air balloon keep an eye on them. When they split up, we will kill our way out. As Guizi spoke, he raised his head to look at the hot air balloon that had risen 100 feet into the air. Compared to an alcohol torch, a gasoline torch was more useful. He was afraid that the wind would be too strong. When it got stronger, they would have to lower their altitude and secure the 3 ropes below. Sun Renxian also raised his head. If the wind is especially strong and blows quickly, will it tilt? And then fall? The people above will cut the ropes and release them. They will run with the wind and find an opportunity to come back or land somewhere. Guizi explained. The winged knights were already familiar with this. When they were in the Li family Zhuangzi, they would release them whenever they had nothing to do. They would fly everywhere and even fly into the palace. They would hang on trees, fall into rivers, and burn down the houses of the common people. Later on, they would not fall on the houses of the common people. I heard that the hot air balloon made a great contribution in the southwest. Sun Renxian looked at the observation tower on the city wall and compared it to the hot air balloon. He realized that the observation tower could not compare. Guizi looked at the movement of the Tibetan army below the city wall. If the wind is good, we can go and attack them now. Is that where Tubo's commander-in-chief is? He pointed to a position. The person next to him estimated that it was about 1,000 steps and 1,500 meters. Sun Renxian raised his binoculars. He wants to lure our army out of the south gate to attack him. He is using infantry to defend the formation and cavalry to support him. The one surrounded in the middle is the general? Guizi asked again. At the same time, he turned to look at Fan Fan. Fan Fan carefully placed the box on the ground. He wiped his hands and began to assemble the sniper rifle. When the scope was finally installed, he handed it to Guizi with both hands. Guizi opened the gun rack and sat on the battlement of the city wall. He stood and aimed. The scope of the sniper rifle was much better than the binoculars made by the Li family Zhuangzi. After aiming for a while, Guizi handed the gun to Fan Fan. Fan Fan disassembled it and put it back into the box. This is... Sun Renxian realized that the mirror on the object seemed to be much more exquisite than the one in his hand. No, every part of the object looked very exquisite. A weapon that can kill the enemy's general here, a gun. Let's wait until he divides his troops. It's best to attack the city. Guizi was confident. The enemy was so far away. If he wanted to kill them, he could kill them. He had practiced with the sniper rifle. In Zhuangzi, he had practiced with 20 bullets. Since then, Li Yi was not willing to touch a gun. Some people's talents were unreasonable. Sun Renxian did not understand Li Yi's depression. His eyes widened and his face was full of shock. Officer Guo, can this thing shoot that far? How much farther than a ballista? As the commander-in-chief, Sun Renxian knew too well how powerful a weapon that could kill an enemy's general was. No wonder the winged knights were always vigilant around the box. It was a godly weapon. If you go 100 steps further, you can still shoot. You need to shoot 2 more times. Guozi gave an answer. Can it be equipped? Sun Renxian asked with a trembling voice. He wanted to take the initiative to attack Tubo. With 100, no, 10 of the same weapons, he felt that he could kill his way forward. There's only one in the world. It's Li Dongzhu's weapon. Lend it to me. Guozi expressed his regret and shook his head. It should be in the palace. Sun Renxian naturally considered that a weapon with such a long range could not be used outside. Li Dongzhu said it should be in my hands. I bring it with me every time I come out. Otherwise, it will be a pearl covered in dust. When Guozi said this, his eyes reddened slightly. There was a feeling of a scholar dying for his bosom friend. His Majesty did not want such a powerful weapon and said it was useless by his side. Li Dongzhu did not keep it. If there was a battle, the winged knights would lead the troops, so he would give it to him. Okay. Wait a moment. If needed, I'll have to trouble Officer Guo to personally take action. Sun Renxian felt that the sun was shining brightly. Looking down at the enemy's general, it was no different from looking at a dead person. The enemy probably did not expect that there was a weapon that could kill from 1,000 steps away. On the other side, Boba Luo did not know that he had been targeted. He had his own plans. Chapter 627. The purpose of Boba Luo's troops was clear, which was to surround Songzhou. The other troops would go outside to coordinate with the overall strategic situation. Once the goal was achieved, they would plunder and kill. When they returned to Tubo, the strategic requirements were fulfilled. They would consume the strength of the Tang dynasty's border and prevent the Tang dynasty's border from planting crops in spring. They would tell the western regions and the southwest that the Tang dynasty was not scary. Tubo could kill his way in at will, pick himself up, and continue to besiege the Tang dynasty. This was the strategy in history. Unfortunately, they underestimated the Tang dynasty's current border generals. Sun Renxian, the military governor of Songzhou, had seen through their strategic intentions. Songzhou was surrounded. As soon as Tubo divided his troops, Sun Renxian led his troops to attack. Tubo had no choice but to strategically retreat. At this time, the Tang dynasty's court officials were powerful, and the border generals were powerful. The civil officials governed the court, and the price of food began to fall. The generals destroyed Tubo's strategic intentions time and time again and counterattacked. If those aristocratic families did not accumulate strength and wait for an opportunity, if Li Longji did not appear and the mess in the palace, then, with the current strength of the Tang dynasty, they would be able to beat everyone around them to their knees. Boba Luo was not Li Yi. He could not see through history and analyze it from a god's point of view. At this moment, he was carrying out the strategic intentions given by Tubo's higher-ups. 15,000 people, or 50,000 people, surrounded Songzhou. The people of Songzhou prepared for battle. They did not think that Tubo could take down Songzhou. When it was not time to plant crops, the fields were left outside and ignored. There were many cities here, big and small. If the people did not run out and stayed in the villages, they would be captured. The border cities were there to take in the people. Everyone hid inside. It was not the walls of the Great Wall. The city was there. If the enemy rode out and killed and robbed, it would be too late for the city to send troops. The Tibetan army surrounded Songzhou at night. The Tang dynasty soldiers remained vigilant. The people began to eat in big pots. All the food was cooked together. When it was done, it was taken out and eaten. The people did not eat the canned meat that was given to them. Now, they took it out and threw it into a big pot to taste it. From the looks of it, they don't want to attack the city. They want to trap the soldiers of Song Zhou and do some sneaky things. Sun Renxian wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Guizi. The winged knights brought some chili powder made from the skin of small chili peppers and threw a little bit into each pot. Sun Renxian threw the most spices into the pot. He had never eaten anything so spicy before and was sweating profusely. The spiciness of chili was different from the spiciness of garlic. If garlic wasn't eaten properly, it would burn the throat. The mustard was as pungent as green onions. The spiciness of chili peppers was long-lasting, especially at the top and bottom ends. If you want to eat mustard to make it less spicy, don't breathe out through your nose. If you don't want your throat to be spicy, you should chew the garlic between your front teeth. Don't let the garlic reach your teeth like you would when eating normal food. It was impossible for chili peppers to not be spicy. Let's see if they will divide their forces. Guizi took small bites. He was also sweating due to the spiciness, but he was much better off than Sun Renxian. Officer Gua, this is good stuff. You feel good all over after eating it. The northwest is bitterly cold. Do you have a lot of this? Sun Renxian also ate spicy food. The spicier it was, the more he ate it. It was as if they were competing. Li Dongzhu planted some on Zhuangzi. After this year's harvest, there will be more seeds. Next year, they will be able to send the seeds over to be planted. Guizi mentioned Li Yi again. Sun Renxian realized that as long as something happened, it would definitely involve Li Yi. That way, Tubo will follow suit. The seeds can't be stopped. Sun Renxian thought about how Tubo loved to eat chili peppers. He was worried again. Guizi smiled and said, whether there are chili peppers or not has nothing to do with whether Tubo fights or not. Eating chili peppers doesn't mean victory. Reporting, a messenger ran over. Tubo's cavalry is moving. They seem to be leaving and heading north. The winged knights in charge of flag signals reported. North is Ningyuan town. The water there is shallow. They want to cross the river and attack Ningyuan town. Sun Renxian instantly thought of the other party's goal. They couldn't go south. South was Gonsong Ridge. What would they do there? Climb the mountain for fun. East was the Yangtze River. The Yangtze River in Songzhou flowed very fast. Only Ningyuan town in the north was near the river. There were soldiers there. Because it was upstream, the water was shallow. Wait for me. Guizi put down his chopsticks and left. Not long after, he returned with a box. He opened the box and took out a scroll and a piece of sheepskin. The sheepskin was spread out on the ground. He placed the scroll on it and unfolded it. A map of the northwest appeared on it. There were also 3 magnifying glasses in the box. He handed one to Sun Renxian and knelt on the sheepskin to find a spot. Sun Renxian also knelt down. He knelt down in his heart. How could there be such a detailed map? This map, Li Dongzhu gave it to me. Guizi didn't wait for Sun Renxian to finish asking. As expected, is Li Yi from the Li family Zhuangzi of Ba Shui so mysterious? If anyone has his assistance. Sun Renxian thought of something important and blurted it out. Guizi didn't take it seriously and said in his usual tone, whoever has Li Yi will have the world. His Majesty and the Prime Ministers all know this. He's actually such a monster. Why don't you kill him? Sun Renxian's first thought was to kill Li Yi. You see him as a monster, so he must be a monster in the end. Once you can't kill him, you won't have a chance to make a move. Governor Sun, I know you said this for the sake of the Tang dynasty. If you want to say it again in the future, you can't even think about it. Li Dongzhu is devoted to the country and protects His Majesty and the imperial court. If your words are spread, I can only take your head back to receive punishment. Guozi turned to Sun Rinxian and said seriously. Sun Rinxian wiped his sweat. He felt Guozi's determination. Is this the shoal now? Guozi pointed the magnifying glass at the source of the Yangtze River. Yes, Tubo cavalry still can't cross, unless they continue to go up. Look at the top, the mountains are drawn. Yes, almost there. What a great map. Sun Rinxian leaned forward to take a look and gave his analysis. Although the water was shallow, Ningyuan town on the other side had already received the news. If Tubo wanted to cross the river here, they would be met with an attack halfway across the river. Guozi moved the magnifying glass to the northwest. This is the Gobi Desert. What's the weather like in the Gobi Desert now? Will Tubo have another army crossing the Gobi Desert and the Yangtze River? That shouldn't be the case. It's not suitable for Tufan to take that route now. There might be a group of Tufan troops there just like you said. Sun Rinxian's sweat was no longer a problem. His face changed and all the pores on his body opened. He knew that the more impossible something seemed, the more likely it was. Only by taking them by surprise could they attack when they least expect it. Attack, take the initiative to attack. Destroy the surrounding Tibetan army and reinforce Ningyuan town. Sun Rinxian made a prompt decision. Even if there was a 1% chance, he wouldn't dare to ignore it. Guozi ordered the winged knights. Find 2 groups of experienced people and prepare to release the hot air balloons. Go over there and take a look. Then fly back. Adjust the altitude and look for the direction of the wind. Fill it with gasoline. Yes. The winged knights ran out to arrange. 2 new hot air balloons were sprayed with gasoline torches. Exquisite gasoline barrels were hung up one by one, and 3 gasoline torches were equipped. Each hot air balloon could carry 2 people. They lifted off and flew. The hot air balloons adjusted their altitude and looked for the right direction of the wind. Prepare for a surprise attack. Take out your guns. I will snipe the enemy leader first. Guozi ordered. Chapter 628. I want to go back and see Li face to face. Standing on the city wall, Sun Rinxian held up the night vision binoculars and said. At this moment, his whole body was numb. There was still something that could clearly see the enemy's situation at night. There will be a chance. You will find that Li Dongzhu is a very easy person to talk to. Guozi's gun had also changed to night vision. There were night vision goggles on the hot air balloon to keep an eye on the Tibetan army's movements. Without night vision goggles, the current military forces of the Tang dynasty could still fight Tubo. Li always felt that since he had taken something out, why not use it? Who didn't use it when they had a special ability? Wasn't that stupid? If one could cheat in an exam, one would do so, let alone in a war. With so many lives there, what was the purpose of not taking out good things and finding all kinds of excuses to say no? Therefore, the equipment of the 3,000 featherwood flying cavalry was excellent. That's right. He's still drinking and hiding in the tent. How can you see a blurry shadow with this thing? The tent is leaking. Sun Rinxian never felt that he sweated so easily. He was scared too many times today. I saw it. Don't worry. My heart is beating a little fast. Let me calm down. You get ready to open the city gate and charge. Guozi's voice was calm. He felt that his heartbeat was different from usual and was relaxing. Does the Li family Zhuangzi have the same thing? Sun Rinxian cooperated with Guozi and changed the topic. Don't ask. Guozi glanced at the opposite side. Ah! Sun Rinxian laughed. Get ready. As long as the wind direction is guaranteed, put explosives. Choose old cows and horses and use fire to attack. Bring the explosives. Guozi started to give orders to Sun Rinxian. Sun Rinxian was not angry, and he did not have time to think about other things. He knew what Guozi meant. The cows and horses that could not be used were loaded with incendiary items and knives on their butts to charge into the enemy formation. The explosives were packed on the cows and horses. The length of the fuse was adjusted and the distance was estimated. As the wind blew, the hot air balloon would tilt in one direction. First, pull the rope and lower the altitude. Then, the explosives were transported up and ready to be released. The hot air balloon flew above the enemy and threw the explosives to disturb the enemy. The torches and lanterns on the top of the city wall were taken down, and the area around the city wall was pitch black. The Tang army is leaving the city. Get ready. When Tubo saw that the light above Songzhou city had disappeared, his first reaction was that the people inside wanted to open the city gate and steal. At this point in the war, it was too difficult for either side to launch a sneak attack on the other. No one was a fool, but as long as the fire on the city walls was not extinguished, once the city gates were opened, they would still be able to see what was going on. Sure enough, the 4 city gates were open. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see what was inside. Tubo's soldiers were on guard. The cavalry mounted their horses behind them and formed a formation. The archers were ready to charge forward with shields and swords, while the spearmen were waiting for the cavalry to charge into the camp. The torches in Tubo's camp were extinguished one after another. Only the torches in special places were still burning. This was not giving directions to the cavalry in the city. If the cavalry wanted to attack the camp at night, the horses would take the initiative to run towards the light. If he really ran over, he would definitely be attacked from the side. Both sides did what they could. This was called using justice and harmony to deal with each other. In a situation where the military strength was equal, if one side could crush the other, it could only mean that the difference in the quality of the soldiers was too great. Either the general was stupid to a certain extent, or it was impossible. Guizi was still aiming. His heartbeat gradually slowed down. The more critical the moment, the calmer he became. Sun Renxian held a lighter in his hand. Next to him was a set of fireworks. He was waiting. The people around him did not dare to breathe loudly, afraid that it would affect Guizi. The enemy's commander had changed to the east of the city. Because the wind blew from east to west, Tubo people knew the power of hot air balloons. At this time, the people in the tent came out and stood outside. There were no torches to light up the tent, so as not to expose themselves and become the place where the cavalry would attack. However, there were people crowding around, so it was clear who the commander was. Time passed bit by bit. The night sky seemed to have solidified, giving people a sticky feeling. The atmosphere on both sides was tense. Bang! A gunshot sounded. Guizi quickly pulled the bolt. Less than a second after the first gunshot, he opened fire again. The first bullet missed and hit the person beside the general. That person was probably shouting, and the others looked at him in surprise. The second bullet with the same light streaked across the night sky and accurately hit the general's head. For a moment, the people around him panicked. Bang! Guizi pulled the bolt, opened fire, and killed another person. Bang! The fourth person. He did not know who was who, but he would shoot the people around him whenever he had the chance. When the sixth person was killed, he shouted in a low voice, "Attack!" Sun Renxian lit the fireworks. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fireworks started to bloom. 8 hot air balloons were released at the same time, and they floated west with the wind. Under the light of the fire, a herd of cows and horses ran out of the city gates from the north, south, east, and west. The small tornado cannons and catapults in the city were pulled out, and they rushed towards the enemy cavalry. 4,500 cavalrymen came out of the city from another direction and charged towards the enemy's main camp in the east. The hot air balloons that were released began to light up the explosives and throw them down, not caring about their own position. Some of the fire cows and horses fell down as they ran, and the fire on their bodies ignited on the fuse of the explosives. With a boom, a ball of fire rose. The Tubo livestock, including the army horses, became uneasy when they heard the commotion. The cavalrymen from Songzhou City were all riding the winged knight's horses. They did not care, and were used to stopping. The battle began. The Tubo commander, Boba Luo, was killed as soon as the battle started. 2 generals beside him were also killed. When the explosives exploded in the middle of the crowd, the Tubo soldiers' ears rang, and some directly vomited. The Tubo cavalrymen could not organize themselves. The horses were not obedient and were even jumping around in the herd. "Light the torches, quick, the horses can't take it anymore," a Tubo cavalryman shouted. The infantrymen ran over to light the torches, and the cavalrymen dismounted to calm the horses. The small catapults pulled by livestock quickly approached. Before the enemy infantry could reach them, they threw out the explosives. Many of the explosives exploded in the air, rumbling. An explosive exploded a few feet above their heads. People's ears and eyes bled, and they directly fell to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The torches and lanterns on the city wall appeared again. Guazi, who had killed 20 people in a row, shouted, "Prepare a horse for me." He hugged his gun and ran towards the city wall on this side of the wall. A rope had already been pulled down from the city wall. He ran to the edge, and with a kick and a hook, the rope was clamped between his legs, and he quickly descended with his gun. When he saw the ground, he exerted strength in his waist, and his legs let go of the rope, and he somersaulted to the ground. He ran again, and came to the side of a horse. Holding the gun with one hand, he pressed the horse's neck with the other. His body rose into the air, turned, and landed on the horse's back. "Go!" His feet did not enter the stirrups, and his hands did not touch the reins. He just clamped his legs, and the horse leaped out. The 200 winged knights followed at the same time, protecting him in the middle. The other 4 hot air balloons had just risen, and the people on them were frantically waving flags. "Chief, there's an enemy general organizing in the 11:00 direction." One of the 200 cavalrymen held up a night vision device and read the flag signal. "Charge over!" Guazi shouted. Without waiting for them to get close, he pressed down on the horse's back with one hand, stood on the horse's back, and aimed with his gun. Bang! The shot did not hit, and he fired again. Next. Chapter 629. Guazi was completely crazy. He stood on his horse and used his sniper rifle to shoot at the enemy generals who could organize their men. The horses were jolting, and the enemy's position was changing. With his gun, he only needed 3 shots at most to kill the other party. The sniper rifle, which was not very famous, was used by him to become the best in the world. Countless people practiced the same rifle for a lifetime and shot it every day, but they could not reach his level. The 200 winged knights protecting him held their bows and covered him, while the ones with crossbows lay flat on their horses. This was the most powerful part of the winged knights, the unity of man and horse. The 200 men protected Guazi and swept around in circles, specifically looking for the enemy commanders. They retreated after the battle. The enemy chased after them, and a wave of arrows flew over. Tubo's cavalry was destroyed. The rumbling explosions scared the horses so much that they could not hold the reins. The infantry tried to organize themselves and endured the buzzing in their ears. Before they could organize themselves, the Tang dynasty cavalry arrived. More than 4,000 cavalry cut a line and rushed to the position of Tubo's cavalry, who were still calming their horses. Every 500 men charged forward, one after another. Cavalry soldiers were all too familiar with cavalry soldiers. The Tang dynasty cavalry did not give the enemy a chance to get on their horses. They just charged repeatedly and used the cavalry's speed to break through. Sun Renxian, who wanted to join the battle, stayed in the basket of a hot air balloon. He held up the night vision device and gave orders. The interpreters below passed the message to the signalmen, who rode back and forth to pass the order. An hour later, the Tibetan army collapsed. They could not fight, and there was no organization. Everyone was in disarray. It was not easy for a general to shout, and then the general fell down. Kill! The people in the city ran out on other horses and donkeys, waving spears and knives. Some even hit people with torches. The women, old people, and children in the city were preparing hot water and ropes. The hot water was for soaking cloth. They had agreed that if their own people were injured, they would use boiled cloth to bandage their wounds. The ropes were naturally for tying the captives. After these captives were tied up, they would exchange captives with Tubo. They would exchange their captive soldiers and people who were taken away. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed. Kneel! The pursuers shouted and killed anyone who did not throw away their weapons. Before dawn, groups of people came back, escorting the captives. The commoners rushed up and tied them up. Their own injured people were put aside, and the winged knights treated them with medical kits. Chief, we lost 21 of our brothers. There are also some who are injured. I don't know if we can save them. When almost everyone had returned, one of the winged knight's men reported to Guazi. Marinate them with salt and bring them back. There are hero pastors in the Forbidden Garden. They will be buried, and their families will be taken care of by His Majesty. Guazi held back his grief as he spoke. He had to tell them what happened next so that they wouldn't be disappointed. Turning his head, he said to Sun Renxian, brothers who died, write down the name list and the situation of their families. I will go back and give it to Li Dongzhu and His Majesty. Doesn't the imperial court provide pensions? An old man next to him didn't feel sad. He was used to it. Of his 5 sons, 2 were dead, and 1 was disabled. There will be additional compensation and rewards. Owner Li has so much money that he has nowhere to spend it. Guazi said as tears dripped down his cheeks. Does the dead count? The old man asked loudly. Yes. Guazi shouted. Does my injured and disabled son count? The old man asked again. Yes. Guazi shouted again. Okay, I still have 2 sons who can fight for the Tang dynasty at any time. I still have grandchildren. Many grandchildren. My family can give birth. The old man gritted his teeth. We won. Don't be sad. Tubo has lost even more people. Bring the captives here and see if we can save them so that we can exchange them with Tubo. Sun Renxian spoke in time. He shouldn't only be sad about his dead men. Okay, we won. Don't beat the captives. What if they die? We still have to exchange them. They dare to besiege the city like this. Their cavalry is useless. Stupid horses. The winged knights are really powerful. The winged knights' horses are not afraid of explosions. Everyone, go and cook. Take out the canned food from before. Don't cry if someone dies. Little wife and brothers are waiting. We'll raise the children together. Sister-in-law, is big brother dead? Brother, I'm here. What do you think of your sister-in-law? Brother, you're alive. That's great. Yes, come. Let's find a place where there's no one and talk. Brother, I was wrong. For a moment, everyone chose to forget the sadness of the dead men. They had won. Less than 300 people died. More than 3,000 Tubo people were killed and more than 10,000 captives were captured. Only 2,000 cavalry headed north. They didn't chase after them. If they did, it would be useless. They couldn't cross the river. They wanted to cross the river and attack here. Did they think the local defenders were fools? The winged knights first treated their own people and stitched up their wounds. Some of them were stabbed in the stomach. They gave drainage strips. They might not survive, but there was always a way. What needed to be cleaned was cleaned up and the herbs were poured down. Many people had survived without such conditions, let alone in a state where the basic health and medical care had improved. The intestines were out. The winged knights operated on them. They washed them with alcohol and sucked the fluids. Hang this bottle up. You can only eat when you fart. This is called glucose. You won't die from hunger for a few days. You can do it. The people of the Yulin flying cavalry cleaned up the intestines and stitched them up. They drained the intestines and put on a glucose and antibiotic drip. The people of the Tang dynasty had very strong antibodies. Some of them lost their hands and feet. There was no mention of antibiotics. This included eunuchs. Normally, that kind of situation would lead to death. But they were living very well. They just needed to apply some plant ash to solve the problem. Come, you've bitten it. I'll clean the wound and stitch it up. After it's healed, you can slowly pull out the thread. It's painful, but it's better than dying. I have a special way of pulling out the thread. This kind of wound suture was done with a wooden stick. First, the dirt was washed away. Then, alcohol was used. The injured soldiers of Songzhou were very obedient. If it hurt, it hurt. They all knew that it was easy to die after being injured. Now, looking at the Winged Knight's operation, it was obvious that they could guarantee that they would not die after being injured. Li Dongzhu's things. Sun Renxian changed the way he addressed Li Yi. He followed suit and called him Li Dongzhu. Yes, this is 75% alcohol. If Li Dongzhu was here, none of the injured people would have died. Guozi personally stitched up his own Winged Knight's brother. He was very nimble and the stitches were beautiful. This was his talent. With his body coordination and hands-on ability, the decathlon was a waste of talent for him. He can reach the level of an imperial physician, right? Sun Renxian said. At least, that was what he thought. Imperial physician? Huh. The imperial physician has been taking Li Dongzhu's medical books. They sent the youngest and most skilled imperial physician to learn from Li Dongzhu. Those who the imperial physician says can't be saved are sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu might be able to save them. Those who Li Dongzhu says can't be saved will not be saved no matter where they are sent. Guozi always supported Li Yi. They were about the same age. Chapter 630. The people of Songzhou were comforting the families of those who had died, especially the women. Regardless of their looks or whether they had children, there would always be someone willing to marry them. War had killed too many men. If the women wanted to live and bring their children along, it would be very difficult without someone to rely on. Their difficulties were not only in terms of farming, but also in terms of the loss of their pillar of support. They were not like the women of Li Yi's era, who had their own independent thoughts. The children were also sensible. Knowing that their father was gone, they would cry and keep their surname, and follow their mother to find a new father. Wives who had lost their husbands had to mourn for their husbands for many years, and they had to raise their children. When a person made a choice for survival, using morals to criticize them could only mean that the person using morals was far away from the other party, otherwise they would have been killed long ago. Some women in Songzhou thought that the Winged Knights were good people, but they did not expect them to marry them. They just wanted to have children. The Winged Knights were like men who had shrunk away, not daring to respond. They were afraid of being implicated. If you had women and children outside, how could you guarantee your loyalty as His Majesty's private army? More than 10,700 captives. Officer Guo, we have done a meritorious service. Sun Renxian, who was eating vegetable porridge, said to Guozi. He seemed very happy. Vegetable porridge was porridge made by putting vegetables and rice together. It was very thick and easy to use chopsticks. The merchants who sold rice in the city took the initiative to take out some rice. It was a time of war, so those who sold grain had to take the initiative. Otherwise, it would not be a matter of how much grain they lost. It's all thanks to Governor Sunday. The Winged Knights are His Majesty's private army and do not ask for military merits. Guozi smiled and said to the other party. The Winged Knights did not have military merits. Only Li Longji would record their merits and then give them material benefits. They could not count on military merits to be promoted. Was it worth it? Sun Renxian understood. The winged knights attacked, and the merit went to the local government. Then what would the winged knights have? Yes. In the capital office, whenever the winged knights arrive, the common people will come out to welcome them. When the winged knights provide disaster relief, the common people will do their best to cooperate. When the battle is over, your Songzhou soldiers will go to Chang'an. The people of Chang'an will cheer for you and provide you with food and garlands. Our winged knights are not. When we go back, the commoners will bring our warriors home to eat and chat with us. Many of our brothers already have people they like, and those who die can only sigh. Guizi said with a smile. As he spoke, he lowered his head and continued eating. Sun Renxian heard it clearly, understood it. The commoners of the capital government treated the other troops as guests, but the winged knights treated them as if they were family members. Politeness was a form of distance, while casual affection was a form of sincerity. The winged knights were under the control of the capital's government. No army could suppress them, and the commoners would not agree. From another point of view, the emperor's control over the entire capital government was absolute. Officer Gua, if Li Yi attacks the imperial city, what will you do? Sun Renxian was very curious. Tonight, the winged knights had moved out. The speed and strength of their battle had left a deep impression on him. He also knew that Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi in Ba Shui was very powerful. If the two sides clashed, how would the winged knights get along? Kill Li Yi. Although we know that if he attacks the imperial city, we can't stop him, nor do we have the strength to resist, we will fight to the death for the emperor. Guizi hesitated for a while, then gave a helpless answer. He had known Li Yi for a long time and knew that Li Yi could fly and had powerful weapons. If Li Yi wanted to plot against the country and kill people, the entire imperial palace would not be enough for him. The more this was the case, the more the emperor, himself, and the prime ministers who knew the situation felt that Li Yi was very close. Although Prime Minister Yao always wanted to make trouble for Li Yi, that was a kind of bigotry. There was also the Bai Gu of the Ministry of Revenue, who wanted nothing more than to lie on Li Yi and suck his blood. There was also the Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, who was preparing to borrow slaves from Li Yi for free at the beginning of spring. Everyone was thinking about their own things in their respective positions, but no one said that they wanted to kill Li Yichen. If someone else tried to bully Li Yi, the various ministers of the court, including the prime minister, would kill them first. This kind of balance was very interesting, but other than a few people, the rest did not understand. There was no fighting. The Li family Zhuangzi's workshop had suddenly exploded. The most anxious person was not Li Yi, but Prime Minister Yao. Sun Renxian had no idea that the relationship between the court and Li Yi was so complicated. They loved and hated each other. What he heard was that Li Yi could kill whoever he wanted, and no one could stop him. You didn't kill such a person. Sun Renxian wanted to kill him again. If I killed him, would there be hot air balloons and explosives? Would there be all kinds of foreign treatment? He trained the winged knights for the emperor and taught us to be loyal to the emperor. At the same time, he asked us to help the people. Can you kill Jiang Xia? Can you kill Zhuge Liang? He gave me all the guns to use. If he gave you a gun, can you kill him? Guizi questioned Jiang Xia while maintaining the gun parts. Sun Renxian felt that facing Li Yi was more difficult than fighting a war. He tried to understand from his own point of view, but found that he could not understand. Jiang Xia could usurp the throne, but he did not do it. He even helped the people in power. Was he stupid? If he had this ability, he would have become the emperor. Report: our scouts have discovered 30,000 Tubo soldiers marching along the Gobi Desert. When the two of them were discussing Li Yi, new information came in. It was not news from the hot air balloons, but from the scouts. The other forces are surrounding Songzhou. 2,000 cavalry to lure me out, while the other 30,000 are the main attack. Good calculation. Sun Renxian immediately threw away all other problems and turned to the war. Guazi looked at the map and understood. He drew a line with his finger, crossing the mountains to attack the hinterland. Very good. They still don't know the situation in Songzhou. We should immediately send out troops. Sun Renxian looked at Guazi. He needed the winged knights. Send out troops and directly attack. Don't worry about the 30,000 Tubo soldiers in the Gobi Desert. Now that Tubo is continuously sending out troops, the interior is empty. Attack them. A sudden attack can make the 30,000 soldiers return empty-handed. Guazi gave the same strategic thinking. Tubo sent 45,000 soldiers to attack. How many troops did he have left? If you attack me, you'll be moving slowly in the Gobi Desert. At worst, I'll give you Ningyuan town. I'll withdraw and you can take it. I'll immediately send out troops to attack your hinterland. Will your 30,000 soldiers return? Are you afraid of being ambushed on the way back? Is Tubo crazy? Sun Renxian found it inconceivable. How could the two countries be so rash when they were at war? How could they guarantee supplies in the current month? Because Tubo lost too much money and didn't achieve its strategic goal, it's hard to coordinate with the other tribes politically. Guazi saw clearly that Tubo was anxious because Li Yi had forced it. When a country was constantly researching new weapons and other countries couldn't imitate them, what else could they do but fight? Tubo's hot air balloons couldn't fly, and other weapons from the Tang dynasty appeared. After Tubo paid a great price, the Turks, the Abbasid Caliphate, the Southwest Barbarians, and the Khitans were all watching. Is this Li Yi's plan? Sun Renxian was considering the overall situation. No, Li Dongzhu just sent us. He believes we can handle it well. Guazi shook his head. Chapter 631. Line up properly. Don't bring anything you shouldn't bring. Let me tell you, every year there are examinees who cheat and are dismissed. While the soldiers of Songzhou and Tubo were fighting, the imperial examination in Chang'an had already begun. The examinees brought their things into Fonglin Court. Li Yi sent 220 students here. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel shouted, and the examinees entered the tents for inspection. They were searched from the inside out. Since Li Yi mentioned how to cheat last year, the Ministry of Personnel had taken measures. The students were only allowed to wear one set of clothes. They were not allowed to bring food, brushes, ink, or inkstones. The examination hall distributed the food. The chef was specially invited from Li family Zhuangzi. The ingredients were also provided by Li family Zhuangzi. The students took off their clothes and waited by the stove. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel looked at their clothes carefully. The students who came for the examination in the past all wore good clothes. The provincial government gave them money for drinking in their hometown. The same went for the tributes. They were talents from the local area. But it was only 1 year. If they didn't pass the examination, the local government wouldn't continue to give them money. The students needed to spend their family's money or find a job in Chang'an. Wearing thin clothes in winter. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel glanced at one of the students whose clothes were being turned over. The students didn't feel ashamed when they took off their clothes. Everyone took off their clothes. When they heard someone ask about their clothes, they blushed. Seeing that the imperial examination was approaching, I pawned my thick clothes because I had no money, the student answered softly. The official took a long robe from the side and measured it with the student's body. It can be worn. Another official handed over a pair of boxers and linen underwear to the student. Wear these. Although the court has floor heating, it's still a bit cold. The student looked at the clothes and showed an expression of disbelief. New clothes? Why would Li family Zhuangzi let you wear old clothes? When the examination is over, someone from Li family Zhuangzi will ask for your clothes back. The officials didn't need to check anymore. They let the students wear their clothes and entered the examination hall from the back door. The students of Li family Zhuangzi entered the tents and took off their clothes. They took off all their clothes and put them on. They were even faster. They went to their respective places. He looked at where the toilet was and then went in another direction to see what food was available. When you need to eat during the exam, you have to tell the invigilator what you want to eat. The invigilator will record the number and place the food on the plate according to the number. This was the first time that the students had encountered such an imperial examination. Other than the imperial court, everything else was handled by the imperial court. Take a menu and go. Say the number when you eat. The officials outside the kitchen called the students to take the menu. There were 12 dishes, 2 main dishes, and 2 soups. There were also samples for the students to see. Xiao Yi, shall we go to earthly paradise for dinner? Li Yi sat on the shaft of his ambulance and swung his legs. Bai Gu came out of the imperial city. This place was close to the Anfu Gate, and there was also the Yeting Palace next to it. Old Bai, aren't you busy at the Ministry of Revenue? Li Yi moved 2 folding chairs to the side. Bai Gu sat down and said, how can the minister do it personally? You have to give the other officials a chance to improve. Are you distressed about 180 yuan? Li Yi asked with a smile. It's 10,000 yuan. Don't worry about 180 yuan. The people are very happy. All the counties want to give His Majesty tens of thousands of yuan. Bai Gu finally gave the money according to Li Yi's method. He directly called out 1.8 million taels of silver to repair roads in the capital and to repair houses for people with poor economic conditions. The people in Chang'an ran outside the imperial city and kowtowed to thank His Majesty. Bai Gu was depressed. He forgot to mention that only the people in 20 counties would repair houses. Chang'an and Wanyan County were not counted. The people in Chang'an had a good life. Li Yi found a job for them. Now he was going to pick tea leaves and sell them to the Li family Zhuangzi. Before he could say anything, the people who needed to repair houses knelt down and kowtowed. It seemed that they had to do it. Old Bai, I have a new idea. When the river is not so cold, I will use it. Will the Ministry of Revenue invest? Li Yi wanted to make some money from the Ministry of Revenue. Then the Ministry of Revenue would have more money to build infrastructure. Yes. No. You can ask His Majesty. Bai Gu wanted to say yes. After thinking about it, Li Yi always asked His Majesty for big deals. He could not take His Majesty's money. If I cooperate with His Majesty, can I still make money? Li Yi spread his hands. How do you want to invest? Bai Gu reached out and touched Li Yi's head to comfort him. You invest in the construction of the water net in the entire capital. It has to be 3 feet wide and 6 to 8 feet deep. Lay the bridge. As Li Yi spoke, he went into the car and took out a piece of paper. The names of the 20 counties in the capital were marked on the paper. On the paper was a waterway grid drawn between the counties. It connected to the rivers of the other main streams and provided water for those rivers. According to the design, every village in the county could be connected. How much money do you need? Bai Gu counted. The additional confluence was drawn with a blue line and the existing rivers were drawn with a red line. Among them, Longtian County had more existing rivers and less investment. The other counties only had 1 or 2 small rivers. It was a lot of work to dig them manually. 1.8 million won't be enough to build roads and houses. We can do it together and dig out the canals. Li Yi did not ask for much money. 1.8 million was not a small amount. Bai Gu glanced at Li Yi. You don't want me to use that money? Of course, I know it won't be enough. If you build the rivers, where will you make money? Old Bai, lay out the water net to make it easier for the people to water. Make money. Boats. I have a new boat that any child can control. Li Yi smiled as he spoke of his plan. You build the boat. I'll take a look. If you have a boat, sell it to make money. Bai Gu believed that Li Yi had a new boat, but he did not know how to calculate the money. Lease. We'll split the money. Your Ministry of Revenue is in charge of the water net. I, Zhuangzi, am in charge of all the boats. There are many, and the cost is high. We also need to maintain it later. Li gestured as he spoke, as if he had paid a high price. The money collected must be calculated as gross profit. Zhuangzi will be in charge of the maintenance. Bai Gu made a request. He could not deduct the cost of building the boat and maintenance and split it in half. Naturally. Otherwise, the cost of digging the canals and maintaining the canals will be deducted. Li Yi agreed. Both sides did not calculate the cost. Good. Bai Gu agreed. Another thing. Cotton needs to be planted this year. Cancel the harmony of the people in the capital. The mulberry and hemp fields will become cotton fields. Li Yi mentioned the matter he wanted to promote. It was the cotton planting season. Bai Gu nodded again in agreement. Do you still want to go to earthly paradise for dinner? Li Yi invited. There are many things to do in the Ministry of Revenue. I have to watch the progress of others. Bai Gu did not want to go. He had to go back to make arrangements. He went back and went directly to the Political Affairs Hall. Good news. Li Yi has come up with a way to make money. He wants to cooperate with the Ministry of Revenue and split it in half. Bai Gu said the situation as if he was showing off. He was quite satisfied. Yao Chong and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. What's wrong? Bai Gu felt guilty. What went wrong? Long Zhe, Li Yi wants to promote cotton planting. He needs to water. The mulberry and hemp fields do not need as much water as cotton. That was all Lu Huaishan said. Bai Gu, Xiao Yi, he schemed against me. He even helped the people water the fields. Didn't the people water the fields in the past? Bai Gu learned in an instant. Xiao Yi, you are so capable. Chapter 632. Found it. While Bai Gu was still thinking about being tricked by Li Yi, Wei Zhigu shouted and ran over. There were 4 people behind him. They were covered in dust and their hair was stuck together. Their original color couldn't be seen. Found it. Long Zhe is here too. Quick, bring it over and show it to them. Wei Zhigu looked at the people and waved to the back. The 4 people came forward. One of them put something the size of a large eggplant on the table. Mine. Look, this is ore. Wei Zhigu pointed at the thing on the table. Gold mine. Zhang Shua saw the yellow color of the ore. Pyrite, no gold. The person who brought the thing said in a hoarse voice. Dongtu County's iron mine. Bai Gu reacted. Li Yi had told him about the 2 iron mines. One was close and had already mined a lot of ore. The other was far away in Jiangnan. Yes. Another person nodded vigorously. Drink some water first and sit down. Yao Chong got up and sat the 4 people down. The person next to him brought tea. The 4 people were indeed thirsty. They drank it in one gulp. Lu Huaishan helped to refill the water. The 4 people blew on it a little and endured the heat. Come, bring the cold water you haven't drunk. Let the 4 of you drink. Yao Chong ordered. The people from the other offices in the government hall brought the water over. The 4 people drank one after another. Each of them could drink nearly 2 liters of water. They didn't touch the bowl. Wei Zhigu slapped his thigh. It's all my fault. I was too anxious and didn't give you water to drink at the Ministry of Works. The 4 people smiled at him. The person who brought the ore raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. His face was smudged. There's a lot of ore there that can be mined directly. Many of them have a lot of iron. Looking at the size of the mountain, it'll take a few decades. When the person talked about the ore, he showed a happy expression. He didn't know the reserves of Ma Anshan iron mine. He thought that a few decades was a lot. Good. Is the road easy to travel? Yao Chong also thought that a few decades was enough. Build a road down. There's the Yangtze River. It's a few dozen miles away from the riverside. As long as we pick some stones, we'll be able to transport them out. The prospector gestured the distance with his hand. All right, as long as it's close to the river, it'll be much easier to ship it everywhere. Yao Chong poured himself a glass of water and looked at the water in deep thought. Bai Gu glanced at the oars on the table, picked them up, and hurriedly ran out. He went out and found his sidekick. Carry him and follow me. Not long after, he ran out of the examination hall again. Xiao Yi, look, the iron mine you were talking about has been found. They said that it can be mined for decades. Bai Gu asked Li Yi to look at the stone that the footman was holding. Decades? Then our Tang dynasty's industrial system is going to reach the heavens. At least our mining technology is superb. Li Yi firmly disagreed with the statement of decades. What a joke. With the ability of the Tang dynasty, the iron mine on Mount Monchan could not be mined completely in 200 years, unless the technology developed even more in the future. Can it be mined for longer? Bai Gu understood the meaning of Li Yi's words. He sat down again. It's a few dozen miles away from the river. Build a road and transport the stones to other places for smelting after mining. Old Bai, there's a coal mine in Wuhu under the iron mine. There's a small coal mine near the iron mine. It's not easy to use. Li Yi saw that the iron mine had been found and conveniently mentioned the coal mine. There were a lot of coal mines in Wuhu. The quality was passable, but not all of them could be compared to Fushan coal mine. Bai Gu carefully looked at Li Yi from all angles. Xiao Yi, according to what you said, can't we smelt the iron locally? Then we can transport it to different places by water. There's no need to refine it. We can refine the iron ore into rough blanks and transport it to different places for further processing. Li Yi suggested. Why not directly process it locally? Bai Gu had a question. Promote the development of smelting technology in more places in the Tang dynasty and cultivate more smelting craftsmen. In the future, when the Tang dynasty expands to the southwest, I'll give the imperial court a big iron mine. Li Yi was talking about Panzihua. The one in Inner Mongolia was also good. The Turkic people occupied it. There has to be more people involved. Otherwise, if it's only there. I named it Monchan. It won't work if it's only there. It will form a gang. Li Yi said that the local iron mine had been smelting well, using the local coal and iron ore. In the end, the Monchan Iron Gang was formed and could go against the local government. Just like the Salt Gang in the future, any official would be abolished. If one group was killed, another group would appear. The benefits were there. The outcome was determined from the beginning. Xiao Yi, you've thought it through thoroughly. That's how it should be. Bai Gu agreed. What he saw was the current Workers' Alliance and Yi's Alliance. Why were there three of them? 3 legs of a tripartite balance. There were also a bunch of performance groups set up in Pyeongkong Square competing with each other. They infiltrated the government, and the government made use of them. They were much stronger than before, and there were fewer shady things. And this idea was also proposed by Xiao Yi in front of him. The current transport fleet is dominated by Yurli family Zhuangzi. Bai Gu turned around and began to criticize Li Yi. In the future, the small fleet of the capital magistrate will also be dominated by my family. The exchange coupons will also be issued by my family. Li Yi accepted the criticism, but he did not change his mind. Do you want to take a look at this year's exam questions? Try answering them. Bai Gu saw that criticizing Li Yi had no effect, so he changed the topic. He couldn't do anything to Li Yi. The Ministry of Revenue wanted to list a crime and asked the people of the capital magistrate if they agreed to it. How many people hoped that the Li family Zhuangzi would have a way out? How many people could sue the Ministry of Revenue in the People's Court? Without mentioning anything else, the Li family Zhuangzi would not accept tea leaves. At the same time, they would say in the newspaper, because the Ministry of Revenue is too ruthless, Zhuangzi is unable to accept tea leaves. The consequences were unimaginable. I'm not looking. I'll get full marks. I'm getting less and less interested in the imperial examinations. Li Yi refused. Are you sure you can answer the scripture questions? Bai Gu expressed his disbelief. The scripture questions are the simplest. It's just memorizing. The current affairs policy is also simple. It's just organizing the words. Today's exam is boring. So what if I can't answer it? Li Yi didn't care about the exam, and ordinary people couldn't understand it. In terms of poetry, Bai Ji's poems were better. They were easier to understand than Li Bai and Du Fu's. Short without seeing the skin, long without being covered by the soil. Behind. Bai Gu wasn't convinced and said. Li Yi smiled and nodded his head lightly. Continue the skirt, hook the edges. You need to sew half of the skirt. The height of the skirt, the width of the skirt is half an inch. Don't test me on the things I need to memorize. He read the entire back of the Book of Rites, Shen Yi, and expressed his helplessness. He could check the information at any time. Others had to memorize it, but he had to find the position and read it. Bai Gu looked at Li Yi speechlessly. At this time in the examination hall, as long as it involved the scripture questions, the examinees would answer this question first. If they couldn't answer the scripture questions, they would still be eliminated. And this year's scripture question was the one that Bai Gu had just asked Li Yi. In addition to this, there were other scriptures in the Ming dynasty. They mainly memorized them. This scripture question was relatively simple. The examinees were very happy. They quickly wrote it down and looked at the other questions. This year's imperial examination had an additional essay. The essay question was. Li family Zhuangzi's 220 examinees looked at the question. They were all expressionless. What else could they say? Copy it. Just memorize the essay that you wrote before and copy it. It was that simple. Chapter 633. The questions were simple, and the essay was on the right topic. Looking at the current affairs policy, one was about the economic and cultural exchanges between the Tang dynasty and Khitan. One was about the importance of military development to the military forces of the Tang dynasty, and the other was about the benefits of taxation to the country and the people. One was about the impact of greenhouse vegetables on the people in the north, and the other was about the necessity of the Tang dynasty's navy. None of the 5 current affairs policies involved Tubo. After the students who came to take the exam in Li family Zhuangzi finished copying the essay, most of them sat there in a daze. Some who were not in a daze were wiping tears. It was so difficult to take the imperial examination every year. In the end, when they arrived in Li family Zhuangzi, they ate and drank, and their relatives came to pick them up. The questions of the exam were the questions set by Dongzhu himself. Otherwise, why would all the questions other than the Invitation Sutra be the result of his intense practice recently? If I had known, why would I practice Tubo's current affairs policy? It's a waste of time. A student muttered. He was the kind of person who made his own plans. He thought that because of the relationship between the Tang dynasty and Tubo, the possibility of Dongzhu saying that he could not take the exam was very low. He regretted it very much. If he had the time, he should have written the essay properly. Copy, continue copying. After you finish, you can go back. Don't eat lunch. Hurry up and go back to Zhuangzi to eat. After being in a daze, the students broke out again and wrote crazily. Let alone tomorrow, they should finish copying today and leave as soon as possible. Xiao Yi, do you know what current affairs policy the exam is about? Bai Gu knew the questions today, and he also knew where the questions came from. Besides Tubo, there are only a few. Young people nowadays really don't understand the situation in the Tang dynasty. Li shook his head and sighed. Young people nowadays? Bai Gu looked at Li Yi's fluffy mouth and really did not understand how the word young came out from there. Yes. Even if some of the examinees look quite old, it shows that our Tang dynasty's job positions and education are not enough. Li Yi saw examinees in their 40s and 50s. They still came over, wanting to climb up through the imperial examinations. It was the same as the civil service exam back then. As long as it was not restricted to fresh graduates, there would still be many people who wanted to take the exam. The imperial examinations were not for university. The purpose of getting into university was to get a good job. The purpose of the imperial examination was to become an official. In the Tang dynasty, there seemed to be no other good job except being an official. Bai Gu looked around and said, "Bring me some tea." "Who are you looking at?" "It's just me. Tao Hong and the others are sleeping in the car behind us." Li Yi got up to make tea. Only the winged knights were in charge of protecting Li Yi, so they couldn't make tea for Bai Gu. "Xiao Yi, you always drink big leaf tea. Where's the first grade tea?" Bai Gu found that as long as Li Yi drank tea, it was guaranteed to be the 4th grade, big leaf tea. "I don't like to drink tea. I just drink water when I drink tea. I don't eat the tender buds. I might have something to do at any time. It's better to find a chance to sell the good tea," Li Yi said with a smile. Although he took out the kung fu tea, he usually only made one kind. If he had something to do, he would not drink it and just throw it away. He would not feel bad. After the tea cooled down a little, Bai Gu blew on it and took a sip. "Xiao Yi, I have an idea. I want to tell you. Can you help me see if it's okay?" "Okay, old Bai. As long as it's not a rebellion, it's easy." Li Yi turned around and took out a plate of pine nuts and 2 small pliers. Bai Gu ignored Li Yi's teasing. He took a pair of pliers and opened a pine nut. "The Ministry of Revenue is going to choose a place for the merchants to discuss the price. After the discussion, they can directly collect taxes. Do you think the merchants will agree?" "Old Bai, you thought of this?" Li Yi looked at Bai Gu as if he was looking at a panda. "Who else can think of this?" Bai Gu blew his beard. "Old Bai, don't be angry. I'm just asking." Good idea. This is called the Commodity Trading Hall." Li Yi expressed his agreement. "What does it do?" Bai Gu heard a new term and wanted to understand. "The place to discuss the price. The officials are responsible for helping the merchants to put the important information on the board and put it in an obvious position. The purchase and sale are divided into 2 areas. When the merchants come in, they will look at the 2 areas and evaluate their goods and the price of the things they want to buy. Then, they will negotiate the price. The Ministry of Revenue will provide a guarantee. Without the guarantee of the government to check the goods, this hall has no meaning," Li Yi said as he picked up his tea and sipped it lightly, giving Bai Gu time to think. Bai Gu lowered his head and pondered. After a while, he said, "Good idea. What do the goods look like? If they are not, both sides will have a dispute." He thought of the role of the Ministry of Revenue. It was very important. "There is a drawback." Li Yi put down his teacup. "Old Bai, look. A ship of goods should be taxed with 100 coins. The tax is 30 coins. The total price of the goods is 3,000 coins. If the transaction price is 2,000 coins, Li Yi said another problem. Some merchants had already agreed on the price in private and came to the hall to discuss. The price of 3,000 coins was changed to 2,000 coins. The tax was not 100 coins, but 66 coins, 666 coins. The seller saved more than 33 coins and split the tax with the buyer. It was a bargain. 1 jean was worth 1,000 taels of silver. Don't look at how the Li family's farmstead often use tens of thousands of jean as a unit to donate money and scam money from foreign countries. In reality, the Li family Zhuangzi did not spend much. Including the workshop, 500 coins a day was enough. What about the luxury goods that cost 20 coins or even 10 coins? the transaction price would be reduced to 5,000 coins. Both sides would negotiate behind the scenes. The tax involved would be 500 coins, and the Ministry of Revenue would pay. Bai Gu started to drink his tea. After a few sips, he started to pinch pine nuts. He was worried. That's right. If he collected the taxes the way he wanted, both sides would be fooling the Ministry of Revenue. What should we do? What should we do? Bai Gu mumbled. His follower could not stand it anymore and nudged Bai Gu's leg. When Bai Gu looked over, he signaled to Bai Gu with his eyes. Wasn't there Li Dongzhu beside him? Can Xiao Yi teach me? Bai Gu understood tacitly. That's right. What's the use of thinking about it? The person next to him would answer any question he had. Anything was fine. Set up the Ministry of Revenue to purchase funds and open a counter. When the merchant enters the hall, look at the agreement first. The Ministry of Revenue has the right to buy at a higher price. Li Yi gave a solution. He could not directly set the price of the other party's goods, so he would stop them. Bai Gu revealed a smile and glanced at his follower, expressing his praise. As expected, he was smart. He understood. If the other party dared to sell a luxury item worth 10,000 coins for 5,000 coins, the Ministry of Revenue would add 100 coins to buy it. If the other party said they were not selling, then investigate. Which merchant did not want to make more money? There was a problem. Investigate the other party's purchase price, transportation price, and a series of data. Once he found it, he would clean it up. It was the same as Li Yi's punishment when he made customs declarations at a low price. Including the company's capital flow, private transactions to avoid taxes, issuing low invoices to report losses, and converting costs. If he wanted to investigate, he could find out. It could not run away. Good. Xiao Yi, you have helped the Ministry of Revenue again. Bai Gu reached out and rubbed Li Yi's head. Can you collect less taxes from me? Treat it as a consultation fee. Li Yi felt that he should enjoy preferential treatment since he had helped. Xiao Yi, why does this pine nut of yours break so easily? Bai Gu retracted his hand and picked up a pine nut. He used a pair of pliers to clamp it and it broke. Because his skin is not thick enough. He can't withstand such strength. Li Yi despised. Chapter 634. Bai Gu left. He took 2 handfuls of pine nuts and took the pliers away. He walked very quickly as if he had taken advantage of the situation and was afraid that Li Yi would snatch it back. His sidekick was hugging the oars behind him. In his sleeve was a bag of 2 caddies of pine nuts, which Li Yi gave to him to eat for fun. He was going to share a few handfuls with his colleagues in the Ministry of Revenue and bring the rest home. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Li Yi was about to enter the car to rest when he heard his third brother's voice. Li Longji came. He did not go through the Anfu gate. Instead, he came from the front. He wore a bamboo hat and was followed by his bodyguards. He was sneaky. Li Yi opened the door of a car waiting to pick up the examinees and motioned for his third brother to enter. This year's exam questions are not difficult. Almost all of your students in Zhuangzi will pass. Li Longji looked out of the car window. Third brother, I plan to arrange jobs for them in half a year. Li talked about the future of the 220 students. Where will they be placed? Li Longji did not care whether it was half a year or a year. Anyway, they will be studying in the Li family Zhuangzi. They will be placed in the capital's village. They will lead the villagers to become rich. If they lack investment, the Li family Zhuangzi will give them money. If they have the ability to pull an investment, they can also do it. Li Yi wanted to cultivate the students to be down-to-earth. If they were placed in the village, they would not even be considered as outsiders. Outside of the village, they would usually do the work of officials in the county. The village chief would not be promoted. Some of the bigger villages would only be promoted to outside of the village. The village chief represented power. Without prestige, they would not be able to become a village chief. After the examinees passed the imperial examination, they would be directly promoted to a level 9 official after an interview with the Ministry of Appointments. Be the village chief in the village? Li Longji thought of the matter of seizing power. No, be the village chief's assistant. Give advice to the village chief, manage the village's accounts, familiarize yourself with the situation of the villagers, apply for help, find economic growth projects, pull in investment, etc. Li Yi introduced the students to the task of being a village official. The rank was low, but there were many things to be done. They had to do their best. Li Longji smiled. Should the other students who passed the exam also be sent to the village? They won't agree because they think it's beneath their status. They have the ambition to rule the country and have the talent to be prime ministers. Li Yi mocked. All of them were taking the imperial examinations, wanting to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Okay, arrange for them to go to the village. Li Longji decided. First, the students who passed the exam this year would be sent to the village to be officials for a year. If the villagers could not understand, then they would be sent to work for another year. 3 years was the time limit. If the village still couldn't improve in 3 years, then go home. The imperial court didn't want them. If someone was able to help the villagers earn more money in half a year, they would be promoted and given the position of county registrar, county deputy, county lieutenant, and other officials. Third brother, Baigu's minister Bai just told me that he wants to build a trading hall. I was thinking that your majesty has a lot of tributes. Why don't you sell them? Your majesty doesn't need many of them, except for gold and silver. Li Yi didn't mention the issue of the allocation of officials. He talked about another matter. Li Longji picked up the thermos and poured half a cup of hot water for the both of them. Is it to earn money? Your majesty, don't rely on selling tributes to earn money. Your majesty needs money. I have other mines and businesses here. Li Yi waved his hand. Of course. Li Longji was happy. He didn't lack money. If he needed it, he could ask Brother Yi for the location of the mines. Providing tributes to the local government is actually not beneficial to the local government. If your majesty auctions it, the tributes will be valuable if the price is high. Li Yi said his thoughts. The local government had been sending things to the emperor. Like his soy sauce. Now that the recipe for the soy sauce was thrown out, the tributes were changed to other things in Zhuangzi. In the remote areas, the people had to prepare the best things in the area for the emperor of Chang and every year. The palace used it, but others didn't know. Taking it out for auction, it told others that it was produced from where and how precious it was. If others wanted it, they could go to the local government to buy it. Then, the local government could use these things to make money. It turned out that things that were sold for 10 coins could be sold for 1 coin. Even the emperor said it was good. He had a lot of places to sell things at that time. He talked about Qianlong and Kangxi. It gave people the feeling that the emperor of the Qing dynasty ran around all day. He went to at least 3 to 5 places a day. He praised this thing and said that it was wonderful. The key was that the emperor had a good appetite. He ate everything. He ate all the snacks in Sha County. They were everywhere. He went to other places to eat. Guangdong, Guangxi, Hainan, Yunnan, Shandong, Shaanxi, Hunan, Hebei, Hunan, Hubei, there was no place that the emperor didn't go. There was no food that they didn't eat or play with. This was called the emperor effect. The Tang dynasty gave tributes to the local government. They couldn't just leave it in Zhuangzi for themselves. They had to help the local government advertise. Li Longji listened and thought. He felt that he owed the emperor a lot. In the past, he didn't have the money and the means. Now that he didn't lack money and the means, he could help the local government sell things. Brother Yi, where do you think the Ministry of Revenue's trading hall should be? Li Longji wanted to arrange a place. Xianyang Lane. Li Yi said 3 words. Why is it? I understand. Li Longji smiled. He arranged the trading hall to be in Xianyang Lane. After the businessmen finished talking, they could take a bath and go to Pyongkong Square to relax. It was not bad. It was very convenient to send someone to heaven on earth to order takeout. The two of them chatted for a while until it was noon. The smell of food floated out of the examination hall. There were 12 dishes. Even the meat dishes were mainly lean meat. There was a lot of green vegetables and not much salt. He was afraid that some examinees who usually ate little oil would suddenly eat fatty meat. It was delicious, but after eating it, they would have a stomachache. "Brother E, let's eat." Li Longji smelled the smell of the north wind. He was hungry. Li Yi went out and went to the carriage where Tao Hong and the others were resting. There were people on duty. There were dishes on the pot. It was pork trotters. He used a pair of tongs to pick up the pot and carried it back to the carriage. It's been simmering since early morning. It's delicious. Li Yi began to boil the wine. There were 6 taels of wine, 3 taels for each person. In the pot, there were only pork trotters and prawns. The frozen prawns were transported from the land and frozen in ice. It was very popular now. Li Chengqi made a fortune by transporting them from Laizhou. There were also a few washed vegetables dipped in pickles to replenish vitamins and chlorophyll. Bai He ran over to take a look. She turned around and called the others to eat together. The 8 of them carried the small pots and ran into the carriage. There were 4 on each side, ready to listen to orders. Li Longji ate a piece of pork trotter and spat out the bone. This year's transport needs to be improved. Otherwise, we won't be able to transport the food and will have to run to Hunan to find food. The number of people in the capital office is still small. If the number of people doubled, there won't be a shortage of food. The grain merchants are more anxious than us. Li Yi explained the need for food. The fewer the population and the less developed the economy, the more scarce the food and the more expensive it would be. The capital office was big. The lack of food was because the merchants did not think there was a shortage of food. When a gap appeared, the emperor ran away with his people. Where are we going to settle with so many people? Li Longji did not think there was much space left in Chang'an. The surrounding counties need to be repaired this year. At the same time, they need to build canals. When Minister Bai told me about this, I mentioned that there was a coal mine near the iron production area. I thought of something. Tracks. If there are no iron tracks, we can use wooden tracks. If we can lay tracks in the mining area, we can also lay tracks on the road from Luoyang to Chang'an. Li Yi proposed something new. Chapter 635. Li Yi could not fix the tracks for the time being. He bought a lot of iron to make tracks. Many people did not even have kitchen knives at home. When the tracks were needed, it meant that the load-bearing things had to be heavy. He did not take out the steam train. How heavy did things need to be on the tracks? Wooden tracks were fine. The Tang dynasty did not lack wood or cement. The tracks in the mining area needed to be higher than the ground, so the wheels had to be on them. The tracks on the road were grooves made of cement. The horses would run along the grooves faster than the normal road. At this time, 4-wheeled carriages were not suitable. It was easy to hit the wheels. 2-wheeled carriages could run as long as the tracks were a little wider. It was like the ruts on the dirt road. The carriages behind followed the ruts of the carriages in front to save energy. The ruts were easy to change due to rain, but the grooves did not change. A groove was left on the side for sand and stones to go in. It could be cleaned or flushed with water. The sand would flow down the groove. Every section of the road, a relatively flat place, such as a fork in the road. This way, the carriages could go up and enter other roads. There was such a road in the Qin dynasty. Later, no one had the money to fix it, so it was abandoned. The Great Wall of China had been fixed by each generation, but it had never surpassed the Qin dynasty. The Qin dynasty was really serious about civil engineering. Li Yi told Li Longji about these things. Fixing the cement takes too long. We need to dig a hole for the wood. The wood needs to be soaked in tung oil. With the tung oil, we can build ships. Li Longji understood. Good idea. The road from Chang'an to Luoyang was fixed. Wasn't this the same track? It was convenient for transportation. Use cement to fix it. We need to build a new cement factory. The mines in Lantian County are enough to support our cement production. Stay away from the houses. The factory has a lot of smoke and dust. Li Yi's own Zhuangzi could not support such a large amount of cement, so he could only give it out. The 16 guards will protect the secret of cement production. The 16 guards are not allowed to go in and get in touch with the secret. Your Zhuangzi bought another piece of land. I will arrange another 1,000 households for you. Li Longji was not at ease with other people. Li Yi kept a lot of secrets and felt that he was not safe enough. He could not let an emperor take care of it himself, right? In the end, it would still end up in someone else's hands. Why not let Brother Yi take it? Third brother, I've made a new type of boat. There's a big one and a small one. The big one isn't big, but it's a medium one. Come to Zhuangzi the day after tomorrow when the imperial examinations list is announced. Li Yi sent out an invitation. The boat he built was not suitable for drifting on the Yangtze River or the Yellow River. It was not bad in the Jiangnan water towns, but with the Jiangnan water towns' boat skills, they did not want this kind of boat. Where there was little water, boats used oars. Where the water was wide and shallow, boats used poles. Where the water was complicated, people used oars. Where oars could be used, people could use oars and poles, but they didn't use them. The boat that Li Yi took out did not require any advanced skills. They could just board it and play around. They were guaranteed to know how to use it. Okay, I'll take the child for a checkup. Li Longji agreed. He also wanted to take a look. As time passed, his heart felt empty. The palace maids and eunuchs lowered their heads to eat. They did not record what the emperor said, so there was no daily record. Dongzhu, where are you? I finished the exam, I got everything. Li Yi and Li Longji were eating and chatting. Someone shouted. Arrange it. Li Yi ordered. Qin Song put down his chopsticks and went out. Looking at them, they will all be out before evening. Li Yi knew the situation. When Bai Gu tested him on the first scripture, he knew what this year's imperial examinations was. It was Li Ji, Shen Yi. This was especially easy to remember. It was just like when he tested the mountain is not high. If he memorized it well, he would be able to recite it after many years. The first scripture was divided into sections. Each section was taken once. Usually, it was divided into 5 sections. As long as all of them were correct, it would be stable. As for the last section, there would be no problem as long as one did not use the 4 rhymes wrong. Dongzhu, I got everything. Don't crowd around me. Okay, I'll tell you the questions. The questions for the imperial examinations are. The student who ran out first was stopped and asked about the questions. There were many beautiful women around. They were responsible for getting the questions for the imperial examinations. They would then return to Pyongkong Square to answer the questions for everyone. After being surrounded by the beautiful women, the student who ran out quickly confessed. Qin Song was squeezed out of the crowd. He gritted his teeth and wondered if this student had a wife. If he did, he was prepared to. Brother Yi, have you ever thought about the glory of being first in the imperial examinations? Li Longji suddenly felt sorry for his brother Yi. Brother Yi's imperial examinations were guaranteed to be special. Brother Yi's strategy was the national strategy. No. Li shook his head. Once you become an official, you will be in. The Jianghu is deep, it's better to be outside. He then continued, virtue is like water. Water is good for all living things and does not compete. It is evil to all. Therefore, it is close to the Tao. The man does not compete. Therefore, no one can compete with him. Li Longji smiled, Brother Yi, whether you take the imperial examinations or not, no one can compete with you. Yes, so I still want to be the master of my manner. I want to jump out of the 3 realms and not be in the 5 elements. Li Yi raised his cup. Li Longji drank with Li Yi, Brother Yi, you have worked hard for the Tang dynasty. Princess Jingxian, if you can persuade her, please do. Don't always take medicine. It's not good for your health. If you really want to take pills, I have hawthorn pills and honey pills here. They are delicious. Li Yi suddenly mentioned Princess Jingxian. This princess practiced Taoism and went on the wrong path. She insisted on taking medicine. When he heard Li Yi mention Princess Jingxian, Li Longji felt uncomfortable. His favorite sister was always thinking about printing books. Princess Jingxian took some medicine for the opposite of your sister-in-law, Li Longji said helplessly. Li Yi understood. So the princess also knew that it was not good to eat heavy metal. She was just trying to avoid pregnancy. Therefore, he turned around and returned to the ambulance. I have medicine here. Take 22 pills a month. After taking it, you won't have to do anything. It can also adjust a woman's menstrual cycle. Li Yi gave Li Longji a big bag. This thing was cheap. 3 years. It can be stored for 3 years. After 3 years, it can still be used. I just don't know when it will lose its effect. Li Yi added. Li Longji looked at Li Yi in surprise. You have this thing too. It won't be poisoned. Li Yi explained the situation. Princess Jingxian represents the royal family. She likes to print books for others. Only when she is alive can her value be reflected. Li Yi told the truth. Princess Jingxian was now printing Taoist books. After that, Buddhism became more sensible. Li Longji relaxed again. From then on, Princess Jingxian printed Buddhist books. Since she could print like this and said that she wanted to make a full set of copper plate printing, then she could naturally print other books. To educate the people, it couldn't be the Li family Zhuangzi who did it. It would cost a lot of money. Okay, I want to print books. Princess Jingxian's thoughts are actually more simple. Li Longji always felt that his sister was not bad. The two of them continued to eat and drink. One after another, students of the Li family Zhuangzi ran out. They had finished copying and were unwilling to eat inside. Heaven on earth started to deliver food. They opened the food boxes and found a place to squat and eat. They didn't use the car or the table. They gathered together and chatted about current affairs. Some even argued over a word. Brothers and sisters who were reading outside the station, if you have the ability, go back to the starting point to subscribe. In addition, at the end of the month, the monthly tickets would expire. Also, the daily recommendation tickets would expire. If you want to vote for a book, then vote.